Immediately turns into a 4v2 as the team finds a second, and Gunless not slow it down. Give him all three. This is why he's hot on this map.
He has had a bit of a slow start.
It's been an up and down, yeah, for him, hasn't it, really? I mean, the AR side of things, it has been working for him, but I mean, an SMG in his hands, maybe not.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into the zone. Standy with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, three! Eli with the snapper.
Simp is going to find a trade, though, for aBeZy as Capsidal had found him. Nero finds another. Cellium left in a 1 versus 3. TJ will fall. That's 2 gunfights. He probably shouldn't have won. It's a 1v1.
With that clock shutting down, Cellium has to make the move.
Nero will get that notification. He'll know where that bomb is. Checking it for Cellium. Can't quite get the angle. The bomb's going to go down. The gunfight's going to come. Cellium 10s! And there's Nero gone.
In the lineup again as what we see John just absolutely go flying. And well, he gets beamed right after that.
Now immediately turns into a 4v2 as the team finds a second, and Gunless not slow it down. Give him all three. This is why he's hot on this map. 1.5 already, and he showed it in the first round, picking up 3 kills. LAG up 1-0.
Welcome back, Big P. Woo! 4 straight defenses on Gavutu, the good old Gavutu special. Oh, Jim, what the heck was that? What the heck was that? The 40 has come out with some vengeance. Okay. Jimbo, 4 in a row to kick this thing off. It felt like everybody was at half HP. Imp is finding kills. Jimbo is now on a 5 spree. The entire team cannot be stopped as Jimbo is on it. My word, glide bomb earned. Here we go.
This is chaotic.
Not slow it down. Give him all three.
Oh no, the shots are good.
He finds the first one, finds the second as well.
He just can't be stopped.
It's glorious. It's beautiful.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Standy with a nice little angle. Oh, he's alive. He's done it. He's done it. They couldn't bring him down.
Oh my God, that's third as well.
That is sensational stuff. It's done. It's dusted. And they will walk away with the game.
No, it's disgraceful again.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
With Major III right around the corner and our flight's leaving for Toronto in the upcoming next few days, right? We have 1 more weekend and 2 more days left of Call of Duty action. I'm Billy, I'm the host. I'm going to be asking all the hard questions. This is Ali and Nameless. And speaking of hard questions, Nameless, I don't know about you, man, but I'm kind of like a combination guy. What's your favorite type of pizza?
I just need mushrooms on my pizza.
Let's
I got
go.
mushrooms, I'm cool, all right? That's all I need. Anything
Check
else
this
additional?
out. Wait, can we put the one on Ali real quick?
Why
Do you
do
guys know that Ali doesn't like pizza? But
I know, she's
I like
weird,
my
bro.
pizza with only the white sauce and the grilled chicken. Listen, it's like it tastes like cardboard. I'm sorry.
No
I'm sorry.
sauce? That's literally
White sauce
toast.
pizza is actually kind of legit. You know, I respect it. It's typical.
Let's
You know
go.
what I'm saying? But also, yesterday we saw a different type of pizza, right? Minnesota Røkkr, they look like, you know, a combination. They had everything on them. They were looking amazing. And they went against the Atlanta FaZe, who just looked like just pineapple on pizza. It just wasn't pretty at all, okay? And Minnesota Røkkr extended their winning streak to 5-0 by embarrassing Atlanta yesterday. I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, they played absolutely phenomenal. It was clinical. Like, the strategies were on point in the search and destroy. Priestahh came alive, and then Attach was popping off throughout that entire series. And the game's got to feel so easy for Attach, right? He finally has 3 people in front of him that are just running around like maniacs, but it was cohesive, and that's what you want to see if you're a Minnesota Røkkr fan. They had such a tough stage 2. The hard points were terrible throughout this year, and now they're testing teams like Atlanta FaZe on bow cage. That's how good their practice is going, and they come out and they win by one of the bigger margins that we've seen on this map versus an Atlanta FaZe team that is technically the best bow cage team in the game.
And what's crazy is that we thought it was going to be Havok, right? We saw this map set. We were like, all right, well, it looks like we're just going to put everything on the new aggressive player on this squad. But it wasn't Havok. It was everybody. But most importantly, it was Attach. Attach was popping off. He was 37-15 in that opening bow cage hardpoint, 250 to 143 win. And just throughout the series, everybody started to heat up. P-Dog 10-1 in the search and destroy. I mean, they made Cellium go negative. I don't think that's like not an easy feat. And Røkkr was able to shut him down and end the end 3-0 Atlanta FaZe.
And take a look at the crowd right here from the watch party. Shout out to the entire Minnesota Røkkr organization for throwing this down. You guys don't understand. At the beginning of the day, they're like, okay, wait up. You know, we have this watch party. We want to make sure everybody gets here. And everybody, we waited for a good reason.
I love this.
Put on one hell of a show. And yeah, they popped off.
This is like a live view of people on Reddit. Like, the people talking about our team's actually good. I love this tweet out of Minnesota Røkkr, bringing some heat. But yeah, it's crazy the difference that one player can make to a roster. The added pressure, what it's allowed them to do in the respawns, like how much better their hardpoint has actually gotten. And honestly, typical move by the coaching staff and the general management of the Minnesota Røkkr. You can see their schedule here. Like, this was not, like, a lot of these weren't even hard-fought wins. Like, they went 15-3 map count.
They earned it.
Absolutely. And you know what? I think a lot of people were very on the edge of their seats when it came to the whole trial period, right? When we had that huge break, Minnesota Røkkr was very open about their process of, you know, we're trying a bunch of players out. We're doing this trial thing since we have so much time in between going into Major III Qualifiers. And then they come out with Havok, and we're like, okay, well, Havok's somebody in Challenger scene that we already knew was kind of letting it up, was already, like, on top of his game, winning everything online, put him on land, struggles a little bit, and then gave him some time to get comfortable. The organization gave him the tools he needed to be confident, and now we're seeing a whole new Minnesota Røkkr.
And that boy took off right there. Shout out to Havok and that whole organization once again. And their community impact is just so engaging. I love it. But let's also take a look at the schedule to see what's to come today, because the Atlanta FaZe is going to have their...
They're going to bounce back.
This is a bounce back match of the ages. The Los Angeles Guerrillas, I don't know how they're going to get through with that.
Listen, they lost 3-0 last night. They went to bed. They woke up. They shot some bots. And now they got to play LAG. Now listen, this isn't even going to be an easy matchup for them either. Like, LAG look good in Search and Destroy. Gunless is bad.
Right, and also take a look at the Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day, okay? So, you know how Minnesota Røkkr faced off against Atlanta yesterday? And we were asking ourselves, okay, is this going to be the game where Minnesota shows us exactly how good they are? Yes, and they delivered. It's New York's turn. They're facing off against OpTic Texas, the hottest team in the Call of Duty League right now. And we have to say it, when New York won the Pro-Am Classic, they went against Atlanta FaZe, and you know what, Ali? There was a lot left to desire. They proved that they were one of the top teams in the game, but not one of the top two best in the game like Minnesota did.
But now they're going to have to go against OpTic Texas, okay? And it was the same thing when New York went up against Atlanta FaZe, where I was like, yes, New York has proven themselves. They are a good top team, and they can push them to the limit. But my issue now is when it comes to OpTic Texas, the amount of slaying power, how good every player is across the board, it was the same thing. Is I just don't think Crimsix and Kismet are going to be able to keep up. It is definitely possible. We have seen what they're capable of doing when they are able to pop off and take over maps, and they do make huge plays for this New York roster. We've seen the routes that Kismet takes on rotation. We've seen the cruddy plays that he makes that make game-changing plays for New York Subliners, but the issue is he's gonna have to match up against the likes of Shotzzy and Scump, the best SMG duo in the game, who will be doing those same cruddy routes, will be hitting those rotations, but will also be going double positive on top of that. So Kismet, I need to see a little bit more slaying from him if they're going to have any chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Kismet's been doing has been fine, but the problem is versus OpTic, like you said, you have to step up. You got to elevate. And, you know, we've seen some maps that, you know, New York has gotten by with Crim going double negative or Kismet not having the best performance. Namely that, yeah, I was like triple negative, like, namely that Tuscan controller they had where they clutched up at the very end. Like, the team has ice, but you're not doing that versus OpTic Texas. This is a team that is sound, they're ready to go, and they're good at every single game mode. The best game mode that New York has had throughout their run as a team so far has been Control at 8-2. In this series, they're going up against OpTic Texas, the best Control team that has now seemingly mastered Berlin Control, a map that they lost to FaZe when they played them 2 times ago. And in the last time they played FaZe, they absolutely obliterated them on that map. The offense was ridiculous. It was masterful working of the spawn. So for OpTic Texas in this series, I just think they're a little bit too far ahead of New York. That doesn't mean New York can't take a couple maps off them, but I think it'll be a good series nonetheless. OpTic Texas in a different stratosphere.
One of the most fun matchups that we're hopefully able to see this year in this exact series will be Shotzzy versus Hydra, okay? Now, we've been making Hydra the player to watch for the last few games, and New York has been on that main stage. But the thing is, can he keep up against who people argue is the best player in the game?
And honestly, their play styles are incredibly similar, and you can see it across the board. The way they match up is going to be perfect, so I don't even think it's going to really be a Hydra versus Shotzzy. I think it's going to be the second set of SMGs. I think it's going to be Kismet and Scump that are going to have to go to head-to-head, because I don't really think Shotzzy or Hydra are going to shut each other down. I think both of them are going to play their game in this series, and I think both of them are going to do incredibly well, and it's going to come down to the second set of SMGs by their side.
You know what it comes down to? No more excuses. You know why? Because when it comes to the New York Subliners, this was a team that struggled, and they were one of the worst teams in the entire league, next to Paris Legion, right? Can't forget them. But the thing is, after winning the Pro-Am Classic and not being able to receive points from that event, New York are looking at a tough road to champs. They're sitting in 11th place right now. They're in must-win mode right now until the end of the year, because if they fail to win and qualify for champs, what is this year even for? If you take a look at it, OpTic Texas, they're sitting pretty. 3-0 right now when it comes to Major III standings, and the New York Subliners have faced it even. 2-2 right now. But this is the thing, when you take a look at the overall points in the CDL this year, OpTic Texas still a top 2 team right behind the Atlanta FaZe. But in that 11th spot, NY, they only have 60 points, but take a look at the middle of the pack. Seattle Surge got a big win yesterday, and they're sitting at 100, but they are still in the mix with teams like Toronto, LA, and Florida right behind them.
Well, and now this will be a huge win for OpTic Texas. OpTic Texas wins today, they will move up in the standings and overtake Atlanta FaZe in first place.
Unless FaZe
win.
But they play first, so.
They're going against LA.
I will say the possibility is still there. And again, if they lose against York Subliners, now that differential gets way bigger between 1 and 2.
Right, so today's gonna be a fun day if you guys haven't noticed by now, but check this out. We like to offer you guys some things from time to time, and it seems like every day now we've been offering you this amazing promotion. Shout out to Game Fuel for this, right? If you head on over to gamefuel.com/CDL, you get your favorite flavor, your favorite color. I like the blue can, and one thing that Ali and I started doing today, Nameless, we started looking at the actual names now to learn
that name's lit.
Yo, check this out. Charged Orange Storm. This sounds elite, y'all. I like it.
It does, but like, what does an orange storm taste like? Are you not?
I got we have more Game Fuel in the back.
Limited supply, people.
But check this out. If you go to gamefuel.com/CDL and you order a case of your favorite Game Fuel flavors, you can also get your favorite team pack. Now, me personally, I really like that OpTic color and also New York, but also the purple colors, it's really hard to choose. I kind of want to get all of them. They're all kind of sexy.
Yeah, purple's my favorite color, so
really?
I'm rocking, yeah, absolutely. So I'm rocking LAG, Røkkr, or Ultra, either one. I'm rocking Røkkr right now. Like I said, after the post segment yesterday where they beat FaZe, I took off the FaZe uniform, rocking the Røkkr.
Yo, if LAG wins this first matchup against Atlanta FaZe, I will buy 3 packs of Game Fuel with the skin for just 3 random fans out there. I'll put up the tweet, okay? That's my promise to you guys out there. If the upset happens, okay? Let's see if it happens. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the pre-show. On the other side of this, we're gonna kick off the day with Los Angeles Guerrillas, a team that were your Major II champions, kind of struggling, facing off against the Atlanta FaZe, a team that's very angry and very good. We're gonna see what happens in that matchup after this break. Let's see.
So would you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? You want more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank, go empty. I'ma keep going to the low cone. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, you thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that was again in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and it's about that time. We got the first matchup of the day, baby. We have the Atlanta FaZe facing off against the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and even though this seems lopsided on paper, I'm actually hoping that we get a pretty even matchup, but looking at Atlanta FaZe's history the past few days, or even just yesterday and what happened yesterday against the Minnesota Røkkr, I don't think they're going to take things lightly at all.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, this is a massive bounce-back game for these guys. Arcitys has not been playing great throughout their last couple of series. He really needs to step it up, but the team overall as a unit, I mean, when they're rotating their setup on these hills, sometimes they push out a little bit too early. They're missing players. That's how players are going on these big streaks in them, like Attach is behind enemy lines multiple times, picking up multi-kills. So I'm expecting the communication to be a lot cleaner in this series. We know how good of a respawn team this team is, right? Not can be, how good they are. Yesterday, they dropped the ball on respawn versus the Minnesota Røkkr. So today I want to see the normal FaZe.
Well, and when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, a good opportunity for Arcitys to get back on track. He's gone positive once in the last 7 starts. I know you guys are all on the timeline as well. You can see that Alec talks about he's just not comfortable in this game right now. So hopefully we see a bounce back from him in this series and a bounce back on Bocage Hardpoint as well. They lost the Røkkr yesterday, only 2nd this season, 8-2 overall. And honestly, I didn't hate that pick because they had a very deep hardpoint map pool when it came to the Gavutu and Tuscan. Testing them on Bocage is the best idea, and defense game plan on Gavutu control. Only 72% of defensive rounds, that is 10th overall. Atlanta FaZe has been struggling in that game mode across the board, but they are 7-3 in their last 10, so they have an opportunity here to capitalize in the middle of the series. But again, it's those search and destroys that have really been putting them in the ball.
And seeing Arcitys play against these really fast-paced ARs, man, they've been definitely going off against him. But I'm also, LAG, a lot of teams are going off against them as well. This team has been struggling, and Ali, I believe this is their last game before Major III, and it's against Atlanta. Like, what? Do we go for a moral victory at this point?
Honestly, it's, you know, you just have to come out swinging. For me, I have like a player to watch in this series, and for me, it's going to be on the likes of Hook. I feel like he has been very consistent across the board, but I need more out of him, which is a lot to ask. It's a lot of pressure put on his shoulders, but the last series we saw, it was Gunless popping off in the S&D. It was Gunless and Slasher in that last game for aSeam. Throughout the entire year, it has either been he is going double positive or he is stuck in the worst blender. So I'm really looking at Hook here to possibly step it up for this squad. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what do they got to do?
They have to steal a respawn. LAG 2-8 in the last 10 hardpoints, 1-9 in the last 10 controls. That is just terrible. aSeam has entered sort of a slump throughout this, and I think when aSeam figures it out and becomes a little bit more consistent, then Hook will naturally start to step it up as well. I think it goes hand in hand because aSeam is a little bit more aggressive. And then, yeah, that leads me into the next key to victory, which is need the SMGs to get going. Hook 0.85 or 0.92 and aSeam a 0.85, so both of them have been underperforming. Then also improve your teamwork on hill breaks. Breaking only 8% of hills during Major III qualifiers, that is last. That just has to be better. You're not going to win hard points if you can't break a hill.
This is a team that, with this roster, they should be thriving when it comes to hard points. And I just want to let the viewers out there know, especially the LAG fans, we're hard on this team because each and every single one of us on this desk, we wholeheartedly believe that this team is just great. Their potential is through the roof. We saw that Major II. Hook in this team, when they're on fire, they're just dangerous, okay? But they're going to have to prove it, okay? We can't keep talking about that potential.
I'm going to be honest, based on who's kill cam, I'm getting very much walking out in grand final vibes. I'm getting very much Terminator vibes from the hoodie up, locked in.
That was gangster. Now, when it comes to pick'ems though, Ali, this one just seems kind of easy, right?
Unfortunately, it seems kind of easy. Well, I'm going to have to go with the Atlanta FaZe. It's just because LAG, when it comes to Major III qualifiers, has just not been there for me. But I see you got them shades on, Belly. Who are you going with for this series?
You already know the deal, baby. Let's go on my one right now because I'm waving the flag. I've seen what LAG have been made of, and it's going to be Atlanta FaZe all the way, baby. Shout out to Zeddy, by the way. The blue blocks are really nice. And we got 2 for Atlanta. Are you going to give
Easy pick. I'm going to Atlanta FaZe as well. Like, they're angry. I don't see them losing back-to-back.
Well, man, you know what? I'm hoping that LAG have a really good game this series because they need it because Major III is right around the corner. Let's send this over to Bryson 10, fellas. Let's take it away. Let's hope for a good one, right? Let's hope for one.
It should be a good one. There's a lot of people questioning this game as we go forward, and for very good reason. Yesterday, the boogeyman of the CDL, FaZe Atlanta, looked bad. They got put to the sword in pretty dramatic fashion by Røkkr, and the question does remain, are they FaZe up or are they FaZe down? Ton, LAG will be the ones to test them today.
They will be the ones to test them, but I kind of feel sorry for LAG in this scenario. I've just, in my mind, I've got Cellium coming out with a 2.6 KD or something like that today. It just feels like it has to be that kind of bounce back series for them. I think if FaZe are going to come out here and scrape a win by LAG, that will not give them a lot of confidence heading into the major. For them, I'd love to see them. Well, I mean, LAG fans maybe question it, but I would love to see them come out here and just go for it like crazy. I want to see them come out and have a good game. We need to see a confident display, because the last 2 times we have seen them, it has been anything but confident, Brycey, and they need to turn it around. And well, what better way to turn it around than on aBeZy? For LAG on this one, I'm kind of questioning it. They get rid of GaVootoo instead, but I mean, they seen FaZe yesterday not look too hot on it, so maybe they thought, well, if Røkkr can do it, we can do it too, maybe, but probably not. Let's see. Atlanta FaZe, can you step it up today?
Well, we'll have to find out what FaZe is turning up as we jump straight into this first hard point, of course. More about positioning than hitting the slaying, but FaZe have something to prove, and there is an awful lot at stake in this game, realistically. A lot of people will be calling for FaZe to do something dramatic and change if they don't do anything here in Major 3, and with LAG, their slow inexorable climb into being a better and better team, including the fact that something we didn't talk about is that when you look at this schedule, maybe at the start of the week or a couple of weeks ago, no one really would have expected LAG to pull points out of this game. Now it's looking much more likely.
It's looking more likely, but I would still on the side of caution to anybody who's putting any money where their mouth is on that one. But Cellium kicking things off like that is never going to give any hope towards the LAG fans, who will eventually find that kill. Cellium off the top rope to find the initial, nicely done, but the rotation is going to be there for LAG. Not too bad of a start for them. But yeah, people will talk about blowing it up for the side of FaZe and things like that. But honestly, for me, we know how good these guys are. They have problems right now. They need to fix them, and I believe they just needed maybe a little bit of a kick up the butt. And right now they're getting it from a lot of teams. Not so much from LAG though. The rotation has been just about broken by the side of FaZe. Arcitys yet to get on the board, but the tiny terrors and Cellium around them doing the job.
This is the big question. Is there a way back for FaZe? Was yesterday just a one-off, or is something broken in the FaZe camp at the moment? Doing a pretty good job. They're actually finding this from the wrong side of P2, and they've been doing it most of the way through, and the question is just how locked in are they going to be today? Well, it's looking like a full wipe. Only Arcitys going to get one, but eventually taken down, and the points will flip to LAG, and now Hook, he is going to be trying to flip these spawns as well.
Atlanta FaZe is very cautious on the retake over towards P2 here. They only had one player pushing all the way through. Eventually, they will grab that final 10 seconds, but that will now give them some room to extend out over the map. Look how slow FaZe are playing here. They need to get going. Maybe they know that there will be some players positioned in the map. Either way, FaZe very slow to answer the call of LAG getting themselves set up. So they're picking their way through the map here. I think they're overly cautious of not trying to give away too much, but with all this time that LAG are getting for free, you're giving up plenty.
Oh, they're still aholding them off here at the moment. BT eventually gets 2, but Slasher says thank you for the trade. Walks that one in at the moment. Atlanta FaZe really haven't made much progress into this hill. Eventually taking it down, but Gunless and Asima here as well. And I've got to say this, LAG at the moment look like they might be in the better team. They are winning the slaying battles. They've hit the rotations better. Atlanta FaZe, this map was their bread and butter, and that has turned sour very quickly.
Just a really good hold by LAG, but nothing really coming to the forefront for the side of FaZe. That raw ability we know they have gets them out of certain situations time and time again, but on top of that we know how good their teamwork has been, but it just feels like something is amiss at this moment in time. But I think that's at the same time a hell of a gunfight to win against Cellium. I think at the same time, you know, we talk about the issues that they have right now, and we know how good this squad is. We just feel like the fix is going to come at some point, but I mean, when is it going to start coming? Right now, you're 30 points behind a team who are 2-8 on aBeZy. It's a long way to go yet, Brycey, but LAG are schooling FaZe here on aBeZy.
Well, you can already see Asima, Hookah locked in. We're seeing them like they were in championship form and trying to get around that one and eventually do some damage, and FaZe will spawn towards back 10. Hookah on a spy spree as well. He's 14-6. Absolute laser focus. And that is spelling disaster for a team like Atlanta FaZe who want to bounce back into this one very, very quickly. It's not looking good.
It's really not. This is another rotation just going to go over towards the side of LAG. I think the thing is, for me, it's just the breaks just have not come through for FaZe. It's 2 decent rotations for LAG. Yeah, okay, they get the spawns. They get the rotation over towards P3. Great. They get the spawns and rotation over towards P4. Great. But how are they able to lock in so much time? It is aBeZy. just contest it. Just get in the point and get mixing. You are Atlanta FaZe. You can pick up points. Cellium 5 and 10. Arcitys 4 and 12. What is going on?
Well, they're going to have to find some way back into this game. At the moment, it's a big chow by Cell. They're going to lock down River. A huge hold here will help them out massively. And they are going to need it. You can already see the pressure coming in from LAG. They're trying to get a bit of a pinch going on. They don't really have the numbers or positioning to try and make anything of it, but Asim gets one. Will eventually be traded back, and now they take L control, and they're trying to get through. Slash is going to challenge, and Hill doesn't need to. Gunless guns him down. 20 seconds potentially on the board here for LAG. And as we go into the second set of rotations, it is looking very positive for them.
It's looking brilliant for them. About a 40-point lead, of course, that has been reduced with it. Decent little attempted things over towards the boat side. But for me, I don't know. As we go into the second rotation, maybe something we will discuss as the series goes on just a little bit more. But it just feels like, you know, that arrogance, that cockiness that FaZe had, obviously last year dominating the majority. Is that gone somewhat? And is that maybe affecting their gameplay? It just feels like they're second-guessing themselves. When you look at them on the minimap, nothing seems fast, and it's Prolute and it's FaZe, and you would expect it to be everything that is fast. I don't know. It's a peculiar thing. Either way, LAG, after one rotation, will lead by around 40. Looking at this rotation over towards P2, they have that one locked in. Great game out so far at 19 and 9. That 19-10 as he will go down, but LAG is showing up here.
Oh. They certainly are, and you also remember, Atlanta FaZe just had that P2 spawn taken away from them. Not really able to milk P1, not able to get out of grannies. They are not winning the slaying battles. They do not have the rotation, and they're down in points. It's bleak across the board. They need some magic. LAG do not want to give it to them. They're taking a little bit of dominance here in mid-map, but the Hugh with a two-piece shuts it down. Having the game of his life at the moment on Prolute.
Ali said she wanted to see more from him, and well, she's getting it. 22 and 12 slash it. Locking things down here as well. Arcitys is starting to wake up just that little bit, but at this moment in time, it's going to be too little too late. When it comes down to Prolute for LAG, you have a standard Prolute map from here on out. You should be good. That lead extending. Anyway. Asim already
this is
behind.
A breakdown.
It is a complete breakdown. They can't seem to get anything right. Where is Cellium looking right now? Are the comms
well,
there?
I don't know what is going on.
Are they talking to each other? What is going on? aBeZy and co, you need to switch on very, very quickly, or you're in danger of getting run over. This time around, it looks like they are going to have a rotation over towards P3. They need to lock in some decent time here, Brycey, just for confidence more than anything. But the thing is, Hook is already beaming. He already has the glide bomb. It's going to be an issue on this rotation, and Asim is already in your face.
Well, I tell you what, it is time for us to peek behind the curtain. Let's go for a listen-in with Atlanta FaZe.
No one's on time. Play kills. Once we top house. Top house, 100%. Good job.
Top house, nice.
Three dead. We're on Rivers. He's on barrels. Yes, right. Low field, he's just looking for
I'm holding time.
Nice, good job.
Someone help me play around time. I'm just staying down right now, okay? I'm just staying down on time. I don't really have anything for you guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, one shot.
I'll just shoot.
Alright, play your.
He's going back door. He's going back window.
Yeah.
I was on street. Time in the corner. Nice, guys. Back right.
I'm one shot.
Nice. Good shit.
I'm one shot.
Time. Look at my tools.
Help. Any of your tools?
Front one shot.
Tools.
One more shot. Sasha, I got time. Sasha was front. He was front somewhere, okay?
I don't see my stun.
Give me sitting corner, yeah.
My stun one's here. Back half all dead.
Alright. Slow it down. Let's get right.
In the back. Ace in the back.
Go right.
Okay, I'm on your right. I'm on your right.
I'm just testing.
Yo, could jump on top. Dead.
Front door dead. One more charger. Dead.
Nice. Good time. Yo, I got tree door.
Yo, I have your back door right now. I'm holding back door. Pinch front door, guys. Oh no, I got there.
They spawned.
He went secret.
There's no back here on me.
Secret.
Wow, a little bit of fire in the comms for FaZe. A little bit of fire back on Prolute, but will it be enough at this point? aBeZy getting loud. Well, they are going to lose that hill time as well. It might be too late, Ton.
And I love the energy coming from aBeZy. I think he's just trying to get the rest of his teammates G'd up. I mean, it didn't sound like a team who was down by that amount. It didn't sound like the team we presumed wasn't coming, or just seemed despondent throughout the first, few minutes of Prolute here. Right now, though, there's still 50 points behind. There's still an issue. Is this rotation now looking like it's going to be LAG's once again? aBeZy, the only one, over towards the tower, is going to get taken down. A team will find one and a second as well. 28 and 22. Cooks kind of slipped the radar since the Cook's been having a hell of a game. The Simp doing what he needs to do, just causing chaos in the ranks. This is really nice from LAG so far. Around 35 points away from beating FaZe on Barrage. That will be something.
Well, the lock is in. LAG could end this right here and right now, and they're trying to do it. Cellium and Arcitys, though, do eventually find two. Slashing, holding on. Gunless in the hill, but will go down as Arcitys gets taken down by a team nade, and it's disastrous for FaZe. More pressure coming through as aBeZy jumps into gunfire. Gunless guns another one.
They can win it. Yeah, they got out. They got out.
There. What are you doing? You're back on the hill. You're winning, but don't ever get off the hill. And FaZe will be trying to find a way back into this game, but for the second day in a row, Barrage has not been theirs, and they are getting gunned and destroyed by a team that most people wouldn't have taken to beat them. LAG looking like different gravy on the map today.
3 seconds to go. Here comes the glide bomb, and that might just be that. LAG inside the point. That is surely going to be game. My. Well played, LAG. But my goodness me, FaZe. Just so many free points. And not because you can't let it happen. You can't. There shouldn't be that many free points. There was a couple of rotations. LAG locked in. All credit to them. But you've got to get in there. You've got to do something about it. The highlight for me was from 2 to 3. FaZe are taking so long. It feels like that confidence, that swagger that we talk about when we sort of synonymize something with FaZe. It does not seem to be there right now. LAG, though, very, very well played.
Yeah,
great lockdowns. The rotations were fantastic. The holds were brilliant, but you expect a lot more than that out of FaZe.
Well, we'll leave Atlanta FaZe for 1 second. I want to talk about LAG. Hugh is locked in.
Oh, yeah, man.
Absolute phenom on the map, and it probably contributed to Atlanta FaZe feeling a little bit rusty. Obviously, yesterday, dramatic scenes for them. The community was, I wouldn't say outraged, but very passionate, because they are basically the villains of the CDL, one of the most dominant teams in CDL history. And then they come into LAG, who are looking hot, who are slaying hard. Whatever confidence or pep talk they may have had before the game today has flown out the window under the guns of the Guerrillas. They simply just look like the better squad. You cannot convince me that this is the same FaZe we've been talking about in the power rankings. Every single power rankings I have ever seen has had FaZe top 2. Now, well, they're falling about as fast as we've ever seen anybody.
I mean, we can give credit over towards LAG, absolutely, and we should do. But this is the kind of series that you would expect FaZe to be coming out and winning fairly comfortably. The FaZe of, well, do you want to say old? I mean, it's not necessarily like it wasn't a few weeks ago. They look okay, you know, they haven't necessarily looked like the FaZe of last year by any stretch of the imagination. But let's not get it twisted. That wasn't close. That was not close. That's a 100-point game on Barrage against LAG, who are now 3-8 on that map.
If we're going to be honest about this series, and I think we have to be, LAG have looked better. They have. We were asking the question when Gunners come back in, a little bit of an adjustment period, but they started to get that teamwork clicking again. The reason people are so down on FaZe at the moment is yesterday's loss was probably the biggest they've ever suffered as a 4. And let's face it, everybody expects them to beat everybody but OpTic. And now they are losing games left, right, and center. Something looks rotten in the FaZe camp. But with more maps to go, can this team regain the demonhood? Can they find their way back into this? Case in point, Cellium. A lot of people were talking about him being one of the best players in the CDL this year. Underwhelming yesterday, underwhelming so far today. What is going on?
I would just like to point out he still has the best overall KD in the CDL, by the way.
Like, wow, not even after he's on.
No, not for very long. I mean, recently it hasn't been going well, and I think that has to be something that they're going to have to deduct in the coaching staff. Crowd and the boys are going to have to look at it and have to figure out what's going on. You know, for us, we can always say, like, in that instance, with slow rotations coming on through, seems like there is no speed about their game at times. That,
I want to talk about LAG.
Go on.
Talk about LAG.
Yeah, okay, I think that's fair. Go on, go ahead.
Let's be perfectly clear about LAG, and I've told this narrative a few times before. Questions were asked when they went from 0 to hero with a sub at Major 2. Can they continue it? Well, Gunless back in the squad, and he's gunning. Huke is locked in. Asim looks fantastic, and Slasher is holding everywhere they need him to. I don't want to undersell them because I know the big story is FaZe. I know it is, but remember, these are our Major 2 champions, and they needed to find some form. Champs is not locked in for them yet. There is a lot of points left on the table. Taking these points against FaZe and having a good Major 3 will lock it for them. This is points we didn't expect them to get. And let's face it, if they are looking like a top team, like we can expect them to, well, Major 3 is going to be all the more entertaining for it.
It will make it very entertaining. LAG definitely stepping up to the plate here, but here's the top performers in Search and Destroy. And yes, okay, Cellium may not have had the best of starts to this series, a good series yesterday, or even the week before that, but a 1.24 still overall in Search and Destroy is something you cannot underestimate. But heading into a Desert Siege, though, so one of these players who plays the outside B, you're going to be looking for Gunless to try and get something done with that sniper over towards that B side. That's where the counter action is going to be there for Cellium, but Slash at a 1.15 as well. He'll also enjoy himself on Desert Siege, of no doubt. Records for these two teams on these maps are positive for the both, but LAG only losing it 2 times. FaZe 6-4, LAG 5-2. It's a good map for LAG. This, if they can find a 2-0 lead here, Brycey, with the way that FaZe have been playing, with the despondency on their faces, I don't know if I see a way back into the series for the Atlanta side.
And that's the weird thing, because you have to give them benefit of the doubt. Don't get me wrong, yesterday rocked by Røkkr. Today, LAG have already taken them down on Bacage. FaZe no longer looking untouchable on the map in fairness. It might be a veto for them for a little while unless they can figure it out. Going into this S&D though, a hot LAG, a team on the ascendants against Atlanta FaZe, who just need some stability and maybe a little bit of a confidence kill. They need to figure something out and figure it out fast. The worst possible time for a team to hit the downfall is right before the event, and Atlanta FaZe are writing it into existence.
You know, we've been having a conversation as no gunfight seemingly going to transpire to kick things off. We've been having the conversation about how poor FaZe have looked as of recent, but then we were also saying, would it surprise you to see them win Major 3? I think no. You know, we had that conversation last night. If they lose this, though, I think it would, honestly. With all respect, Minnesota have been playing very, very well, but LAG haven't necessarily, you know, looked as good as they had done at Major 2, of course, as Arcitys will find the first blood, but yeah, this would be a serious worry if they do lose this game, especially in the fashion, if it continues how it did in map number 1. 4 versus 3 for the side of FaZe now, though. LAG looking to try and find something over towards the A side. Simp ready and waiting side of pass.
And FaZe have looked good on this map as well, but so have LAG. The Sober battles could be very influential as they go through. Right now, LAG need to find an opening. Huke makes the first one. Dominant in the first hard point and brings them back to a 3 versus 3. Who else can he find? At the moment, nobody, but they're trying to lock down a B push here. And Cellium's a player who'll stop them.
Oh, shot's gonna go in. He just about finds a pixel onto a seam. And Huke just walking through the point there. And inside a palace, he will trade places with Simp. He will find Arcitys, and now it's the hunt on for Cellium. Gunless, I mean, there's not enough time, unfortunately, for the side of LAG now, unless they can find both 2 kills. Lingered far too long and trying to get that bomb down, and FaZe will find the round.
That first blood by Arcitys, it pays out.
A big pick by Cellium as well. Huge pick from Cellium.
Just kind of slowed down LAG, and I'm guessing they were playing around Gunless, maybe looking for the revenge pick. Eventually it fell on Huke to get it, but Cellium with a very important pick as well. 2 kills really just told the entire story, because even with Huke finding his, they were just delayed over and over again. First round to Atlanta FaZe, on to the second. And they're going for a mid-dominant push, but also looking for that pick at A-ton.
Arcitys not been confident recently. What was it? 7 of the last 8 series. He's went negative or something along those lines. Sniper in his hand may well give him some confidence. It's another first blood for FaZe. LAG playing from behind once again. Get through the stone walls there, PS. Good man. Now he's going to have to be the man to get something done, and those are the kind of shots you're going to hit, you know. Arcitys in the middle of nowhere. And sometimes the easier shots are the harder ones to take. Asim will answer back. It's 3v3, but that bomb is down.
Yeah, Gunner's trying to push all this pressure back. He's not hitting shots, but he is forcing a backstep from Atlanta FaZe. So that's just trying to get into this one. Arcitys makes a pick on the Gunners in the end. And Arcitys finds a second with a sniper. And we said we need this man to turn up, and he's done it. It's now a 1 versus 3 for Asim, and he finds the first, but with 20 seconds left, he's going to get gunned.
Well played from Arcitys. Confidence to chow that with the pistol as well as maybe overarching, if anything. But at the same time, the round was already done. They get the info on Asim. Cellium always there for the cleanup. 2-0 now for FaZe. They've got a little bit of a buffer. Those first bloods very much in their favor. For LAG, though, I think I have to just concentrate on maybe surviving that first 30 seconds and not working from the back foot. But a couple of opportunities there for Gunless to find a couple of shots. Finds Arcitys. It's a very different round.
Yeah, Gunner's missing his snipes. It doesn't spell well for the rest of this series, because if Arcity's feeling himself, it can take over parts of those maps. At the moment, you can see LAG looking for some pusher going through, and that's another first blood that has been ripped away from them. FaZe are finding first blood so far in this S&D. And a little bit of confidence may start to dwell in the chest of Atlanta FaZe. Hugh gonna try and find aBeZy here, and it's a slow peek, and aBeZy says thank you very much. 2 versus 4 for LAG.
It wasn't the easier kills aBeZy will find. Got himself into this position very, very quickly. Nobody from LAG covering the B side to kick things off, and all of a sudden, he's in your spawn. aBeZy likely to push this again. Slasher, we'll see you later. It's only going to be Gunless left now on a 1 versus 4. aBeZy finding 2 in the round, though, and this one is done and dusted. A 3-0 lead for FaZe. Unless Gunless can pull a, well, not just a rabbit out of the hat, a 1v4 alongside of it would be nice.
Just think a little bit of a confidence kill for Gunners would be nice as he takes a grenade to the side of the head. They know where he is. They cut him down. And down they go. Atlanta FaZe 3-0 on this so far. Looking confident.
Much more confident. Much, much more confident. And I don't know, it just kind of feels like LAG are running into them. They're holding their ankles, and I mean, they're not doing anything special for the side of FaZe. They're just making sure they find those kills. Your gunnies are up. You're finding the gunfights. We haven't seen any of the first bloods yet, but they haven't seemed to come in any strange position. It hasn't necessarily been a ridiculous gunfight from our point of view, at least. What can you do now if you're LAG? 3 down. Hold your defense, and then maybe try and find an attack, and then you're back on the defense, and you're suddenly back into the game, maybe, but it's a precarious spot to be in. Not playing that passive here either. Yeah, either. Bryson Gunless over towards this side could be the one with the sniper.
Well, they've moved Arcitys up for the counter snipe. They're looking for him. Cellium throwing a shoulder there. Gunners could take him apart if he finds him in the right time, and he doesn't.
He didn't see him either.
They're executing as well. They're looking to get onto this point here, FaZe. Slowly but surely creeping up this map. IG, not in the best place to counter it. It will come down to Gunless if he can find something. And with bomb down, they're going to have to swing into action.
Arcitys will find Gunless as well, so that sniper battle just going the wrong way for LAG. Arcitys having a hell of a game. The team will be able to answer back with a kill onto Cellium, and maybe if LAG can just up the pace, then something could be done here. Asim will surely get caught by aBeZy. He does so. It's a 2 versus 3 for LAG.
And aBeZy's on his demon time. He is flying around this map as Arcitys finds Hugh as well. And Slasher finds the first, but 2 players left to try and break down before he can get onto this bomb for the 1 versus 3. He knows the time is against him as well. He shot in the back, he shot in the front, and down he goes. FaZe find another round here. And I said they needed a confidence boost, Sadan. I said they needed to find something to put all the criticism to rest. And this might be it.
This is dominant. It's the kind of map they would have wanted. To kick things off. Something in this fashion on Bacage would have been perfect. Yeah, absolutely fine, but maybe this is the kind of map you need to bounce back after a map like that as well. Fantastic stuff from Arcitys. He's the one finding a lot of these picks. aBeZy just controlling Paulehx as best as he can. LAG not at the races at all. It is another first blood, although this one answered back fairly quickly. It is a 3 versus 3 over towards B.
Oh, so he's going to try and open up this field a little bit here. You can see that bomb going down, so it's retake for FaZe. They are locked in, and he's looking for as well. Cellium finds one, and Arcitys is going to call out Slasher. Hasn't seen him, doesn't know where he's gone. That defuse is coming in, and Arcitys is desperate to go on the overwatch for it. And nade has already flown through, and that's going to be defused. Just not in the right position. The threat of Arcitys was enough to push LAG completely off their game plan.
And that's the thing, as soon as the scene goes down to the angle from Cellium, it is a hard retake for the side of LAG down that side. There's a sniper lingering on the outside, a sniper who's sitting at 5-2 right now. In Arcitys, it is difficult to retake that side. Well played from FaZe, though. They just take their time, make 6-2 for aBeZy, 5 spree for him. LAG honestly just choke this round and get yourself into the control because things need to change. Although saying that, Slasher and Hook will find 2. Full sale, Bryce? No? Too early?
That would certainly be a nail in the coffin of FaZe, but right now, Arcitys left alone on a 1 versus 4, and they've hunted him down and taken him down as well. So now FaZe have lost 1, but can LAG hit that full sale? It's an early call, but they never count anything out in CDL these days.
No, we can't count much out in Vanguard, can we? A team who has finished 2nd in our 2 majors, going up against a team who somehow managed to win it with a sub.
It's kind of mad.
It doesn't. It still doesn't feel real. That, by the way, that was. Gosh.
FaZe forever 2nd, playing against the champions of Major 2.
Yep.
Back and forth at the moment. FaZe dominating on this S&D. LAG dominating the hard point, but does it end this way? aBeZy finds first blood again. Gunless trying to get that trade coming through, and they are just going back and forth about it, and aBeZy eventually will get the benefit for it, and he tries to get players to back him up, and it hasn't worked for him. aBeZy is just gunning, absolutely gunning. Slasher, last one alive for LAG. aBeZy on the cusp of the ace. Never mind, Arcitys says you're not having it today. It's done, it's dusted, it's the S&D. And FaZe run over LAG in an anticlimactic game. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was just dominant.
And that's a turn up of the books, to be honest with you, because when I looked at this series beforehand, and I thought to myself, if there's any map in particular that LAG have a good chance on, it was map number 2. The fact that they come out, win the Barrage as well, I was like, oh, they're looking great. Phenomenal start to the series. That was weird. I just don't know. Just not a good performance at all.
I just have a theory about FaZe on Desert Siege, something that I've kind of noticed whenever they play this game. When they get beat, I feel like it usually hinges on Arcitys. They tend to play around him an awful lot. And essentially with his sniping or the position he takes into field, if he's confident and if they are making kills, FaZe are right at home. It's when they don't have that. If Arcitys starts getting first blood in or cannot make his kills, the rest of the team don't really get back into the S&D. It usually goes along those 2 lines. Obviously, aBeZy here getting 1,000,000 first bloods helped Arcitys with the pressure from the sniper, shut them down over and over again. Gunless, really bad time for it and just wasn't able to hit the snipes after we saw it early on. Never really regained that confidence.
Never did. And the fact that, you know, Simp sitting there at 1-3 and you still won 6-1 tells the story of how well aBeZy and Arcitys played. Fantastic stuff from FaZe. Completely counteracted exactly what we thought was going to be the game plan for LAG, which would have been the snipe picks. Try and find them. Gunless just did not get on the board at all. Nullify that threat. Win the game fairly easily. So well played to the side of FaZe. LAG's plan was thrown straight out the window, and now they're going to have to bounce back here. I hope the confidence is still flowing for them, but we do know that FaZe definitely, surely that's going to be a little bit of a weight off their shoulders. The fact that they can find that map now, does it allow them to kick on in the series, or do we see something similar? Because that was a lot more like the FaZe of old rather than the FaZe of recent.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. Unfortunately, we don't close the book here. We are going to go to a map number 3. So don't go anywhere and join us when we find out how this one ends. Either LAG or Atlanta FaZe have got to walk away with a win. We'll see you right after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You join us in an interesting game so far. Atlanta FaZe bodied on Bacard, LAG taken down in Desert Siege. A game of two halves essentially, but fortunately much more to come in this series, Ton.
A lot more to come. I think for the side of LAG, you had FaZe down and bleeding, but those are the kind of opportunities you maybe need to take. That search and destroy is one that you know you're well versed on, but to get smoked like that, is that now the FaZe ascendancy? Is this now going to be the standard FaZe that we would usually see? Is kind of my question after that one, because that was quite simply just very, very solid from the side of FaZe. They execute their game plan wonderfully. For the side of LAG, they could never get going. Their main plan usually when it comes down to Desert Sea, just to get gunless on that sniper, finding those shots. We were very much left wanting for a lot of them from when we seen on the kill cam. I think we were just discussing the brick. Does Gunless even hit anybody during that series? Did he even land a bullet? I'm not even too sure. So yeah, not the greatest of maps there from Gunless, and it showed on the scoreboard. So now for the side of FaZe, it's your opportunity to bounce back after opponent map number 1, and can you now take the series in 4? I would say it's more likely than not, to be honest, Brycey, with how that search now went. I think LAG are maybe a little bit despondent after that one, because that was a good pick for them, and that, for me, you were looking at it on paper, you would like to see a 2-0 lead for your LAG fan.
Yeah, you certainly would. Obviously, I think coming into this one, though, you would definitely favour a little bit of Atlanta FaZe on those map picks. Really, essentially, the Bacard, most people think is a lock for them most of the time. Going into Desert Siege, like I said, I've seen two sides of Atlanta FaZe, and today was the good side. Going into the control is going to be telling. The respawn's not looking great for FaZe, which is something I never thought I'd be saying, but has that S&D given them a new level of confidence? Do we get to see Demon Time FaZe back in action, or the Major II champions back on form? It's a big question as we head into Gavudu. I feel like some of the questions will be around Arcitys here, if he has a good game. Because I think it was you, Tony, who brought up the statistic saying out of the last 7 series hasn't been positive.
Yeah, it was on the keys to victory at the start of the game. It was across, just get this one correct because we don't want to get it wrong, do we? Positive once in the last 7 series. Yep, it's not good. Not fantastic, especially from a player like Alec. You know, we know what kind of numbers he can drop. We know what kind of player he can be. And you need to see more from out of these kind of series, these ones that you would expect Atlanta FaZe to win, 100%. Don't think anybody would have put their money where their mouth is when it comes down to LAG in this series, but FaZe, good start for them now. Look, to try and get a hold of boat control as the push comes in here from LAG. As far as this map goes, though, 6-9 for the side of LAG. FaZe 7-7, so not too dissimilar, I would say. FaZe overall in control. Tuscan is their playground, but the other two, they have struggled somewhat. So let's see if they can get something going here on Gav.
Well, it's going to be a little bit telling depending on how it goes down at the moment. FaZe are winning all over the show. Gunner's trying to hold them off, and aBeZy's going to be looking for him. Doesn't matter. Cellium gets him in the end, and LAG might find themselves in a bit of a blender here if they can't break this deadlock.
Yeah, Simp doing the classic. Pushes up each side. He is always playing this role for the side of FaZe. LAG are taking their time, but they are slowly being picked apart here. aBeZy now will push out. A scene will be dealt with. And LAG just look a little shell-shocked after that search and destroy. Yet to find a way out of their spawn. aBeZy will just get caught napping just a little bit. Simp will find one on the return, and LAG just clear out their spawn, but now is the damage already done? 24 seconds to get something done over towards A. They get a little bit of control, but that's all they have.
Oh, he's going to try and hold him off with the propane. And he's doing so. That clock has stopped, and it's players all aboard the boat for LAG. And Atlanta FaZe have given it up. Best thing that they've managed to achieve so far, because they don't really have the lives in their favor too much, is the fact they've bled a lot of that time away for LAG to get B.
They have done, but honestly, with the position that they had there, Bryce, I would like to see them lock that one in, but I don't think they'll be too disappointed. That's okay. You can give A up. It's still a hard push over towards the B side. Atlanta FaZe with a line across the map. Green control going to start coming in here for LAG. Oh, look at the spawn here, actually. Are they going to be able to get rid of aBeZy? Yes, they are. aBeZy just spawns in the middle of 3 LAG players. Not necessarily ideal. FaZe still with P1 control. aBeZy still cut off from the rest of his teammates. Is he going to get cut down again? Not quite. Good shots onto Hookin. This could be the break back here for the side of FaZe now. We'll find a couple of kills then towards the back. It's only a Seam. Doing well to survive, though.
This puts an awful lot of pressure on the FaZe. They know they have to battle through in every single position, and they let a player get back onto the point. Holds him up. The wall bang isn't that effective through the tank. And Seam is still alive towards the back, and it is causing all kinds of issues. Eventually, Arcitys finds him, but Gunless is still going to be on that B tank.
Yeah, slowly making the progress there as well, Bryce. If you consider over towards the 5th round, if we do get there, there's another tick. It's 4 in total so far for the side of LAG. They've been a constant threat all the way through green, and that's the angle they're playing for once more. It's only a Seam over towards P1. They can get rid of Cellium, get over towards green, get control, then maybe it could be an attack around on the board. They get rid of Arcitys over towards the both sides, so now it's about cleaning out P1. Not going to happen, as it is Cellium and Simp locking this one down. LEG, it's a bit of a laboured push this time around. It's just good positioning from FaZe. Put themselves in awkward spots in the map, and a minor scare is all it will be with 15 seconds left to go. I don't see LEG getting any further than this.
Keep an eye on Cellium, by the way. 7-1. It's a scary prospect. What some people consider one of the league's best players. Last couple of series not been great for him, but right now, absolutely dropping bombs on a 5 streak. They'll probably try and play around that here on that this attack. See if they can't get a bit of bait for Cellium. Get him in a good position. Might even be a slow start for FaZe on this attacking round, Ton.
Wouldn't surprise me. We know how good the glide bomb is on this map in particular. Let's see if they do play for it. I would be playing for it if I was the side of FaZe. It's just nice to have that insurance policy, isn't it? But yeah, good hold in the end. Didn't panic as well. That's what I liked about it. LAG were always in their spawn. Now, once did you see the side of FaZe panic? Controlled over towards P1. They could cut off the resources that are coming in for LAG. Very, very well played. Now for Cell, can he find 2 more kills? He does like this ladder. He's probably going to be challenged by Hook here, though. Just about takes his head off with some help from his teammate. He's one off that glide.
He is. Might even see a propane push here, or just sitting up top boat. He'll be looking for the easy pick. A glide bomb on this map is certainly worth playing for. Not like some other teams we've seen on Berlin. Not such a good map for it. Cellium still just playing a little bit coy. His teammates are taking every single kill away from him. He does Yuke! And he does get it. Glide bomb in the pocket. Atlanta FaZe are dominating on Gavudu. LAG having to just back up, take the B control, then get it. Arcitys also firing on all cylinders.
This is nice from FaZe, not overstepping their mark either. They get a hold of it. They know they have map control. There's no need to maybe overstep just a little bit. Arcitys P1 control. That's kind of what you want as you set the foundations for a push over towards B. I don't think I would have expected Gunless. Yeah, I was going to say Gunless pushing up this side. It's surely going to be an issue here. Does he challenge it? Yes, he does. Surely he should be dead for the return, and is. aBeZy will get there for the trade, but still. Cellium, does he choose to invest in the streak this round here, Bryce? That's what I'm curious about.
Oh, Simp trying to do some work there, but Nade's raining all about him. aBeZy being on this hill. The problem is they can't really call him this glide bomb until they have reinforcements. You need to be able to capitalize on any push you make. First tick in for FaZe. Cellium finds a kill as well. aBeZy holding fire, waiting for anyone to make their man known, and now he's alone. Gonna be looking for that second tick. That's all he really wants out of this now, and he's trying to stay alive, not able to gunless. And a lot of pressure from FaZe, but no second tick as LAG look to move up the map.
And what works out well for LAG is that they can move up the map there, Bryce. Not caught in their spawn, not worrying about players over towards P1, but you can worry about Cellium. My goodness! This team has just absolutely mollywopped them, and there's aBeZy as well, and now we can push up, and all of a sudden, what was looking like an attack and run for FaZe, LAG have a say in it. Maybe they are here still to play. We've seen a good performance in map number 1. We've seen absolutely nothing in map number 2. They seem to have a walk in here on Gavudu control. Slasher on the flank. FaZe struggling to push. LAG still within the shout yet.
Yeah, Slasher being an issue as well. A Seam just doing bits of P1 at the same time. And guns again. Arcitys in problems as well. They cannot find Slashers on a 5. Hugh continuing his reign of terror. And FaZe on the cusp of getting a second tick on B. Now I've got to worry about getting out of spawn.
They have time here. They don't necessarily need to rush into these gunfights. Still 40 seconds to play with. Simp will find Slasher. aSeam will then get taken down by Simp also. Hook now just trying to stay alive. Will put the shots in. They with them backing up, to be honest with you, because aBeZy's going to be there. The rest of the team now coming off the respawn, but FaZe halfway up the map here. One good push could be curtains for LAG.
The question is, I don't think they invest here, not unless they make 1 or 2 kills. Simp finds one.
There's one.
They're going for the push here. aBeZy's going to try and make a huge gunfight if he can make it, trying to stay alive. Eventually does find him. They're now on the point, it's locked down, but he needs reinforcements. Gunless already takes a bear down P1, and aBeZy's desperately fighting for his life here on the hill and does end up dropping. And FaZe are so far away, I don't think they can make this work.
They can't. Didn't invest the glide, but did not allow LAG to get one of their own as well. So that is important. LAG will get a hard forward defense underneath their belts there. Very well played, constantly just trying to get a little bit of control. And I think for the side of FaZe there, they had a lot of control and all of a sudden they lost all of it. You've seen the attack starting to come through. They're starting to stretch their legs, spread their wings a little bit. And they got clipped very, very quickly by the side of LAG, and all of a sudden they could get map control back, forced FaZe back. Just not enough time to get anything done. But you were right to sort of say, you know, do they invest their glide moment? They choose not to.
Would be the first time
kind of went by. Well, yes, I know there's so many times. I think we see a couple of challenges, didn't we, over the last week? Also, when we were covering on that side of things, it is so hard to make the right time to call that glide bomb in. It's nice to still have it if you're FaZe.
It is. It's also much better on defense than it is on attack. Does give them kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card on the B push. Right now, it's all about A. LAG trying to lock down boat, trying to lock down control. The one thing they don't want to be put in is the Atlanta FaZe blender back in spawn.
One thing I would say there as well, FaZe get a hold of a tick over towards B. So counteract what LAG managed to do in their first round. So the ticks are all even. Heading into the next 2 attacking rounds. Slasher and Gunless getting something done over towards A here, and eventually will get taken. Cellium ready and waiting over towards green. The green spawn comes in here for FaZe as well. Can they win these gunfights? Cellium doing it on his own momentarily. A hasn't quite went over actually, and they managed to get a hold of it. You have to be careful with your LAG. All of a sudden, if you're Slasher, you're the only one alive.
It's sounding like the start of a blender. It's sounding like the start of a blender. LAG need that killer seam, trying to get out of there as well. Get back in the boat. All of LA, FaZe Atlanta pushing up, trying to lock them in, and Hugh makes 2 as well. This will be a big kill, whoever makes it a seam or Cellium. Looking for this one desperately. He doesn't even want to give him A control here, Ton.
And why? Why would you? Fight for it if you can. That's exactly what FaZe did, and all of a sudden, LAG are in a really, really rough spot. 30 seconds to go now. There's a line of Atlanta FaZe across the middle of the map, and it is a hard push for LAG now. For the side of FaZe, this will be a really good defense to get underneath their belts. Only 2 ticks going over towards the side of LAG. Unless they can lock it in, that's a big gunfight win for Slasher. aBeZy is there to counter it. 13 seconds.
LAG going to be worried about him now. He's going to try and take this gunfight as well. Hugh eventually gets it. A last hurrah here for LAG, trying to get as many ticks as possible on the board. Gunless locking down boat, and A swings into their control. It's enough. It's enough for now. But with 1 minute left remaining, can they get any more ticks? Obviously, ticks do mean we can get a control onto which team gets that last round. Very important to obviously try and get defense.
Especially when it comes down to Gavutu. It is the map where the attacks are the hardest to come by. Gunless not going to find anything out there either. aBeZy will find them. Over towards the green side push. LAG straight through the front door. Seems to be the tactic. Oh, he spotted Cellium as well. Cellium can do is staying alive and does so. Does want to step further. Simp there to back things up. Also LAG. It's a staggered push at this moment in time. FaZe just not allowing them any sort of control. Takes something quite special to get an attacking round here.
Does. It might be one last push though. FaZe cannot lose his gunfights, and they don't. Arcitys cuts 2 down. Looking for the 3rd. Thank you, Gunless, for that one. Arcitys gets the 4th as well. Full team wipe for him. 10 seconds remaining. LAG probably just try and find a few kills here, because none of them have a jetpack to reach B in time.
It's a long time ago since we had those, Brycey. long time ago. Anyway, there we go. FaZe will find another defensive hold. No ticks over towards this the big point this time. So bear that in mind. 4 ticks is all they need to secure defense on round number 4, unless of course they can take it at round number 4. Let's see if they can do so. They did come close last time, Bryce. I'm curious if the moment finds itself in the right spot, whether that glide bomb will be brought in. So there's the tick advantage for the side of LAG, but FaZe are the ones with the opportunity to wipe that up.
Just an A cap would make it all even. But who comes out on top? Cellium still doing what he was doing the last couple of rounds, but Gunless answers back before they can get a control. Eventually taking himself down as well, and Arcitys moving forward here to try and farm them. LAG are doing the same thing, but unfortunately, you can't farm players off spawn if they're not in spawn.
Arcitys making sure
Arcitys, by the way.
There you go. That's a glide bomb as well. 4 kills off the back of that last round, and then all of a sudden starts playing the slow game over towards P1. The AA gun belongs to Arcitys. 7 in a row from him. Glide bomb in secondary will definitely help FaZe out. Irrelevant of what happens in this round. Kind of got caught in between. Yeah, rocking a hard place now, Bryce.
Kind of a crazy thing. If LAG can hold them and stick them back in a spawn, they won't get the ticks they need to try and get defense for the last round. A little bit of a dangerous prospect considering how little time they've got left remaining here. LAG may have pulled off a bit of a madness. You can already see FaZe hot footing the way through. aBeZy with a bounce. They need players. They need to get forward. They need to stop this clock. And they are desperate to do it right now.
Just feels like LAG have never lost control of the boat. aBeZy and Kodo found their way through. Hook is the only one who can do something. aBeZy deletes him. FaZe have sprung into life, but is it too little too late? 11 seconds left on this timer. About to get those 3 ticks to even things up here. And LAG just stop them getting onto B, and then it goes down to the life side of things. aBeZy though, continuing this streak. 4, make it 5, not quite. Sasha will answer back, but Simp has slipped the net over towards B1.
Oh, Arcitys making himself known over by Bo as well. Will eventually be taken down. FaZe want the push. Simp already making the kill towards it as well. And Slash is going to go down at the same time. Little bit disastrous as another player goes down for LAG. Blood in the water for FaZe.
Yeah,
and here comes the glides. It's disastrous time. They are looking to end this right here and right now, or at least get that first tick done. They are desperate for it.
The problem is that they can't actually push up much further. They were looking to just try and lock down a little bit of map presence, if anything. They still have forced LAG back. Another investment of a glide bomb would maybe be questionable, but is it something maybe just to wipe LAG out? They've got complete mid-map control now. Can they find these next couple of kills? If they can do, LAG are on a rough spot. 9v7 on the live count as well. Keep an eye on that.
Oh, Cellium has just taken down Gunless, who was holding the cut. Cellium might die. This eventually goes down to Hugh as well. Hugh and Simp trying to find something at the same time. And Simp trying to make a hero play, but it's not good enough. A glide bomb was invested for this, but no tick, no cigar. And it's just 3 ticks apiece. Who gets defense in this one, Ton?
I'm not too sure, but that kind of gave me vibes of what we've seen on Bakaj on occasion. The indecisiveness from FaZe. In that situation, you've got a couple of guys dead. They're all pushing towards the back. Yes, LAG have got their guns up, but you like to see them get aggressive onto the point. It will be FaZe with their defense, and they still do have a singular glide bomb to play with. But there was an opportunity there in that attack to get something done. They did not press the issue like we see FaZe do sometimes. They will just get over aggressive. They will be their arrogant self.
I feel like sometimes they play really slow towards B on the attack phase, and I don't know why.
It was a little bit too slow.
A lot of teams will be just aggressive once they get 2 or 3 down, and FaZe seem to actually just hit the brakes. But right now, pretty standard. LAG trying to get boat control, but they are losing gunfights across the map. But Simp stays alive. Back in. Stop the clock. Get that first tick.
Absolutely advantage over towards FaZe here. Defensive hold for them. You've got a glide bomb. You would think it's secured in the back pocket, but is that going to be the case? See him inside the point. Not in too bad of a spot here, LAG. Oh, Arcitys will find a kill. Over towards the cliff side. Now Gunless is going to have to fight his way out. How fast can FaZe put themselves in that position to put LAG in the blender? The answer to that question is pretty quickly. Asim will find another, though. A little bit of tension relieved.
Arcitys just stopping any potential push they're coming through. aBeZy going to be running around here, just being a troublemaker as well, and they need another opportunity here, LAG. This FaZe already ready for one of the most infamous spawn traps on Vanguard. And this is not when they want it, not the last round, not when they've got so much to do and no time.
Very little time for the side of LAG. 20 seconds to go. Yeah, it is a B hit. It's going to come in here for the side of the Guerrillas, but the problem is that as soon as that tick starts to come on through, as soon as any sort of presence over towards that side starts to come through, surely the hammer will be dropped. It may well not need to be.
Call it in. Just call it in. There it is. It's coming. A disastrous ends with a glide bomb to the face, and Atlanta FaZe take the control. Wasn't a dominant performance, but it was a good performance. They looked like they were in charge for the majority of that game, and now they go 2-1 up in the series.
Never really felt in doubt, did it? The defensive rounds pretty clean for the most part outside of the first one. They were the more threatening on the attack, which ultimately will be the thing that gets them a hold of that final defense, and with that glide bomb ready to go, their best defensive round is what it results in. Fantastic stuff from the side of FaZe. They just do what you need to do on GaVootoo control and get the job done and find a lead back into this series. Looking over towards the kill feed, though, Arcitys had a great game there. That 4-piece over towards the end of the hold to send it to that round number 5. Phenomenal from him, and we need to see much more of that kind of thing from Arcitys. We know how capable he is. How many years has this guy been at the top of the list all the time for ARs? We just haven't seen enough of it so far this year, but that was a little bit more like it.
Having a good time, and I still think the criticism might be a little bit valid towards their attacking strategies.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment there, Bryce. I would have liked to see them just go for it, you know what I mean? It was, you've got nothing to lose at that stage, right?
They're also very ring heavy when they go on the attack. Like, I know a lot of teams try to get somebody towards the back here. I don't know whether Atlanta FaZe was just being shut down every time, but they never had that extra angle for the majority of it. When you saw LAG try to make it, don't get me wrong, they weren't any more successful than FaZe, but they always sent somebody like through radio or try to hit the green cut. FaZe just seem to want to go P1 dominant, and it doesn't really work out for them because they're also quite slow at it. And there are 2 very infamous cuts that you have to get through, and it is a difficult gunfight at the best of times.
It was almost like in this round that we're now seeing on our screens, that they got themselves in that position. We may well get to see it. And then they kind of freeze a little bit, don't they? It's like, right, okay, we've got control of P1, got somebody over towards screen, got somebody on the rock, we've got to watch the crossover from fire. Brilliant. Now what do we do? it was just like they froze. It was like you needed somebody just to go, right, sod this, onto the point, let's see what we can do from there. Then LAG need to kick into gear and do something, and you're in the spot to respond to it. Either way, they will get the win, but yeah, they could have definitely done that within 4. I'm not too sure they'll be too bothered how they do it, but 3-2 win will give them confidence heading into map number 4. Tuscan, notoriously pretty decent for the side of FaZe. Seen a couple of really good games out of them on this map, but they won't want to see a map number 5 here, Brycey. They want to close it out in 4, and they'll be doing their best to try and do so.
Yeah, you're 100% right, obviously, for LAG, trying to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and go back into a hard point in full force. Last time around on Bacage, hard point was everything we could say was LAG. What comes next, though, kind of determines how we feel about this series and how we look at both of these 2 teams. Obviously, LAG have looked better in recent times, and if you go a bit back further, they were the Major II champions, obviously with a different player in their roster. Biggest story about FaZe, that game yesterday. It has upset an awful lot of people. They were expecting a dominant FaZe going into Major III again. Haven't looked like it. The rivalry between OpTic and FaZe is basically all everybody's been talking about. Can't be a rivalry if FaZe aren't good.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not even a rivalry at this stage. I mean, it's there in the hearts of the fans, but yeah, you're right. Rivalries only really exist if we can have good games between them. And I mean, like, even with all respect, you know, Prolute's been playing fantastic in that OpTic team, but to not even take a map off an OpTic squad who, yes, have looked really good with Prolute, but it's not even their main 4, you know. It's one of those situations you need to see a lot more from FaZe. And I think, you know, yeah, okay, OpTic have been playing really well, and FaZe are going into that game, you'd like to see more. But I think, honestly, the Minnesota series was maybe a little bit more telling. Minnesota have looked fantastic, but again, these are the teams that FaZe of the consensus has been all the way through the season, they are the second best team behind OpTic. That's kind of where everyone's really had them at the majority of the time. You need to be dealing with teams like Minnesota Røkkr every single time. If you are FaZe, even if it's close games and finding wins against them, that's absolutely fine. But to be that number 2 team, we've quite often seen the gap in between OpTic and FaZe and everybody else starting to widen a little bit. But that gap is reduced to FaZe, but it hasn't to OpTic. OpTic very much still the strongest team in the game, and FaZe need to step their game up very, very quickly, or OpTic are going to run away with the rest of this. Yeah, it's the potential for that to happen is very, very high.
I almost didn't want to mention this as I didn't want to jinx anything, but
go on.
Really, really smells like a year where OpTic get another ring on the board. Scump's already salivating. It's only a couple of months. I know.
Your mentions are already on fire.
What have you done that for?
Here what have you done that for?
Because let's be perfectly clear. The only team who's looked, and I was going to say consistent, but obviously we'll have to forget Major II and stuff, and they've got a sub, but OpTic kind of look like the real deal at the moment. And if Atlanta FaZe aren't there to challenge them, who is? Who else in this league are you going to say at the moment will consistently challenge OpTic? I know I'm getting ahead of myself. I know I am. But
I mean,
it's a question that people are asking now.
It is a good question, to be honest with you, because, I mean, outside of FaZe, who would you say is the teams on the ascendancy right now? You would say Røkkr, obviously. You would look at maybe Toronto have looked a little bit better recently too. You would have originally said London, New York are looking a little bit better. But are these teams going to be good enough to step up to the plate against a team like OpTic and even FaZe? Let's see as time does go on. Let's be honest though, this is a blip for FaZe. They haven't looked like the FaZe of last year, absolutely. But I mean, they would have done very well to do so. But at the same time, this is just a small blip. It's not like, you know, it's complete disaster yet. If they go and have an absolute stinker, of course, in Toronto, then alarm bells will maybe be ringing and changes. I wouldn't say changes will come through. Look how good this roster has been in the past. It's just issues in game that they need to figure out. But it's going to be one of those things where they're going to have to seriously look at it if things don't go well over towards Major 3. But as we were saying beforehand, in the green room, we've all been discussing the fact that FaZe could go on to lose a couple of these games and still win the major, and I don't think anybody would be too shocked about that.
No, that's entirely true, but let's stop going into the future before we get there and talk about our immediate future and what's coming up in this next game. Of course, it's going to be the hard point. Let's take a look at our top performers so far. We've got Cellium versus Gunless. Of course, Cellium with a 1.28. Gunless with a 1.06. All stats point towards Cellium, as they have done for the majority of the season. Recent performances may be a bit of a spanner in the works, but he has looked good in this series, Ton.
He has done. He really has. Outside of map number 1, of course, I mean, we can maybe discount that a little bit, that they did not look good there. There's actually looking through the kill-to-death ratios for some of these teams. I know we don't like to maybe jump on it far too much, but look at the FaZe's KDs over the season. Cellium heading, well, after the series over the past couple of weeks, a 1.23. Over the past 2 series, a 0.9. Simp with a 1.05 over the season, 0.8 over the last 2 series. These are the kinds of, that's how different it has been for the side FaZe. The numbers have changed a lot when it comes down to KD, and that is one of those things we don't want to talk about too much, but that is a drop, a huge drop across the whole of the FaZe side. But that, for me, is much, much better. That's more like it. That's where you want to see them at. Even for their standards, you probably expect maybe even a little bit more, but side of LAG, Gunless lagging behind just a little bit. We'll need to step it up here on Tuscan. That wasn't intentional, the lagging. Yeah, okay, but
he did get a 0 on that SMD,
no damage.
0 damage. So that's so it's a slight misstep maybe there from Gunless, but all can be redeemed. We head on to the hard point. FaZe straight in on a flank coming in from LAG.
This is LAG's pick. I mean, maybe they're rubbing that mistake, because Cellium will find 2. For the side of FaZe, though, it is a very strong map. 2 losses on it, of course, but plenty of wins, and that's no surprise to see with how dominant FaZe have looked against certain teams. See if they can get it done here, though, against LAG. This is much better so far. The kind of start you want for your FaZe fan. 25 points unanswered from the side of LAG, who can only walk away with their tail in between their legs and just try and set up for P2.
Now, holding this is big for LAG, but they've got to start winning some of the gunfights. Gunless already getting it down. You can see they have set up here, ready for the push from FaZe.
Grand old total of 51 points from P1. Unanswered by LAG. They're going to have to start answering something very, very quickly 2 kills going the way of aBeZy though. Gunless can trade that one out, but on the point is going to be aSeam. On the point, aSeam still alive and kicking. Finds the gunfight into aBeZy. And do not underestimate aSeam on this map. How many little highlights have we seen from that man on Tuscan? They need to step it up quickly though. That P1 from Atlanta FaZe is somewhat dangerous. LAG, good hold so far.
Yeah, they have managed to hold it off, and even with a little crack in their defense, they've managed to regain. But I say that, and it all goes down. Atlanta FaZe getting on for this scrap time. LAG, I don't know if they've really got time to challenge it, especially down ramp. They may have to just cut and run. Big fight from Slasher, actually. They decided to take this last 12 seconds, and Cellium says no.
I was going to say you need to make sure you do get a hold of this if you're LAG. Final 10 seconds with the weight in gold as we head over towards P3 with a rotation that does belong to FaZe. But look at the spawn out that's now going to come in. If you're LAG, this could be a little bit difficult. Honestly, Slasher is in the prime position here, and he might just cut off the rotation that's going to start coming up through. The rest of the squad for LAG do not know that there's only 2 members of FaZe back here, though. So FaZe can regroup, and it's like nothing's ever happened.
Oh, it's a big FaZe hold, and they're looking good at the moment. aBeZy bouncing about again, taking down the players. Gunless towards tiles, trying to make a bit of a difference. Can they? aBeZy somehow staying alive over and over again, but eventually will be LAG. And they get back into this one, FaZe. And Cellium finds 3 on a 4 streak himself. The FaZe have certainly turned up.
Doesn't help when your team nade comes through either. It's going to be the final 10 going over towards the side of FaZe and already look at aBeZy. He's got the roots. Can he find Gunless? Yes, he can. And Gunless's woes just continue in the series. Now, aBeZy will just try his best to stay alive over towards the back. LAG will push him out. Look at this. 2 players heading towards him. Well played. Really good bait and switch coming in from the LAG side, but now he's going to worry about the front as well. FaZe already here and already fighting.
Well, it's much better from FaZe. Dominating like the FaZe we know. The FaZe we love. And they're holding down Church as well. Big plays from aBeZy. And what could have been a conversation at the start of this map has disappeared into the ether. FaZe looking fantastic, looking amazing. Gunner's going to try and come through here as well, but it is traded out again. The trades are not going to LAG. They are looking to blow out of the water. And it's all FaZe up all the time.
FaZe will get the majority of the time here, but even towards P2 where LAG locked in that rotation, not the easiest ones to hold, albeit, but even if FaZe can just go even, and after that brilliant start they have, it puts you in the prime position. Now heading over towards P5, let's see if LAG can do a better job at it here, because their hold percentage so far ain't looking good. 14-5 out of Cellium as well. It's always dangerous, and the pinch is going to start developing here. They have to make sure they win gunfights both sides if you're the LAG.
They certainly are. Well, let's find out how they deal with being behind. Let's go for a listen-in with LAG.
Oh, got him.
Nice, go in. Slid on me, Simp, dead.
Middle right now.
Top green, one shot, top green, one shot for you.
I'm putting time.
Other side on me. And well.
I got him.
One more top green.
Every minute, let's 30 well. There's 2 mid, 2 mid.
Okay, I'll hold you.
One shot mid, both one shot.
Nade over this
Can you get the armor now?
I naded over, yeah, I'm getting
one shot too.
I'll team top green peeking.
Well, Simp.
Nice, I have time.
We'll top green. We'll top green now.
Wall banging my shit.
He's hit well,
Rails.
To their side.
Both
playing
three
old here. They like to play three old. One's you, one rotated to 3.
You wanna help me now? I'm trying to play up middle right now.
Mid ape dead.
Nice.
I'm nading inside you. I'm nading inside you.
I stunned him close left out.
He's out behind the guard.
Top fire. Another one top fire. He jumped out middle.
He's on time. One's with you. He's on me their side guard.
Middle right now.
He's their side you.
Could be pushing me you.
I don't see the guy top
I'm getting hit by
I'm staying down.
You weak. Their side you weak.
Their side you got me weak. You trying.
Got him on middle. Got one on middle.
Could be there out on me.
Hop on the side. Hybrid middle.
I bet. I'm gonna.
I got hit by nade.
Top fire. Oh, tower's going around, it looks like.
Team tree.
Okay, I'm trying to look well.
Tower's going around.
I'm getting needed. I'm
Tyler is well. He can be needed.
Too well, one top fire.
Okay.
2 well, one top fire. Inside tree, one shot, MC. Child the guy trees, one shot.
Nading him.
TK. Alex
was
outer. Alex was outer.
He's in church.
Guys. Alright, we're down 20.
Spawn trap me.
Hold the back.
One shot the back.
We spawned out. We already have a guy in the back. We're just
Right.
trying to go through old.
Okay, go through all then.
A little bit of sounds of life out of LAG and a few more points on the board, but it's still Atlanta FaZe holding down Tuscan hard point. They are in the lead and they are looking good about it. The rotation is in for them as well. Slasher trying to play foil, almost gets Simp, but not quite.
hold of the spawns if you're the side of LAG. Can you hold the front as well as Seam? That's wonderfully well played. It's only aBeZy who can answer back. Fantastic stuff from a Seam, and we need to see more things like that from this man. Locking down patio. Hook's gonna find 3 as well off cam. Fantastic from him, and all of a sudden it's only Cellium left on his own. He's already dead. Course Spawn's gonna come in here for the side of FaZe, but if you're LAG, maybe even thinking about rotating over towards P3 here.
Doing a really good job to hold it. Obviously, they have got the back spawn. They know Arcitys going to be P5. Still holding this one, LAG. Eventually taken down by Simp, but there are players closing in all around him. Eventually taken down. Scrap time should be a lock now for them. The rotation is going to be telling. If LAG can cinch this away, I'll be right back into this game. But FaZe have looked godlike so far.
Good work from LAG. But is that deficit just a little bit too much, pricey? It's now down to 60. It was about 110, 120 at one stage. So they have turned this around somewhat, but was the damage already done? This P3 hold from FaZe last time around was very, very good. It's not looking good this time. No, LAG going to find a way through. It's only aBeZy who's left inside.
aBeZy backs up, waits for his team. Looking for it as Sim holds down tiles as well. A lot of good positioning here for LAG. They've just got to hold against the pressure that's now coming, and already you can see FaZe getting back into it. Hugh finds one, goes for it as well, takes down aBeZy, and Gunless with the unfortunate team nade rips him out of that hill. But he is going to get straight back in. And already you can see this is going to be a hold for them. Minimap says Hugh already going to try and get around the back of Church. They have clawed this back every inch ton.
And even actually towards the end there, though, the things you hear to see if you're LAG is the fact that FaZe can find one final kill over towards the Octane and rip 10 points away from you. That's a 20 swing in the favor of FaZe there. It would have been a very more kind scoreline heading over towards Church, but as it goes now, FaZe 20 points away. It seems trying to play for your streaks, but if I'm honest, brother, you need to try and play it to stay in the series right now.
Oh no, the nade hits him. It's all gone wrong. Last time around, Church was all FaZe, and it's looking like the same sort of hold. They just cannot get through them.
Spawns at the back.
Eventually, a couple of kills going in, and it will be LAG who break. aBeZy and Simp, though, teaming up, and it will be a Seam who walks away with it. A break they desperately needed to make.
FaZe now, 8 points away. You don't need much. It's looking like they are going to try a break over towards the Church side because they know LAG, they have to hang around for these scrap points. But how many have they sent over towards P5? Here comes push now from FaZe with 8 seconds to go. They can't win it here. Hook gonna Seam. They've done good enough job, and Hook will find a second. Rotation over towards P5 belongs to LAG.
Dangerous
the final
game
couple
there
of
from LAG.
seconds. Yeah,
dangerous game.
Very dangerous. And now it's actually only Slasher left on his own.
They sent Gunless over here early, and somehow they've lost the rotation. It's going to be over. They played a dangerous game. They bet all their cards, and it's gone wrong. And FaZe justifiably feeling good about that game. Criticism out the window. Don't worry about it. They regained completely. The cards, they were not having a good time, but the rest of it is the FaZe. And I'll tell you something, it's put a lot of people's minds to rest here. Maybe yesterday they just weren't feeling good about themselves. Still, the team that we know they are. LAG had flashes of brilliance, but not as good as the Bacage.
No, and honestly, I think the Bacage is maybe going to start to be concerned for FaZe. It used to be a go-to. They're absolutely fine. We'll take that one against anybody all day long, but last 2 times you lose it is not characteristic for the side of FaZe, but they will get the job done against LAG.
It's quite
I was going to say, I think they'd be happy, Pricey, to find the win, no doubt. I would have probably presumed they would have been a bit happier if it was a little bit cleaner, though.
I think it was pretty clean in the end. The question I have now, though, is, are Røkkr unbelievable, or Atlanta FaZe, did they have a little bit of a bad day yesterday? Because that looked about as good as most FaZe games we've seen this year. Obviously, the hard point wasn't about them, but Cellium was back to frying. Right, like Cellium was back to just dropping people all over it eventually, and aBeZy, that's a bit of a high because he just couldn't get the kills going down, but looked much better from FaZe. I will say I think LAG maybe a little bit slow in hitting things like Church. They just really couldn't get that one going at all.
Yeah.
But definitely a game of 2 different sides. After that first hard point, I was wondering if the FaZe curse was real, if they really had dropped that far that quickly. Turns out no. Little blip on the radar maybe.
maybe just a blip. But it's the kind of game that would have looked simple for the side of FaZe. In the end, yeah, okay, mostly. But I think that barrage will sting a little bit. Fantastic search and destroy out of them. A very standard GvU2 control. It was just the start from Atlanta FaZe there. What was it, 51 points, 52 points on P1? Immediately, LAG were never that close again. Never. The closest they were to Atlanta FaZe all the throughout that Tuscan is when it was 0-0.
I'll be honest with you, I think LAG did a great job to get back into that game.
They did.
They were not having a good time. They got back into that game pretty substantially. I want to talk about that last push as well. In Church, they left 3 players to hold off the assault. They only had 8 seconds to lose. If they had lost those trades in any significant manner, that would have been game over on Church. They sent Gunless all the way to P5 ready for that rotation. They managed to just hold about Church against FaZe, and then Gunless lost the rotation anyway. But an interesting game, but it shows FaZe back on top. Let's find out what our desk made of that one.
Hey, what's going on? By the way, Ten, we heard what you said about Tuscan, but Bryce, I gotta ask you, when LAG won that hard point, were you guys low-key saying to yourselves, it's gonna happen again, it's gonna happen again, what's going on?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. It didn't look like a good day for FaZe, but then they phased up on us, so...
Right, and they walked away with a big win. Thank you guys so much.
You guys still think FaZe isn't a top 3 team? Isn't looking good? I just gotta ask you. Just wondering.
How do you turn around with that static right now? Okay, I think FaZe is a top 3 team. I think they're beatable though. LAG, okay, a team that's been struggling. Let's be honest. LAG has not had the best stage at all. That was actually a good game from LAG.
Can we
I'm not even mad about that.
People panic a little bit too fast when it comes to Atlanta FaZe. We know how good
break this down right now.
And we know their ability to bounce back and get better. They can bounce back at any point. This is a great team.
Wait, but I know I don't stand alone in this, that when we're watching Atlanta FaZe play, when Cellium is not positive, this team looks like a different team. It looks like a team that cannot come out on top, that cannot win a major. And that is a lot of pressure to put on one player's shoulder. It is always on Cellium. If Cellium is negative, he went negative that bow cage, they get 250 to 156. Yesterday when they went against Røkkr, he was negative the whole series, they get 3-0 smacked around. You head into the GvU2, he goes positive. He goes 24 and 17 in the Tuscan, and they win convincingly.
It doesn't come down to simply Cellium going positive for this team to win. It comes down to pressure. When you look at that bow cage, the pressure wasn't there. The breaks weren't coming in. When you look at the search and destroy, it was really Arcitys for me picking up the first bloods that was winning them a lot of those rounds on that desert siege.
The search and destroy, I'll give them that. They look a lot better in search and destroy.
Their defense looked way better. The play that they made in the very last defense where they simply gave up flanked all the way around to converge on them and to secure that round, that was beautiful.
They're 7-3 in control. We expected a good control.
I have a question for the both of you then. So I see both sides right now. Nameless, you're asking us basically, like instigating us, do you think they're a top 3 team? Okay, this is the thing is, we're not saying that FaZe are bad. FaZe aren't average and they're not terrible at all. They're a great team. But the thing is, they're the most beatable great team in this game right now, especially compared to a team like OpTic Texas.
Well, they're number 1 in the standings, so realistically, they're not the most beatable great team in the game.
They're, all right, who have they lost to? Who they got a second?
I mean, they have a decent amount of losses, but they don't have as many as most other teams that we have in the league. They have some hard counters. You look at OpTic Texas. But no one's saying they're bad. OpTic Texas is certainly the best team in the game, but FaZe, top 3 team. They lose some matches. People panic way too quick. They are going to bounce back.
I don't recall ever saying they weren't a top 3 team. It's just the fact that they aren't as high tier as we expected them to be heading into this year. And they still are placing second. They're losing to these teams they should never lose to. And now we sit here and we think, okay, well, what is the issue? What is the problem? Why isn't Atlanta FaZe this dynasty that we had put on this pedestal for the past 2 years? And now we have a different top team. We have OpTic Texas. So now we have to talk about the fact, like, okay, Atlanta FaZe can't beat OpTic. They're losing against teams like Røkkr. They're losing in grand finals.
People are hitting the panic button. We're just talking about it. I heard both of you guys say you don't know if they're a top 3 team right now. It's certain that they're a top 3 team. That performance shows it. The performance over the first 2 majors has shown it that they're a top 3 team. A match losing to a team yesterday that is on a hot streak like the Minnesota Røkkr does not indicate that they are middle of the pack or that they've completely fallen off.
Hot streak or not?
It just indicates they have to fix a couple things. They're making some changes, and we've seen it. They implemented it in this series.
We can say that about a lot of teams, but at the end of the day, when your expectations are from what we've seen years prior, okay? No one's saying FaZe is bad, but if you're unable to win events, you're unable to beat Texas, you're unable to win majors when the odds are in your favor, such as Los Angeles Guerrillas, you can't sit there and be like Patty Price talking about they're the best team in the game. That's just lying. You're just going off of just bias at that point. The thing is, They are not the best team in the game. They're nowhere near where they were last year. And
I'm not arguing they're the best team in the game. I'm just arguing that the community is panicking a little bit too much.
It's not panicking. It's expectations of winning events versus not winning events.
We've had 2 events. There's 3 events left. They can still win an event.
Oh, so that's the future. That's the unknown. But also what we do.
I mean, we're in the present. They just won.
Los Angeles Guerrillas. Congrats.
Big win.
I'll be the. Yeah. All right. So Scump played the game. We have an aBeZy, Ninja Diffuse, and Search and Destroy, where aBeZy was able to get a little sneaky on them.
Honestly, I'm just happy to see the improvements in S&D that they've been talking about since the beginning of the year. This is a game mode that they struggled in across the board, and then they come into this Desert Siege, they win it 6-1. I mean, it was absolutely dominant across the board. Like Nameless said, it was on the top of Arcitys, getting all of those first bloods, right? I saw a lot of aggression out of aBeZy. He looks incredibly comfortable on this Desert Siege, and to make that call to just go for that diffuse, knowing Arcitys was close desert on him to watch over, it was just a great play.
I love you guys so much. We actually have a game fuel victory spotlight with aBeZy. Let's get up on the screen. aBeZy, great win right there. My question to you is, with that being your last game of the season, what are things Atlanta FaZe are really trying to tweak on in order to secure a big win when it comes to Major 3? Not second place, not third place. We're talking about the #1 spot.
I mean, I think going into this match, you know, we really wanted to bring the passion back. I feel like that's been our core issue this year so far. We haven't had that passion like we did the past couple of years. And this match, we brought that passion. We were getting hype. We were just like, every time we would shit on someone, we would just, you know, get super hyped. So that's like the core issue, in my opinion, of what has been going on like behind the scenes and whatever. But you know, we're gonna get back on track for the rest of the season. So.
And Tyler, I feel like that's incredibly typical onto you. We actually got a comm listen in during that evolution that was happening, and it was you going dead, like trying to get everybody's energies up. So, I mean, tipping my hat to you for that, because that is what you need. You need somebody in comms to try to keep everybody's confidence up in that type of series. And I also wanted to ask you about the role change of Cellium and Arcitys. It feels like maybe that's where some of that uncomfortability on the map has started to grow since you have decided to make that decision. Do you think the possibility of maybe switching that up come Major 3 is in talks?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously we're working behind the scenes. Like, we've really not had a problem with the whole switch. So, you know, we're just going to keep working and, you know, getting better for this upcoming major.
aBeZy, I want to ask you guys, you know, and Search and Destroy has been the greatest year thus far for you guys. Looking better throughout this stage, though, in that game mode. We've seen you guys change the sniper over to Arcitys running it. Why isn't Chris running the sniper? Simp, excuse me.
Well, you know, I needed to change up the roles and like the pacing of our team. You know, I feel like back in the day in like BO4, it worked out for us very well because I would have Preston running like alongside me when we were playing S&D. So I had someone there to like trade me out and be with me at all times. And it's kind of hard in 4v4 when I don't have like that person with me. And making Alec do that is gonna make him super uncomfortable. So that was like the biggest issue. And I feel like having Chris run alongside me was like the best thing that we could have possibly done. So yeah, I think our S&D is getting a lot better.
Hey, yo, aBeZy, the discussion's all around the scene are getting hot right now. People are wondering when Atlanta FaZe are going to be on top and dominating. We have Toronto right around the corner. You probably leave in like a few days, right, or 2 days. All right, so what do you guys say to the fans out there? And give them a little hope. Give them a little riled up for the major to come.
But yeah, I mean, of course, like always, I really appreciate everything you guys, you know, whatever, even if you guys are tweeting bad things to us, whatever, like we understand it because we're obviously, there's times where we go through tough times as well. But at the end of the day, like we're working very hard behind the scenes to, you know, get back on track because, I mean, we hate losing, obviously, like you guys see it like in our faces, whatever, like after we lose. So, you know, we're going to do our best to get back on track for you guys.
All right, Chan, we'll holler at you later, man. You have a good day. See you in Toronto.
Thank you.
No problem. Yo, by the way, we need to get some CWO vibes there. We need to get like a hot mic or something and just like go just full undisputed first.
I just hear what they really gotta say.
Yo, Ant was about to get, he was ready to get live, all right? But also, let's finish up. Let's put just a nail on the head, man. Atlanta FaZe with a big win over the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Close game, albeit, right? Outside of the search and destroy. But also, we're going to see if Atlanta FaZe can get back to their championship form. Ain't that right, Nameless? Because we got Toronto coming up very soon.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams getting better, too, going into this event. I mean, we got Minnesota, Seattle in the mix. It's really like anyone's game. Like, we have some really, really solid squads that we don't truly know what they're made of until we get to a bracket format. We know what OpTic can do. We know what FaZe can do in bracket format on a consistent basis. But some of these other teams, they're looking hot. So make sure you guys pull up to Major 3 in Toronto. It's going to be an epic, epic event. The last two have just been absolutely sensational. I can't wait to see what unfolds.
And you don't have to be a top-tier professional to enjoy what's happening coming up at this major, right? You could also be a challenger. You could join the open bracket, join the passion pit, and try your best against some of the biggest names out there as you just go to have fun, play with friends, or try to be one of the best out there in the scene and work your way up to the CDL, because at the end of the day, we all have to start from somewhere, right? Got that right. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Toronto versus London. But as we roll out, I do got to say, man, the Atlanta FaZe getting that win over the Los Angeles Guerrillas definitely feel good, especially from what we saw yesterday. The likes of aBeZy and Arcitys really popping off was what we needed to see. But the question still remains, can Atlanta FaZe come back victorious in this redemption tour of sorts and get even better than second place? Let's see if they can continue that coming up soon at the Major 3. We'll see you after this break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blox gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
They got players in every single corner of the map right now, too. London is Afro.
And oh my god, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Gunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, things are getting hot here on the analyst desk. Hotter than morning breath, right? My name is Belly. This is Ali, and Nameless. And the discussions are really fun, and also the matches are about to get even funner. Okay, we have Toronto Ultra facing off against the London Royal Ravens, and even though we've seen a lot from Toronto Ultra, I think we can all collectively agree that this team is looking really good going into Major 3, right?
Well, yeah, they just had a really hot win over Paris. I mean, it was in 3-0 fashion. We can always argue the fact like, oh, well, it's Paris Legion, but Paris sometimes surprises us.
Good.
So Toronto Ultra across the board, it was a very dominant win, and it was mostly on the fact of Cammy.
Right, but also the thing is, when it comes to London Royal Ravens, I would like to think that unanimously on this desk as well, we like this team. The thing is, with all the sub situations and the inconsistencies with the roster,
yeah,
we don't know where to place this team, but we still love them.
Yeah, we do like this team a lot. We had high hopes for them throughout majority of the season. They've had a lot of issues when it comes to that, and you know, looking over the statistics, there's no really glaring things in terms of KD, but in engagements per minute, they have 3 players that are in the bottom 7. They're 2 and 6 in respawn throughout this stage, so they've been underperforming there. The breaks have not been coming in hardpoint. If you remember early on in the game, they were relying on those breaks. Afro has slowed down tremendously in respawn, so I'm expecting the Royal Ravens to bounce back in this series because, Ali, there's an interesting stat, and it's Trey Zero versus Bance. What is the record?
Bance is 1-9 when it comes up to Trey Zero, so hopefully he can change that stat today, but when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, you need to get nasty going. A .87 KD during Major 3 qualifiers, so he's had a little bit of a slow start and regain early season hardpoint form. Have lost 7 of the last 8 hard points. And from what we've seen, it's fairly close matches. It's just they aren't working together as a team. They're keeping it close and they're keeping up with the slaying, but they are just not pushing together. And counter Toronto's strong A attacks on Berlin S&D. Ultra is winning 57% when attacking A in Berlin, 33% on all other setups. So it just comes down to the VOD review and knowing that the team that you're going up against.
And when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, we don't expect them to win this game outright dominantly, right? We're looking for big victories in certain areas of the gameplay. With Harry coming into the mix and them having ample time to really practice, right? This team has no more excuses heading into Major 3, and we're really going to see how they look against a team that's been thriving and surging in the CDL, especially this stage. It's going to be the Toronto Ultra. But it's about that time to send this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, how you doing? You having a good day? And, you know, are you excited for this matchup between the Europeans?
Very, very excited for this matchup as, you know, Chance, you've called it the unofficial battle between 2 European teams. Of course, Toronto Ultra, it's in the name, Toronto, but there's a lot of European players on the board, and that's what we're talking about here. This is going to be a fun one, though, where however way you look at it and whichever way you're leaning, because let's face it, London need a win, big time, so do, you know, just to get themselves back into current form. Toronto need them points more than air right now. It has not been a good run for Toronto Ultra, but a recent return to form, Chance, just in the nick of time, because let's face it, next week, we're in Canada. We're all there.
Dude, and that'll be just a very interesting time for both of these teams. Obviously, because as you pointed out, Ultra are very much on the bubble, like right around that 8th place slot when it comes to the CDL points. So every single win is going to make a difference. But obviously, the way it's looked, I mean, shaping up for the major, they look like they are in a much better spot compared to London. And I know London like had a pretty big buffer for CDL points, and they're still in 3rd overall, which is a fantastic position. But they had 120 points prior to the 2nd major, including in since then. So in the past 2 months, they've only gotten 20 CDL points. Both of those wins came against Paris. So Ravens have truly been on the struggle bus. And yes, again, in 3rd place, they got a nice buffer room, but I don't know exactly how safe that is because teams like Ultra have been on a tear. Teams like Minnesota Røkkr have been on a tear. Even the Subliners, who are currently in 11. I mean, I'm expecting those guys to end up in top 8. Like, who the hell knows? I just know it's going to be hyper competitive.
Well, we'll find out. We're already in the game, and Toronto Ultra spawning on the preferred side of the map here in Berlin, managed to get themselves in the hard point first and foremost, but it's an old look from the Ravens. The Breakers find their way in, and has Nasty dyed his hair, or am I faded? He's dyed his hair. Good looks for the lad on a 2 spree as well.
Bleached it, maybe, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure what he was using, but certainly not Kool-Aid to do the trick. But whatever the case may be, you start on bad side on Berlin, you get a break on P1. You are already feeling pretty good about the way things are going, but it looks like they're able to fight back and sort of retake the hill. So maybe sort of a standard push towards the end where I was going to say Ultra should have the lead. Nasty looks for the gunfight, and hey, an important one-on-one. That'd be a nice little 10-point swing, but whatever the case may be, gunfights towards that P2-sided map. Benjamin Bance is in and around, but Cleanex is the cleanup crew. Ultra maybe should have a little bit of clearance to get this early time.
Don't have to worry about those red arrows on the minimap. That's going to be the London Royal Ravens right now. Cammy finding those kills again. A lot of love for him in the previous series we saw. Tremendous turnaround from Cameron McGilligan. The form is certainly there. Can he keep it going now in the run up to the major? Cammy on your screen, 3 spree, time ticking away in his favor. Here comes his first potential victim, but Afro's having none of it. Another great break coming out the Ravens. Hard points theirs.
And that's perfectly done as well. And honestly, with this much time on the clock, they might just be good to get it all. Bance is actually over there fighting, and in the meantime, Bance is able to pick up 2 before he gets dropped. And nice little play to strip away an extra couple seconds as Ultra really applying the pressure towards the hill. They have the spawns, and they're leaving 1 man in the back and making sure you flood in, and this is just incredibly annoying to deal with. You think you're safe because there's only 8 seconds left on ult, and there's Cleanex shooting you in the back. Meanwhile, Ultra nice and secure for those spawns. I mean, Miles, I don't know if you saw the record. Ultra overall on this map, 5-5, which doesn't sound great, but they've won their last 4 in a row, so these guys have certainly been on a tear.
That's the interesting thing. Again, Vanguard has been confusing at times for many fans, but the statistics are all there to back it on up. Put some of that in the back of your head, because again, recent form is what we're talking about right now. Cammy up close and personal, dealing with everything he can. Nasty and Afro both down and out. Cammy once again in control of the hard point. Time ticking now in the favor of Ultra. Spawns there as well, all through the front. That is where the hit's going to be coming now for the Ravens. Cleanex has the back covered. Over to the front side, it's Harry who's up against Cammy, and once again, Cammy finding the kills. It's a 3 spree. 70 points crossed now for Toronto Ultra, looking towards rotations as well as the final few seconds go to in the end.
Yeah, they're fighting for it, though. London actually sending 1 player towards ult as Cammy is rotating towards new. So we talked about how Ultra on P2 are trying to be annoying. Well, Ravens take a crack at doing the same thing over towards P3, but there you go on rotation, and Benjamin Bance not looking to fall to 0 this time. Picks that player up for the 2-piece, and I mean, already with the 50-point bump, pressure on the back spawns. Ultra, I mean, wheeling and dealing right now on Berlin.
Harry wins his fight at the back. Important for now for the Ravens to maintain control. All eyes forward now. You know exactly where Ultra are going to be spawning inside the first man up. Going to put that automaton to good use in a moment as Harry gets himself in a position to set up now on point for the Ravens. How will they handle now the offensive attack from Ultra? And the answer is handedly. No problemo, my friends. They've got it locked. Good kills going their way. Massive amount of time if they can get in that bloody point. That's the problem right now. Ravens not able to get a man in there. Harry, good shots. A 3 spree still going for him. And you finally got someone on the point. This should be a good turnaround for the Ravens.
There was almost no pressure in this moment. I suppose Insight winning a decent gunfight to strip away an extra few seconds, but the way that hill was starting with Bance going on rotation, picking up a couple, I thought it would be a little bit tighter of a hill, but Ravens basically turned that into, well, nearly a money hill, and more or less claw their way at least slightly back in towards the game. Still down by 26 though, so not an ideal spot, but Ari at least trying to intro things over towards P5, but you can just see the arrows on the minimap. It'll be chaotic for a moment as neither team really able to stabilize.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one indeed. Zero's going to be the man to get in there for a mo, but as you saw there, like, drop before he even hit the ground. So P5, not an easy one to hold on to. Last hard point here in the first set. Shots are all good from all round. Bit of time going the way of the Ravens, but again, not for long. Too many angles, too many windows, too many little nooks and crannies here on Berlin to deal with. And Cleanix, how did he stay alive there? That's unbelievable. This could be a couple of seconds going the way of Ultra for now, but here comes the counterattack from the Ravens. Over towards P1 as well, we'd look. All four of them making their way there, so again, good comms. They're on the same page indeed. Over towards the point, find a kill or two. Nasty, this is annoying stuff.
It's big kills for him to get as well, right? Just to make sure you don't giving away too much time on P5. Like, you go onto this hill, you're down by about 26, and you do get those spawns, which is great news long term, but you're still down by about that 30-point margin. But it is the setup to get your players inside of this point. Zero, the main AR for the team inside, ready to go, but Bance is once again the player that's there to take him down. But you still have the setup, and this is still a hill that is not too difficult to lock down when you get the pressure around. The pressure's still a bit of a dogfight for the moment, but Raven so far so good. Every gunfight looking easy, and Afro turns that into 2. That lead has been nearly decimated as it is now scraping away, and I mean, hell, London might be able to tie this one up, if not take the lead.
Harry spitting hot fire in the comms, looking to spit hot fire out of the front of his gun. Not able to get their job done though. The hot lead comes to a close. Zero on the point, broken all the way through. Toronto are in. They're in. They've got it. Time going their way for now, but that lead is long gone. Nasty bit of parkour through the window. Gets the job done in the office. Now back into the point. A massive turnaround there from the Ravens. They are right back in this one. Rotation's already done. Over towards P2 we go. The mail room already Zero trying to find a couple of players who've already nestled themselves in there. Magnificent work from Cleanix to stay alive. Chance. How he does it, I will never know.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to run the show over in this area, right? He goes from top third to out by the tank. He is at this point. Difficult to call out, but ends up feeding a kill over towards Zero, who, well, him and the Ravens are taking control over the dockside map. But look at Bance, by the way. He actually tried to do this while P1 was still active. Get the pressure over towards fire and flip those spawns, and he does exactly that. Gets the right kill. Now Ravens are going to be stuck towards the back, and I think Ultra trying to set themselves up long term. Admittedly, it is very mixy around this point. I think Ravens should be able to get this time, and actually, the dockside of the map will be opened up. Maybe Zero will be able to take that over as all that work for Bans maybe falls flat in front of their face.
That's full indeed. Well, rotations are up. We're looking towards the next hard point for now, and the Ravens have got themselves well and truly back in this. Let's now dive in for a quick listen in.
Okay. You can have you.
I'm going to fire.
Hand me dead. One more fire. On the boxes, very weak. On them boxes, weak.
One shot. I backed up.
Get up. Follow me. Ben, trust the line. Help me.
Hey, he's on Sandbag. Sandbag's tank.
Roast up P5. Bars open.
Sandbag tank.
Yeah, you see me triple.
I spun out, guys. I spun out.
He's trips, man.
I got one more. He's behind the pillar. Pushing close hill, Toby. I think you just pushed out, Toby. You're about time.
I don't think so.
Toby! Toby, absolute! First kill. Nice, Trace out. I'm here, I'm flying.
Toby, I'm scanning back.
Let's keep time.
I think I've lost. No, one more. Blue truck. I don't know. There's one next.
I have fire.
Yeah, I'm trying to back.
One can be front, one can be Toby weak, okay?
I watch you fire. He trips from me. Nothing fire and trip. You push you.
Down me, Ben. Yeah.
Two old right now.
What are you going to do?
Close up to me.
Can you cut that right if you can?
I spawned the...
Who's first guy?
Go right.
He's fire.
Absolute.
The comms out of the Ravens now, keeping on board by the hairs of their chinny chin chins. Let's dive into Toronto Ultra. Let's hear how they sound.
He's on top. Where could be out on me?
Like out of trick.
Yeah, okay. Front of me.
Go front. What's back here? Deep health.
Okay, one out. Yeah, one time. One outer. Nasty.
Okay, yeah.
I'm team out of train.
I spawned out. My front, bro.
Yeah, no, he's in the back on me. That's why. Trey's in the back on me.
Shot now, Harry. I don't see the guy.
Trey's in the back.
I see the deep.
Once hit me deep.
I still have just hide for a sec.
Yeah.
Hit me deep train. Deep train.
I'm rubble tank.
Deep on me.
Hit me low. Trey dead.
He's out.
Nice. Rubble, he dead.
Last guy, he's gonna go deep.
He's gonna top Harry, top warehouse.
Get
into me deep for me.
Top warehouse.
Absolutely deep for me.
They're left, right?
So weak on the cross, you can shoot him.
See him.
He's out train now deep.
Close front.
He's deep on me.
Close left of me.
He's deep on me.
Help me out left. One shot, by the way.
He's one shot deep on me. That's in front time.
Very dead.
He's right on me.
Rubble.
One more back right.
Deep right. Deep right still.
Deep right, one left.
Big time,
Flip.
That's
fine then, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm just getting top. Get right. Two along me. I'm saying
yeah,
okay. One more close in your library.
And it is hard work. Chance to kill Zero right now. London right back in this. P5 once again. We find ourselves at another precipice here in the matchup. Closely contested, but mate, anything could happen here.
I mean, truly a back and forth battle on Berlin. Both teams playing it incredibly well. I mean, it's a situation where even in this moment, it is like London to have the pressure for the spawns, but that just means Ultra trying to get the pressure towards the hill. So both teams trying to do the little things, right? And now Cleanex is trying to get every single second that he can, even on this P5. He's got the right corner for it. Can't get shot in the back, but his coverage on the train side of the map has fallen, and you can see those arrows getting ready to swarm on this hill.
All three of them line up, trying to make the push through now. Harry finds at least two. So now they're into the point. Time ticking away now for the favor of the Ravens. Brilliant work from Cammy in the pinch. A re-pinch, as you will, as the kills keep coming through. Insight's going to make the point safe for now. Afro now flying forward, trying to catch a couple of these players on the cross. He may be able to do that with a good nade, but that's going to be time, a matter of seconds, going to Toronto Ultra. Next hard point up. Third set here in the matchup on Berlin. And it's all Ravens so far. They've got control. They've got every possible corner. Here comes the hit from Toronto.
Hey, they're just pushed so far out too. I mean, Afro's got a great corner. Maybe the stun sniffs him out. And hey, there you go. Three players on the Ultra turn their attention towards him. And Cleanex ripping heads for the next big two. That means Harry inside the point. Look at the information. They know exactly where every player's gonna be. Turns into a one-on-one gunfight in the hill. And it is Cammy that goes large. Bans there for the trades. And at the very least, admittedly, things are mixy. But Ultra, despite the fact that Ravens had that good of a setup, they break it down.
Unreal. Step by step, they got it done. Here comes the next hit though. Ravens now on offense, trying to get themselves into the hard point. Time still ticking. Ultra will not win it here, obviously. Next hard point, they've got their feet in that one as well, but the kills keep coming through. Ravens desperately want to find as much time here as they can. Rotations now got to go down. Close spawn still once again for both sides. A foot race now towards P2, and Ultra are once again first in, first to the points.
Dude, Cleanex has been a menace. I mean, this is a hill where sometimes he's up top third with an MP40, sometimes he's on the outer tank, and sometimes he's picking up two pieces with the automaton just to intro the damn thing. Now, though, Afro gets cut down along the way. Cleanex is now inside of fire, shooting players in the back. Cleanex has been a menace on this P2 hill in so many different ways. Now, 25 seconds, and Ultra can win it on this very hill with the clean 3 down. That might be enough in prime position to walk away with game number 1.
One final hit now. Ravens have got to make the break. They've got to get going through the front. Cammy pushing him out. Cleanex soaking the time. Here's Cammy once again in mid-map. And sweet child of mine, the boy is frying. Echoes of Cold War now ringing out across Berlin as Cameron McGilligan is back in form. Cleanex is let him know. And what do you know, pals? A first map victory to Toronto Ultra. A team that could not win a hard point if their lives depended on it, are now starting to find their way in Vanguard.
And that is now 6 in a row on Berlin hard points specifically. So I think they're 8-2 in their last 10 S&Ds. So their S&D has now reached elite form. Their hard point certainly creeping up. They are expanding the map full, and obviously they are a threat to be reckoned with. But gotta tip the cap to Cleanex again, as pointed out. I mean, I don't know exactly what flex player means anymore, not in Vanguard, but it seems like every single life, whether it be a hill specific thing or he just knows where he's coming in order of spawn, he has the right gun for the job. I mean, the number of times he's picking up two pieces with both the automaton and the MP40, it seems like Cleanex is always the right man for the job. Leading in slang, was second overall in damage throughout that game. Dude even grabbed 1 minute and 27 seconds worth of hill time. Cleanex is my MVP.
He played brilliantly. I mean, honestly, that was a spicy game to put it mildly. The highlights now from our first Berlin hardpoint here. And again, Ben Bant's leading the lobby in kills for most of the game. And there is a fun rivalry between, I suppose, again, the majority of the players here, all being from the United Kingdom, outside of course, Cleanex coming from Denmark. But they've all played against each other for a long time. Bants and Zero have a wonderful history together as teammates, and now as sort of like friendly rivals. So there's a lot of love in this game, but no one wants to give this one up. So close to the major, so important for Toronto Ultra to pick up those points and walk away with a dub here, and massive for the Ravens to get themselves out of the slump they've been in, and against a very formidable opponent as well. So this is a huge series for both teams, and we're going to harp upon that until this one ends, because it is a big matchup for both squads.
I mean, yeah, Ultra just looking for final form in effect, like final form / Cold War form. I suppose there really is no difference because that is about as high as the skill cap is going to go. But I'd say for Ravens, yeah, I mean, desperation time. Who knows what the vibes are like inside of the camp. But again, since Major II, like including Major II, their only wins are against Paris. That is literally it. They have not beaten anybody else. A slump to say the least, and I mean, still a fairly tight game here. It's not like they've really been getting blown out of the water, but still, like you need a dub at some point. And Ultra, obviously a great team to get one against, but not a great look so far, falling 1-0 in the series. Now we go to a Berlin S&D, where sort of a funny one for the Ravens, a 3-8 record overall, which is kind of abysmal. But 0-5 in round 11s, like their actually round percentage is solid. They go competitive with every single team in the league on Berlin. They just have no ice when it comes to the round 11s. And well, that results in a pretty terrible map record overall. Maybe another opportunity though against Toronto Ultra, again in elite S&D form as of late. I do think Berlin should be a battle, but I mean, Ravens just got to get one on the board.
Yeah, one on the board will help a lot. Again, just trying to push the longevity in the series, not a bad look for them. We get to Tuscan a little bit later on, and again, that has been a bit of a fun playground for Ultra, but can't count the Ravens out by any means. A lot of gun skill, incredible teamwork and composure, hopefully across the board, but no ice. A problem that I think a lot of teams have been facing recently, no ice. The ice machines are broken right now. You'll have to just... Global warming, Matt. You'll have to just have a lukewarm beverage instead. Top performers, though, going into the Search and Destroy. Again, for both teams, should be a fun one, whichever way you are leaning. I know the UK fans will be up and about, enjoying the matchup. But again, this is it. Our head-to-head. 2 players either side, 0 in insight for their respective teams. Not too much between them, Chance.
I think overall fairly comparable stats. I know Insight obviously slightly better in the team kill category of things, but I'd say 0 overall, probably more impactful. I mean, he honestly, I think probably is the most impactful player with a sniper. Obviously, it is a little bit map dependent, but 0 has certainly been consistent. And I don't know exactly how much we'll get to see on Berlin. Maybe a little splash of it, but if we go to a map 5 and we get the Desert Siege, that has truly been his home. So I think that'll definitely be a fun battle between these two teams. Should we get there? Because obviously a lot of that depends on, honestly, how this map goes. In my mind, probably a must win for the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, again, we want to see the Ravens go deeper into this series. That's where they're going to find more success. But until then, an upset would be ideal. Ravens, Ultra. We're going into Berlin Search and Destroy in a brief moment. Map number 2 here in our second series of the day, here on this glorious Saturday. Lots going on in the sporting world, lots going on in the esports world as well. So whatever your device you're watching this one on, make sure you've got something else open. Another tab maybe if you're a more digitally inclined viewer. But we will see, friends, as we rock and roll now into our Search and Destroy. Staying on Berlin, we got a double dose of Tuscan coming up after this map. But for now, Search and Destroy. Let's see how it goes, Chance. A must win for the Ravens to keep themselves really flowing in the series, but Ultra, they're looking good.
And again, some of those stats almost seem to misalign with the map record for the Ravens, right? Like 3rd overall in first blood percentage, but a 3-8 record. So they definitely have a few things that have been factors in their success when they have it. It is just struggle in those later rounds. And funnily enough, something Carson pointed out is on the neutral setups, Ultra actually are not too strong unless they're making a play towards A. This time they don't even pick up the bomb off the rip, but they get the first blood. aBeZy somewhat opened up, but in spite of that, just leaning towards A because that is where they find all of their success. And seems to be the same case. Once again, a very quick 4 versus 2 already for Ultra.
Not chalked, never chalked, but Ultra with a bomb down now makes it that bit easier. Harry, gotta go grande, my friend. And here we go. If he pops through this door, he did. There we go. CleanX, beautiful stuff there. 0 last man alive now for the Ravens. A 1v4 situation with just about 30 seconds to defuse the bomb. A couple of kills should go his way, but this is going to be a very difficult engagement to win. Not likely. Never chalked. I'll tell you what, he's screwed now. That little runaway from CleanX, that seals it. The rest of Ultra show up, seal the deal. Nice round out of Toronto.
Yeah, no, pretty much as chalked as it gets, I'd say there towards the end. I mean, almost like too easy of a round for Ultra. Just a pick here, a pick there, free bomb plant, no pressure. I mean, Zero, the only player to shoot back, and that's only because he got to shoot Cammy in the side for free. And I mean, as clean of a round as you could really ask to have, and he'll take that success for Toronto Ultra. And I'd say I mean, this is definitely a gut check. I don't have the stats to back it up, but it feels like the past couple S&Ds Ultra have had, they'll lose the first couple rounds, sort of figure out what the other team is going to do, and then just go on an absolute tear. Yeah. They're already starting strong, you know. They're going to be happy for it.
Well, we'll see, man, if they've got the staying power, again, the stamina, if you will, to run all the way to the finish here. But for now, they've lost a player. Cleanex is out. The tissue, not an issue in this round. A-bomb being planted slowly. Cammy's crept in. Good coverage from Harry. Lovely work again. Insight now to the back window. Shots again from Afro. Beautiful work as the Ravens hold it down. And Bance, no chance whatsoever. Ravens with a magnificent bounce back.
Just perfect. Same thing as round one, at least in terms of style. Get the first blood, have a nice little setup to get the trades. Harry with the coverage on site. I'd say Afro with a little bit of luck on his side. The nade took him down to 2 HP, but no one in position to actually get that final kill, and then he's effectively bait for the rest of his teammates, and what turns into a perfect round. Response is there for the Ravens, tied up 1-1.
Beautiful stuff. Afro has continued to be a very impressive player since his debut in the Call of Duty League. 2 kills to his name already here, leading the squad by 1. Here comes the opening hit now from Ultra. It looks like they were going towards B. Cammy with a nice shots on a nasty there from that mail room window. He's going to get that first blood and open up that side of the map. Bomb now making his way back towards the B-bomb site. As Harry watching that cross diligently. A little bit of a fight going towards A as well. So it's all happening here on Berlin.
Just great reads. I was watching on the minimap the entire time. Cleanex basically just setting the trap, and Afro tries to make a play, but falls right into it. Now, speaking of traps, you're behind both. There's one. Here's number 2. And the Dane, the only non-UK player in the lobby, there to take him down and gets the big 3 to seal the deal.
He's diffy. He's diffy. Has a diffy passport. That's ultimately the great difference maker. But that flank, the timing on that one. 3 on the round, and magnificent work from Cleanex. Okay, he wasn't an issue in the last round, but in this one, he was most certainly an issue. Great stuff. There's Cleanex there on your screen. Calm focus, back into it we go. Another round. Ultra up by 1. Here we go.
I think last time it was a perfect day hit from Ravens. Now Ultra triple stacking that in response, and they are pretty quick for the wrap back. Number 6 turns his attention. Same with number 8, and Bance the lone man over towards B for the moment. Gets that first blood, and obviously you can still clutch a 3v4 if you get the bomb down, but Nasty not planning yet. And Ultra swarming oh so quickly. Check all the corners. Hasn't gotten shot at, but Nasty gets found out nonetheless. And look at how perfectly those arrows swarm on that bomb site. Ultra making no mistakes in this round.
No, they are playing this very well. Afro, though, still with a chance. Trying to recover the bomb. Oh, the dodge there from Cleanex now staying it alive. He's got Zero covering him from the backside of the bomb site. Not enough to get the job done. Too many angles to cover. Zero, he's been pressured and now finds himself in a difficult spot once again. Has to get these kills, has to recover the bomb. He has a little bit of time to do it, but he's trapped and it's a matter of time. Jamie Craven is on the flank.
I mean, you're just trapped in point. He's got the angle maybe to spot Bance, but
here he comes.
Whatever the situation may be, yeah, tagged up, surrounded, flanked, just playing with your food, waiting to kill him, and maybe a couple extra elims come through as I think Bance gets the assist, but perfectly efficient round. I mean, Ultra 0 time wasted. It was a triple stack over towards A, and I don't know how they got the read. I don't know if Bance just got a hefty stun on the cross, but they were instant on the rat back, and of course the fact that Bance gets the first blood as well doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah, I like the rat back call as well. You would have seen those players hit the cross, and Bance is the one man holding that at B side of the map. They turned around so quickly as well. So Ultra toying around here with the Ravens, making them really work for it. 2-2 split, a little slow, not a lot of pressure towards the inside of the A side. Now that bomb back and forth. You're gonna watch it swing around until they get the final call to here we go, hit this bomb site in particular.
Yeah, no one got spotted on the cross either. Cleanex has already cleared everything out. He spots Afro in the back, and as soon as no one gets spotted on the cross, Bance chucks the stun over towards B just to make a little bit of noise, instantaneously wraps back, and this would be a free bomb plant, so Ultra playing the information game perfectly.
Cammy's got the other side of the map covered. If he hears something, maybe sees something run through, should be able to catch those players. There it is, mid-map. He wins his first. Cleanex covering the inside now. Force brief for him. Ravens making their way through the front door. Check the corners. Will they find anything? Cleanex is here, looking to find number 5. Guns up. Gets it. Can he get the second? My God, Cleanex. That's sensational. The last kill on bomb site as well. The Great Dane, ladies and gentlemen. Woo!
Yeah, Ravens right now, I believe, are playing Search and Destroy on Berlin. Toronto Ultra are playing chess, I think would be a fair descriptor. That is the second time on offense where not only do they play the information perfectly, but the guy they leave effectively for like the flank plays. On one round, it was towards the A site on offense, and it was Cleanex that gets the read on Afro. This time, it's Cammy that had the jump on Zero, rotating in from like over towards Docks. I mean, they are literally just playing the map perfectly for the moment. The first bloods have been on point. Now Cleanex looking for a glide, and he's got Cammy for the bait.
Here we go. No, Cammy was not the bait. He was not the bait that time. Wow. A hyper-aggressive start here from Toronto Ultra. Ravens scrambling to try to stay alive here. Try to find a kill or two. And Zero, he is a dead man. Cammy's got him locked on. Has he made the call, though? I do believe we're going to send Cleanex in to try and get the final kill. But a quick reposition up from Zero. Not a chance. Unbelievable stuff. Nasty now in the 1v3. Answers out. Cleanex spots it. The kill's his. Insight makes... No, doesn't see it. Jumped across. That could be it. Let's chance. This is sensational search and destroy from Toronto Ultra.
I mean, again, just playing it perfectly. Now he gets spotted and tagged up, and there you go. Cleanex got the kill. And honest to God, I don't know how he did it. Maybe shoot him through the wall from top third, but whatever the case may be, I'm pretty sure that is the glide bomb that comes through. And oh, never mind. Super easy kill. It looked a little bit different on the minimap to me.
He was very... I thought he might have jumped off a top third and hit him through the angle. Like, man, that I'd have screamed my lungs out. Woo! Well, Toronto Ultra, this was a must-win, or an important round, important map for the Ravens, and so far it has been nothing but a tragedy as the Ravens now sit at 5-1. Map point Ultra. Harry sitting on the breadstick. The rest of his teammates, not much better. Glide bomb in hand for Cleanex. 7 kills in a row for him. Here comes the entry onto the site, and surely the man feels invincible right now.
And, well, one player got spotted on the cross, so that's the player they're looking for. In the meantime, Zero gets dropped by a grenade, and Cleanex has checked nearly every single corner. Afro's still in his sneaky spot. Now the question is, how much do you trust the comms? And maybe they don't trust it enough, so they just call in the glide bomb to get the perfect intel. Now you get to call out everybody.
Close the doors off the bottom side of the fire building. Nothing to be cut there, but he does know there's one player on the inside, and that's Afro. Making a bit of a run around here, but Cleanex, oh my God, he's going to be gifted another 2. It's 8 down a row. His lives are up. His teammate Cammy finding it, and that's the last player there. Cleanex may as well go for it. And Nasty, he's fighting. He's going down with a fight, truly. Will he go down, though? It's up to Cleanex, and the win comes through. Lord almighty. Toronto Ultra. Spectacular work in the first map, and Berlin, that part of our series comes to a close. But I'll tell you what, it was a very, very good look out of all of them. Cleanex in particular. He was the MVP in your map number 1 chance, and if he's not the MVP in your map number 2, shave the beard.
No, I will not be doing that. I will still vote for him for MVP. That might be one of the fastest Berlin S&Ds we have seen this entire year. I know it wasn't a 6-0, but 6 minutes of game time for a 7-round game on a map that honestly can sometimes come to a screeching halt. I mean, just even looking at the damage, like players on Ravens barely shooting back almost every single first blood, bar the second round going to Ultra. And again, a lot of little things they were doing right, playing the information game perfectly when they're watching the crosses, responding to the late flanks, whether it be, you know, Zero coming from the dock side, trying to go back to A where Cammy catches him, or Afro trying to go on the full flank strap towards B and Cleanex catching him that moment. They did all the little things right. And I think Insight truly had his feet up for that one. 2-1 for a 7-round game. Did not break a sweat.
6 minutes on the dot. We will see if anyone can do better than that one. But Insight, I'm thinking that 2-1. I was like, is that the wrong stat? Is he on the wrong team there? Is that the wrong numbers? No, it's not. Well, Berlin comes to a close. Now to the second part of our series, the Tuscans. Troll and Hardpoint. We may not have to go to the hardpoint. The way the Ravens are looking right now, it is dire situations for them. Will they be able to come back? Will they be able to bounce back into the series? I certainly hope so, because quite frankly, I'm enjoying this matchup. I'm enjoying the plays. Everyone seems to be having a good time. And let's see, ladies and gentlemen, if Cleanex can be Chance's MVP 3 maps in a row. Quick commercial break. We come back. Toronto Control.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tuscan Control, map number 3 in our series here between Toronto Ultra and the London Royal Ravens. I'm telling you, mate, the greatest Freudian slip of my entire career. A beautiful looking Tuscan today. I must admit, smoky skies must be all the burning buildings around here, but we're ready for some action, ladies and gentlemen. This is 2-0 to Toronto Ultra. This is match point for them. If they can win it, we all get to move on to the next series and get along with our day. And Toronto fans, they can sit pretty, knowing that their team is looking great going into the next, week of games. But, mate, the KDs, everything, glorious for Ultra so far.
Absolutely. I mean, the way this series has been going, we might have to rename it to Toronto Control. Yeah, I mean, you certainly never know. I will say, Toronto's record on this map, pretty abysmal. I believe it is, 3-8 overall? 5-8? Dude, I can't read my own handwriting. That is so terrible. They don't have a good record on Tuscan Control. We'll get that out of the way. They do have plenty of close maps, to admit, but plenty of losses in the round 5s where they just do not end up getting that defense. This is honestly a pretty good start for them. Get a couple kills down and maybe get that 8 points secured. But while we talk about Toronto not being great on this map, a stat for London Royal Ravens, the last time they've won a Tuscan Control, February 5th.
Blimey, that's a while ago. Can they change it today? They managed to stop the wonderful opener there from Toronto Ultra. 2 segments gone on the A zone. Got a little tickle towards B, but that's all finished for now. Across the map, the spread somewhat thin for the Ravens, but they're winning the gunfight. So with that, you're all good in the hood. There you go. Zero finds another. Mid-map all safe over towards B. 2 members of Ultra managed to slip through, but Afro now on the hunt.
And I think Insight, the guy going to be in the back playing for kills. Bance, the guy in the hill making the reads, and Insight wins his one-on-one gunfight. So you at least get a tick over towards B, which already you can count this as a successful round. And I mean, honestly, they got a decent bit of time to make even more happen. The kill's still coming through. Bance working on his levitation game, but eventually does get traded. But Ultra, despite the fact that they have not yet capped A, they're trying to pour the pressure this direction, and things were looking good. Not the best team kill.
Cammy's just too cracked, son. He's flying. He's flying in the gunfights. Gunfights, the teammates are winning, and sadly, winning for him as well. There we go. 5-2 for Insight. 1-5 for Cleanex. He's a little too dangerous right now. As Cammy now on the 3 spree. Right off the spawn into the action he goes. Immediately dropped 2 kills there. I'm still close. Ravens now have got P5 control, so that side of the map's all good. There's 2 of them working that site. He's the last zone up now still. 1:40 to play with. Lot of time for the Ravens to hold this one down on defense.
Oh, I think Zero spotted him as well. Great reads by the captain. I think spotted him through the door. Wins the nice gunfight on the outside and has another potential square up with Insight on the outer portion of the map. COD timing at its finest, and it goes by way of Zero. They have the complete lockdown spread across the map. They even got the teamwork over towards P5. Harry baiting for Afro, and that is bait, honestly, Afro does not need. He picks up 2 by himself, and I'd say now again, Ravens just all up in Ultra's business. Toronto have a long way to go if they want to win this round, and problem number 2, they don't have any more respawns.
Yep. Now they're well out of it. Cleanex is gone. Ants coming in, Insight last up. Nasty's got mid covered. Good shots, nothing to throw at him. He's going to hold this line now. Beautiful work from the Ravens here in this opening defensive round on Tuscan. Zero's got the last man down now. It's all onto Insight. He is absolutely cooked. Ravens take round 1.
You know, honestly though, still not a terrible round for the Ultra. They get an extra tick over towards the B point, so I'd say not the worst case scenario, but they absolutely got bullied out in the slaying department. I mean, Ravens, as soon as they got the pressure off of B, and honestly, you know, the team kill coming through certainly helps out a little bit, but they were taking care of business, and honestly, maybe the best news of the day for the Ravens right now, Cleanex playing a little bit slow, 2-7, which you've been paying attention to this series. He has been the major thorn in their side. If he slows down even a little bit, that gives you a lot of breathing room.
Yeah. 9-5 for Afro. Zero finds a nice 2 off the rip there. First segment A is gone, man. They're powering through that one. Nasty and Harry get the job done. Afro wins another big one. That was a 5 spree. Man, he's flying right now. Clock stopped. Haven't finished the capture towards A. Surely now they get it. Great work from Nasty. They're on a bounce. And again, Nasty 4 spree. Looking fantastic for the Ravens here in control.
And already getting pressured out. So Ultra trying to rotate in over towards a tight setup. And Those are two players we'll pay attention to later in the day.
A little bit later.
As far as this one goes, Ultra, I mean, they are just flooding everybody in through P5, keeping control on the bottom side of the map. And, you know, Bance has a nice little spot towards the back, but he gives away his position and at least gets forced to back down. But I'd say, honestly, from Bance, just a nice job of staying alive.
Yeah, I'm amazed, if anything. Insights are good. Bance, he's coming back for more. He's crept in. Bance is in. He's in behind them. Gets himself one. Not, oh, man, if he got both those, I'd have been singing, truly singing there in that moment. But the defense will hold for a moment. Be still safe. Nasty still in your spawn, still in your biz. Through the front line now come a few more of his teammates. Kleenex is on a bit of a rampage. Still trying to find them kills. Front side safe. Nasty dropped as well. Good work, Ultra. Your base is safe.
I was really expecting Nasty to turn around as his teammates were coming through P5 and try to work the pinch, but he just tries to go for the hard read, waiting someone for wrap back. And, well, that'll be no streaks and obviously no pressure over towards this B zone. And you've lost the life advantage that you had as well. Is the tight setup right now for Ultra honestly able to hold strong. Everybody always able to fill into whatever position that they need. Someone covering top church, and you need the pressure over towards P5. You got that as well. Vance, though, loses an important one because now Kleenex is on an island by himself. Takes at least one down with him, but is getting hunted. But the untradeable Bane is there. He was 2 and 7 coming into this round, and he's getting close to dead even. As Ravens now have a little bit of pressure over towards B point, but it's Nasty by himself for the moment and towards top green, waiting for his teammates to help him out.
Yep. Green's safe for a Mo. Danny making his way forward. Does win one. Beautiful stuff out of Ultra now making their way in. Defense once again cleaned up. Ravens back on spawn. Just over 20 seconds down to work with. They've got an opportunity to make something happen here, but you got to get going. That gunfight in church is lost. Time ticking. There's still an opportunity to maybe make this happen. The 3-man hit now has to be perfect. Cammy spots one, spots the second, guns him. That should be it. No one able to get this done. Good work out of Harry to find the kill. And if he gets this, that's great, but not enough time to get towards the point. Nice work out of Toronto Ultra. The bounce back there on their own defensive round. And they managed to keep the Ravens at bay with the segments as well. They don't get onto B. They don't capture that one, so Ultra have the advantage.
Yep, shout out to the objective. I think right now they're still getting outslayed by maybe 6 or 7 kills, but wouldn't make a difference if we go to that round 5. And I mean, hey, Ultra, I think it's what, Insight, the only player positive. That is all you need for the moment. Back on the attack, though, is Toronto, and I still wish we'd see more B hits on offense on this map. Admittedly, I don't actually think it's that great to try to go for the attempt, and well, we're not going to see one here. Players up top, head gone. Nasty fried. Insight with that first win, and Ultra plenty of players over towards this A zone.
Yep. Anyone's going to do the capturing for now. It's Insight. The rest of the team pushing out. Inside of Church's bands. Guns taken clean care of. Over towards the zone we go now. Afro nearly snuck under the barrel of Insight, but he's going to get the second as well. Kleenex forward he goes. Straight into the fight against Harry, and mate, he nearly won it. Crazy stuff. Ultra have hit the fly button. Into the fight they go. 7 spree for Insight. 19 and 9. Looking to take the MVP title away from Kleenex.
Yeah, and now if you play it well, I mean, honestly, getting that glide bomb should be enough for them to win this game at a certain point. Whether it's just to secure a round or make sure you're clean on defense again, just trying to make sure you keep that tick advantage, which for the moment they are right on schedule. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with, by the way. Definitely as good as it gets when it comes to capping A.
Yeah, it's a long time in COD years. 2 minutes now to go. Forward we fly. Pick the corners. Zero wins it. Cammy may make the hit now. Zero. No, it's not getting the win. That's great stuff now. Ultra opening. Afro can't get the fight as well, so we've still got an open hole. Bleeding reinforcements now into the fight, and Harry will be the man to slow it down. Last member of Ultra on this side of the map cleaned up. Zero immediately into their spawn. And oh no, he's running a Cammy with an MP40 and he's hot as hell right now. Bounces his way into the gunfight. Afro slows him down on that side of the map. Now to the P5 side. Once again, Harry doing what he can. Can't get it done. They're flooding through now. Nasty's gonna have to hit the flank.
Well, he's going to be able to time this perfectly and shoot 2 players in the back, and, well, actually gets traded. Kleenex with the reaction time, but not enough to avoid getting traded himself. Nasty, for the moment, been the hero for the team. Harry, nice reads on the flank, and Vance, the lone man that's aggressive. Funnily enough, does take 2 down with him, but this is all just for Ultra to try and apply some pressure. The kills have sort of been going their way, but again, it's like a 3-man wipe you need to get 3 different times to try to capture this B point. Ultra certainly setting up for it. They've been able to come away through Church and see taking their time, try to get the intel, insight, spotting the player over towards top plat. And wants to take the gunfight as well. Not an easy one, but this is where Ultra trying to make their move.
Yeah, that was it. The move was made. They lose 2 members of the attack. That's going to be tough now. 1 player on point, all onto insight in the back line. Win this fight, that's one thing. You still have to contend with the remaining members of the Ravens now in their spawn. Zero, guns up, eyes on him. Surely not. Not an AR like Zero. He's going to win that fight 9 times out of 10. And now, across the map we go. Ravens pushing their front line forward. 25 seconds, looking to nab another defensive round. But Ultra may have a way through Church.
Well, one more attempt at it on the lives as well. Both teams certainly dwindling for the moment, but much more difficult for Ultra. Quad stack in and around Church. The nades there for the intro. You know, player's on point, but it's Afro. Doesn't even get shot. That'd be a free 2-piece, and he is alive and well in the trades are in. Cammy gets sniffed out and hunted down, and another clean round on defense for the Ravens. Funnily enough, I do not have the stats to back this up. I will go back and check after this series, but I think the expectation, at least for me early on, was that like on these defensive sided maps, over time, we'd see the teams on offense start to figure out better ways to actually make the captures. I don't know if that's been the case. I think if anything else, especially on a map like Tuscan, teams have just gotten more solid at defense of not making any mistakes and truly, well, just locking things down. As it has been perfect on defense so far, and a 4-tick advantage. Again, expect that just to be an extra bump. And actually, this is the OpTic special, maybe trying to hit through the middle of the map, but that does get shut down very quickly. So Ravens just turn their attention back over towards that.
Let's see if they can keep it going. Great stuff out again out of Afro in that final round. 23-19 for the West Midlands finest right now here on Tuscan. Harry keeping it all safe and sound right now as they capture the A zone as well. Nasty doing the work on the other side. Some players like to call it Cellium, some people like to call it the DIs. Yeah, so an interesting part of the map, very important. Sticks right up, gets the job done. A's gone.
It's the D-Ice call out, okay? That's all it is.
What you got,
mate?
With
the big 2. I would say long term, by the way, just to break this down, obviously A gets captured. We are used to this situation. Ravens want to burn that Glide Bomb that I believe Insight still has in the back pocket. And of course, if you're Insight, you absolutely will use that just to stop a tick coming through if Ravens ever open the door to get that pressure on B.
Yep, this might be the play to try to make happen. Cammy's got to win a fight or 2 here. Oh dear, Afro cooks it to perfection. Straight through the front, finds a kill or 2. Kleenex is there, the untradeable. He may be down in the KD department of 17 and 21, but he's making the play right now. Flying forward into the back line. Still keeping that back side of the map safe. He's got 1 more member of the Ravens on this side with him as Insight. Should have the pinch as well. Good stuff out of Ultra. Once again, another defensive round going their way for now. Other side of the map though, Cammy, will he let these players through? He will not for a moment, but we'll see. Afro's gonna have to back on up and lick the wounds.
And lanterns on this map as deadly as they were in the Chicago fire back in the day. Whatever the case may be, again, similar setup, very tight for the Ultra. Everyone grouped up together, and even if Ravens, if you get that 4 down, you already see he's got the glide, but you're not even winning these intro gunfights, and the teamwork is there for Ultra. As defense almost certainly shaping up to hold strong again.
Still holding strong. And right now, looking fantastic for Toronto Ultra, who will get defense in the final round if we do not see a capture. Zero's on it. Here's the contest. First win. Kleenex is there. Beautiful shots out of Zero. Not able to get the kill, though. His teammates are still in a position to make this happen. The pitch is on as well. Oh my! Ravens are in. Ravens have managed to break in. Can they get the capture, though? Cammy wins 1. Cammy wins the 2nd. Here comes the glide. You've managed to bait it out for now. It's going to get Harrow of the point at the very least. But was it a worthy investment here? Zero. It was so close. They get the first segment. 35 still on the clock. The play is not over yet.
I mean, that was best case scenario, at least just to get that extra tick and burn the glide. So Ravens at least happy for that for the moment, happier for the fact that they have Afro. Unfortunately, Harry's gonna fall, and more unfortunate, Ben picks up 2. It now needs to be the one-man show. After the last man standing for the team has to make the fancy play, but is unfortunately tagged up and surely gonna get hunted down. Toronto, take care of business. Defense potentially still holding strong once again, or maybe not. Harry with the big 2.
We're tied on 6 right now as far as the final moments of this game go. Harry might dive for it. Quick contest. He's in. He's gone. Zero's there. Finds 1. Not able to get the 2nd. Final trade comes through. That's it. Good work, Toronto, to stay alive. Now, quick maths. Who gets defense? They tied up on ticks in that final round. This is going to be a big one. Glide bomb invested for Ultra. No more special tricks up their sleeve. And oh my, Ravens have stole it on kills.
As good as it gets. I mean, what is that? The +5 for Afro, only -1 for Zero. So yeah, they get it by a couple. Barely. And well, shout out to Afro for that final tear in the final few moments as well, just to keep that little edge. And that is the hard work done. You deal with the glide. You made that heroic play just to get a single tick. But hey, that's all you need to get the defense for the final round. And I mean, we are 4 for 4 so far, and Ultra, at least off the opening break, it is standard stuff for the moment, leaning towards this 8-point, ripping a couple heads to make it happen. And Insight has now found his home for maybe the next 45 seconds or so, as Ultra trying to dance with a little bit of pressure over towards B, but Ravens with good read so far.
Yeah, so far so good. What we've seen in every defensive round, it's the script. We're following it right now. Oh my God. How do you kill him? Not an easy thing to do. Over to B, we were there for a moment. His Insight is there. Cammy. Oh dear. Cammy and Bance, they're on B. Ravens have got to do something special here. We've changed things. I was talking about scripts. We've just ripped it up and thrown it out of the window. We're capturing B now. Ultra. Eyes are on. Cammy's got to win a couple of big fights. Shots are good. Can't get either. That part of the map's still not safe though. Bance is still alive and kicking here. Onto the point, can't get it done. His old teammate, his old pal Trey Morris puts him in the dirt. 45 seconds to play with, and Toronto have gambled it all on a hit on B.
I mean, you stack it, you get naded. You don't stack it, you just capture it so slowly, and you end up getting swarmed. And now you don't really have a ton of map pressure. An insanely unfortunate stun as well that takes down Cammy, who could have gotten to bottom church, but now you're just going to deal with Nasty playing a cheeky spot. But hey, Insight there for the read. But now for Ultra, I mean, obviously capturing B is going to be the long-term game, but you got to make sure you get A as well. Afro still applying that pressure. Good reads towards the middle of the map, but the stun enough there to make sure he gets taken down. But all of that work, all of that effort over towards that B zone, effectively for nothing. A captured a minute and a half, only 14 lives to work with. I think if I'm Ultra, honestly, maybe just try to do it on kills.
Ultra's gambit was interesting to start things off. They're into the point now. Afro's tagged. He's been suppressed. You've got 3 members, now 2 of Ultra there, low down on the point. Got to get things going. They might be able to make this happen. Bounce has got the flank covered, catches one. Oh dear. The first segment's gone. The fight is on. Ravens now has got to be decisive. Nades through. You're out of tacticals and lethals there for the Ultra players. Bounce on a 4. Still trying to keep things going. It's a slow and steady capture. My God, Chance. Bounce on a 5. Time still going their way. Can he get any more?
It's a 10v6 though, keep in mind, I think the lives might be the name of the game, just because a minute and 15 is a lot of time to work with. You definitely want to get someone on point just to stop the clock, to buy a little bit of extra time, and Ravens certainly have to pump the brakes and play the tight setup, because every single kill will be a difference maker.
Zero spots at least one, backs up immediately, has the coverage of Harry over his shoulder. The shots are good. Nice work out of the Ravens, holding the back line now, safe and sound. You've got a bit of space to work with. Tactical retreat from Harry, does manage to win a fight or two, and it's a great bit of work on the defense now from the Ravens. Clock still ticking, forward you go. Harry looking for anything, does manage to get with an nade down, and Insight backed on up through the front side of the map, though still Cammy, as this is starting to come down to an absolute explosive finish. Magnificent shots out of Zero. Still a live chance, 35 on the clock, no lives left.
Look, it was a 6-1 in the search and destroy, and that's basically what we're playing now, 4v4, but the team on offense is the team with the pressure. Cammy maybe the leading man for the team. You know, someone swords that back tank, and Raven still turtled up. It might be the hit through TJHaly.
Here they go. They're flying straight to the point. It's on Ben Bance in there to stop the time. Trying to get one at the back. No, Harry draws first blood here in this showdown. We're slowly capturing the point. The shuffle of players. We've traded out 3v2 now. Ultra tagged up, bagged up. Are they in danger? Yes. Wins for Zero. It's a 2v1. It all comes down to Cammy. If he can catch these 2 players, it's over. Otherwise, the Ravens will go to another Tuscan. That's it. It's done. Jesus, what a control. Final 2 lives up for the Ravens there, as we will see a hard point as they will live to fight another day, and we go 1 map deeper into this series.
Yeah, I was not joking in the slightest when I said I know Ultra's record isn't great, but they always have close maps. Another one for the books for those guys of just an incredibly tight game where they end up on offense in the round 5, and as close as they got, could not quite make anything happen. I mean, it is just an incredibly delicate balance of trying to play like the clock management. Do you stay on the point? Do you jump off and look for the kills? But Ravens hold supreme on defense towards the tail end, and I mean, I'd say the play of the game has to be, if not the clutch towards the end, just Afro getting just a bevy amount of kills in the round number 4 to help get that extra tick and make sure they had the advantage to get the defense on the round 5. Nearly 5K damage as well. CleanX certainly the MVP for maps 1 and 2. Well, the SMG on the flip side, turning things up just to keep the series alive.
Ooh, Afro's 37-29, nearly 5K. Massive work. But look at the highlights now from this wicked Tuscan control. And man, it was a good start. Defense heavy wins it though in the end. No one quite able to crack the special code there on the offensive rounds. It's not easy to attack on Tuscan anyway. But Chance, your statistic you called up there has been confirmed. Castle stats come on through and said that, yeah, in stage 1, offense won 28%. Stage 2, 24. Stage 3, 20. So yeah, things changing just a little bit, but spicy stuff either way. Whew, man, I'm sweating after that one. Might be the sweater. Why they call it a sweater, presumably, but there we go. Final round goes to the Ravens. They stay alive here in the series, Chance. What do you think, mate? Tuscan hardpoint? Surely Ultra. Surely.
I mean, no. So I think earlier I got the map records mixed up because, again, my handwriting is god-awful. I think it was a 5-8 record for the Tuscan control for Ultra. The 3 that I pulled from was actually the hard point where they have a 3-9 record on Tuscan. Now, granted, it is a similar story. They have a ton of maps where they're within 15, 20, 25 points, but they still take a decent number of L's. Now, their hard point has certainly been improving. Berlin especially. I don't know if Tuscan is quite in that same category, so I'd say if nothing else, it rings true what you said earlier, Miles. The deeper the series go, more or less the better look for the Ravens. Not an easy one on Tuscan, to be sure, but feasibility is certainly going to be there, and maybe, in fact, we actually might have a Game 5 on our hands. Maybe that curse of 0 versus bans might live on.
God, it's what, 1 in 10. 1 in 10. We'll see if the monkey wrench can get thrown into the plans here. Desert Siege will be the showdown if we have to go all the way. But now it's Tuscan, boys and girls. We're staying on it. Double dose of Blinn didn't cure your ails. This double dose of Tuscan may well indeed. And if you're a Ravens fan, well, I hope you're feeling better after that one. Tuscan hardpoint coming up next. Of course, following that, the showdown on Desert Siege. Thrown down in the desert. Last map in the series. Bound to be an absolute treat, Chance. But yeah, as you said, mate, as we both said of now, this is looking a little bit better for the Ravens. We will see, though, if they can keep the sort of courage going, because not an easy thing to do against Ultra right now. They've just started to believe. This is their upward tick here in the CDL. Finally, Toronto Ultra starting to get their footing in Vanguard, as it has not been a good season for them whatsoever. Points are the name of the game right now for Toronto Ultra. Every win is a absolute must. Looking across the point standing once again, Toronto Ultra's 90 points is far too close to everyone around them, all the way down to the Subliners in 11th place at 60. So a must win in every sense of the word.
Well, I mean, I think you can make the argument. Obviously, in Major 3, there's no telling what happens, but let's just say, for argument's sake, Ultra actually fall in the point, like, disparity is still that close for the CDL. I'm still pretty confident because of how good, like, Ultra have looked going into Major 3 to not be a team that falls off and places top 12 and, like, secure a decent number of points. I would say maybe the concern right now is actually for the Ravens more so. I know they're like 30, 40 points ahead of where Ultra are overall in the standings. But if they don't get this win here, I think almost assuredly they start in loser's bracket in Major 3. Not a fun place to be. Then the possibility of placing like top 12 becomes very real, depending on who your first round matchup is. And I think Ravens, obviously, if they get this win, I mean, maybe it still comes down to the tie breaks, but you just want to start in winner's bracket going into Major 3. So obviously the CDL points for the entire year comes into effect, but even just short term, looking at the major, Ravens certainly need this win more, as I think Ultra, the most pressure they had was their series against New York, but they delivered.
Deliver indeed. See if the deliveries can now land here on Tuscan. Check the shipping status. It left Berlin. Made its way to Tuscan. Currently sat in a holding pattern. We'll find out who gets it at the end of this map. Hardpoint, here we go. Map number 4 here in the series. Let's get it.
And funnily enough, Miles, I was actually looking at data for opening breaks on all the different maps. Tuscan is actually one of the maps. It is like a 70-30 split on the team that spawns on the red side of the map, which is the side that the Ravens spawn on, win the hill the overwhelming majority of the time. And well, Ravens turning this one and shaping up to be absolutely no different. Now, I'd say for the Ultra, the good news is, even if you start on the quote bad side, you still get the rotation towards new, but this is so much time for the Ravens work with to try to flip those spawns after the guy trying to make it happen. And there's the first 2 entry kills, but fortunately for Zero, well, him and Afro both lose the gunfights in the back. So you dominate P1, but you don't quite get the flip just yet, but obviously they're still in a very good spot.
Good spot. Trying to get the flip, but again, for those wondering what's going on, it means taking the control of the spawns on the right-hand side of the maps where Ultra begin the map. Nades up from Nasty. Can't catch anything there. Pillar side is up now. Second hard point and a very productive one to start things off for the Ravens. Now looking for the break.
That's why 2 players coming around the back for the Ravens. You know Cammy is posted up in the back tank, but 3, Harry, he gets sent to make that push, and now it's Nasty's turn to look for the next gunfight. So Ravens making moves on the flank. By the way, they've pushed through P5 as well, so the pinch is well and truly in, but it looks like Ultra winning every single gunfight around the hill, playing off the pressure perfectly, and obviously that is a response Ultra needed. If Ravens get that break, they just start to build themselves a not insurmountable, but a pretty deep lead, and instead Ultra looking to tie things up.
FT lead to start things off. We're in sweet as CleanX. The surface to air Dane takes care of that one. Rotation's already down. We're looking towards the next one, and it's CleanX making the long route, and that's a big win there from Cammy. Cammy's got a player right behind him though. It's going to be hard to take care of this as well. Up to CleanX. Right around the corner, catches the kill. Spawns should be good now. Onto Ultra spawning on the roof side. They're very, very close to the next hard point. Leads there is only by 5 seconds. CleanX potentially. Oh, it's all there. The writing's on the wall. He's stunned. He's naded. Will he die? That's the question, though. Finally, pressure now from the front. Surely Ravens try to make the break.
And keep in mind, this has been the game of Money Hills so far. 45 seconds on P1, 50 seconds on P2, and well, Fountain Hill, certainly it is much more difficult to make it a Money Hill nowadays since the patch came through, and I think this will shape up to be the same as there you go, Ravens eventually get those roof side spawns just because this thing flips faster than pancakes at IHOP.
Yep, something like that. IHOP, the international house of damn, son, them pancakes be flipping. Backside of the map still, you have 0 to worry about. I don't know what's... I'm with you, brother. To the death. Here we go. Time going the way of Ultra. Final few moments should all be theirs. Ravens, they got a measly 3 seconds out of that hard point. A measly 3, I think. Or was that from P2? I can't even remember. But it has not been good since the map started for the London Royal Ravens. They have been stunned. Ultra managing to get themselves back into this one. Finally, we see some more production here on Church. Backside, though, wide open. Top side, all safe and sound, thanks to Zero and his trusty automaton.
I think every single person just for the side of the Ravens winning their one-on-one gunfights, which makes the break that much easier. Reading the spawns as well. Now, Ultra is sending a player through top church, so they are taking their time to make this break, and Cammy at least gets that intro. Bant's there for the follow-up, and hey, how the tides turn with the one-on-one gunfights. Insight there to win not just 1, but 2. So the break is well and truly in, and I think Ravens may be on the debate of whether or not they want to chalk this up, but that is so much time that they will be fighting for, and looks like a couple players falling. CleanX trying to get out of dodge.
Whoa.
Somehow winning these gunfights, and that might be enough to set his teammates up, or maybe not. It'll be breaks on breaks as Ravens right back inside the point, just for Ultra to take it back over and get the scrap time. So a very messy Churchill, but Ultra still maintaining that lead. But of course, you turn your attention over towards P5. Ravens win the rotation battle.
Bottom side of the map, all Ravens for now. Seeing this with a slow entry through the front line. Doesn't manage to land that nade, which would have singed Afro, but they are set up now. Afro's got it all covered, the front side of the door. Downstairs, you name it, they've got the roof side covered, but all inside's crept through inside with a big sneaky play right now. This could be massive. Nasty catches them out. No, he doesn't. Cammy finds one on the point as well. Oh, God! It's absolutely fallen to pieces. Magnificent break, Ultra.
And keep in mind, Ultra, we saw the stat earlier on. They are the second best team in the game on this map when it comes to holds. The breaks, not so much, but you get a perfect break like that, you have to be feeling good. And now we are to the hold portion of Ultra's gameplay where things get that much better. And it looks like that'll be a sweet final 20 seconds that they will be able to collect on P5. And I mean, that just means you have all the time in the world to make the break over towards this new hill. Now, granted, it was not a great start for them, and They got a little bit of busy work they need to do, but this is 2 players that get to push out from P5 to go get top church control. So this might be an early flip. It's a 40-point lead. You make this break on P1, and this is where Ultra can truly run away with this game.
They're sliding in, get the kills. Couple go down now. 3 members up on point. Beautiful work. Will the flip come through? Most likely no. There it is. Ravens still control the map, but the time is in the hands of Toronto Ultra. Massive amount to be grabbed here if they can stay alive. Still probably playing for the flip. That's going to be all on Cleanex to get the job done there, but Cammy holding the line up front. He had insight. Admirable attempts there from the Ravens to get in, but not enough to break on.
I still think that's going to be a moment of the game, right? Just that break on P5 is the setup every single one of these series of events where you go into P1 and no Ultra never get those spawns, but they just get a pretty solid chunk of time on new, including the pieces that Cleanex is lighting up with the 1 HP because that is all he needs. Another Money Hill delivered a massive lead, and now this is well and truly the case. If Ultra don't turn this into a Money Hill, or excuse me, if Ravens don't turn this in Money Hill, if Ultra get the break, I mean, that might be done and dusted. The pressure's on for the Ravens. Zero's got that P5 control for the moment, but the nades rain through. The perfect start for Toronto.
Oh, it's even better now. Forward they go. Afro doing what he can. Can't get any more out of it. And the backside now. The Ravens have got to flood the point, get as close as they can, but Cleanex and the teamwork from Ultra just too damn good, man. They fly forward. Harry doing what he can with the back of the automaton. Good shots. Cleanex dodges, dives, dips, dodge, doesn't die in the end. Carry still going. His teammates making their way forward now. Zero's there to back him up. An open point for a brief moment, and now Nasty is going to give him a chance to get forward. Finds one. Can't get out with his life, but you've got the point, Cammy! Good God, how'd he get that kill with a rat?
One of the best rat players in the league, I'd have to say. Probably top 5 with a pistol, at least in my mind. His trigger finger is second to none. And a force spree to break this hill in a moment where Ravens needed to make this a money hill. Well, not only do they get broken down, they also have no shot in hell of winning this rotation, as they are getting pieced up along the way.
Oh, God.
90-point game going in a fountain and no one even close to getting over towards those moves. Now, Cammy does jump out of the hill, at least early on, so they lose a couple seconds and maybe actually lose a couple more. His insight now wraps back, but, I mean, he is ready for the easiest gunfight of his life. He should know the Nasty is in the back, or maybe not. Nasty actually taking his time. This might work out perfectly for the Ravens, in spite of the fact that they're down by 100.
Here he goes. Nasty springs to life, finds at least 1 kill. Still to the point now the fight goes. Insight wins another big one. Oh my word, Insight gets 2. It's a 5 spree for him right now. Cleanex now cutting the players through mid. This should sting. Oh, it's doing a lot more than sting. Oh dear, Cleanex finds 2 of them. The reinforcements have been absolutely slaughtered as the Ravens now have got to hobble towards the point. Can they find an opening here just to get Ultra off of it? 10 seconds now for the win. They can do it here. Harry flies through, gets the kill alongside Zero, pushes out the back line. You've saved the day for now. You've got church rotation. It is not just over yet.
I mean, look, we talked about P5, at least in my mind, being the moment of the game where Ultra broke that setup down. Well, they also just broke down a P2, so I don't think this church is going to go any different at a certain point. The storm will be in, and here we go. Cammy poking his head through the outer door, wins a gunfight with a little bit of help, but now you're flooding around and flanking. Both back doors being hit for the moment, but Raven's trying to survive. Cammy ends up being the last man standing, and hey, takes down 2, enough to get his team inside the hill. Only 5 more to go, and Ultra should get this 3-1 win.
The Ravens continue to defend the bottom side of church with the tenacity and the vigor of some kind of medieval paladin. I got nothing there, pals. That's the best you get. It's 5 seconds still for the win. 20 on the point. Ravens still holding it down. Ultra looking for the holes in the defense. They're going to find one at least. Cleanex is in! Cleanex is in! Top side, cleans up 2. Still Zero. Manages to find himself in there for a brief moment. Good shots again, rat in hand. Insight's there. This could be the win. Forward you go, Nasty. No, not a chance. The last man up for the Ravens. No, it's done with 1 second to spare. Toronto Ultra. It is a 3-1 in the end, and what a break. It is truly never chalked, and they played it to perfection. Great stuff out of Ultra. The form looks good going into the major.
Yeah, I mean, that Zero Bans curse did not last for this one. This is just the turning of tides for 2 different teams. Ravens have been, dropping off a cliff when it comes to their stock in the league. Again, since Major 2, they've only been able to beat Paris. Ultra, on the other hand, have certainly been on the come up. Now they're Tuscan control. They want to figure out a way to get those defenses for the round 5s, but otherwise, incredibly clean in the hard point. And obviously the search and destroy, even better. One of the fastest Berlin S&Ds we have seen all year is at least in this matchup, I mean, Insight, incredibly comfortable, lived inside the hard point as CleanX and Bance lighting up the feed when it comes to that SMG production. CleanX got more kills. Bance still got 1,000 more damage than almost everybody else in the lobby. Meanwhile, the SMGs on the other side certainly were suffering.
Yeah, tough work again. The control was very, very good there from the defensive work coming out of the Ravens to get them this far, but it was not quite enough. CleanX, man, I really thought he had those kills. I was lined up for it. Big shots indeed. But either way, the highlights now as the series comes to a close. Ultra can put their feet up and know that when the major rolls around next week, they'll be looking good. Fun a few days of practice again for a lot of the other teams. They'll be traveling, so maybe we'll get some practice against the Academy team. Who knows? But for London Royal Ravens, again, fortunate for them, they've still got one more shot at some points and some redemption because tomorrow they play Seattle Surge. We'll see how that one goes. That's the first match of tomorrow's game. For now, Chance, man, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Ultra. It's been a long time coming for them to really get things going. Hardpoint looks good. Search and Destroy maybe even better. They're looking fine going into the major.
It's gonna be a fun one to be sure, just to see exactly how they do at their home event as well with a home crowd behind them. It'd be fun to see exactly how well they perform. I think it was after Major 2 is when they started to kick things up last go around, so it was certainly not instant success that they had, but they have improved all year long. Couple different players looking like they are truly hitting form. I mean, Cold War Cammy, maybe a little bit more improvement there to return to that superstar status, but he's certainly been on the come up. And CleanX, I think almost especially, has really been finding form as well. So everybody for Ultra looking good, and I'm certainly going to have a pretty decent seed going into the major. Excited to see how well they can do.
Exciting seed, and who knows, even maybe a dark horse to potentially take the whole thing, because here in Vanguard, pals, anything can happen. 3-1 final score there, of course, for Toronto Ultra versus the London Royal Ravens. Close. Actually, not that close. The control was really the only bit. It was not that close. Toronto certainly had their way with them. Beautiful stuff across every game mode indeed. A little bit of work to do there on the control, of course. Defense on Tuscan, reign supreme, and we didn't get to see the Desert Siege, sadly, but hey, plenty more Call of Duty coming your way later on today, tomorrow as well, and of course next week the major in Toronto coming at you live from downtown. I can't wait. Can't wait, friends. Can't wait. Chance, that's it. Our second series of the day is complete. An absolute banger it was. Desk, how you doing, friends?
I'm doing all right. You know what I can't wait for, Miles? I can't wait to go to Toronto and share some poutine with you, man. It's been a while.
Been a long time, but I can't wait, man.
Thanks for the cast. I'll talk to you guys later. But once again, shout out to Toronto Ultra. Big shout out to CleanX going 27-22 in that last round. But also the most significant stat overall has to be with Bance.
It has to be Bance. He's now 2-9 versus Trey 0. He helped the stat today. He didn't go double digits in the losses, so that's a W in my book.
Right, Nameless. What are your thoughts about this matchup overall, man? London Royal Ravens. Correct me if I sound wrong on this. They feel kind of empty in their performances lately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in this series, this is masterful by the Toronto Ultra.
It was.
The hard points have gotten so much better for this team throughout this stage. I mean, sitting at 4-1, guaranteed a winner's bracket spot. They have some big wins when you look at the series that they had versus New York, when you look at the series that they had versus Seattle. Also faring well in hardpoint versus two very strong hardpoint teams.
True.
And I really think the pressure is just finally there for this squad. They're playing so much faster. And going into the series, that's where they also had a big edge because we saw how London Royal Ravens have been playing. The statistics back, they've been playing a little bit slower. And that map one, Royal Ravens picked it up a bit, but still, it was Toronto who had control majority of the time. And then in that last hardpoint, to be 3-9 on Tuscan hardpoint, but to come out swinging like that after losing that first hill, right? Like London Royal Ravens, they had a big lead. And then we saw the setup on P2 that Toronto had. It was beautiful. And the rotation through P5 into the back, trying to just contest that point. They did a great job, and those are things that Toronto was not doing throughout stage one, throughout stage two, that have finally improved and is leading to victories.
No, this Toronto roster, they answered back in the face of adversity better than a lot of other teams in the CDL so far. They were struggling big time when it came to stage two after looking really good stage one, right? Stage three came along, and these guys are looking solid. Shout out to the squad and Marky B, and shout out to this team once again because it's going to be CleanX who's going to be the leading star when it comes to the Scuff play of the game, where he had a 9 spree. victory in Search and Destroy.
I mean, overall, in that Search and Destroy, I'm pretty sure he ended like 10-1. Like, it was just absolutely dominant. He had full map control the entire time. They just let him push through P5. Literally, 2 of them would just straight up hit through the middle of the lane. Nobody in London Royal Ravens was watching it, and they were just getting free pieces time and time again. This was specifically nasty when the player tried to slide down steps and get that trade out, and Clearix said, this hipfire is going to take you out all good.
There were just some terrible rounds on the side of Royal Ravens, like some map spreads that they were trying. We saw what Toronto was doing. They were watching the cross every single round, playing off that information, like most teams do. They were doing their typical A push that we've seen them do versus everybody on Berlin, and it was just working. Like, the Royal Ravens had no answer to it. Their rounds, Clearix sprinted straight through the map, through P5, got behind them. They sprinted through there. They went towards trades and just picked them apart. The trades weren't there for Ravens. They're really, really bad Search and Destroy. They have to go review that VOD.
It was rough to see, especially Afro fighting people off in a game to that control. But also, we have Mountain Dew Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with the one and only Cammy, the guy that was tearing it up. Crazy, Ali. What you got to ask, man?
Hi, Gammy. Welcome back.
Hello.
Huge W. Okay, so you guys are now 4-1 heading into your own major, and things have been a little bit rocky leading up to this point. Honestly, when I heard that you guys were 4-1, it was kind of like, oh, wow, you guys have been frying. So I'm asking about your comfortability now. Like, do you guys think you finally hit your stride heading into your own major?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, especially in respawns, obviously our control again, we've lost it there. But I feel like in hardpoint, we have a really good idea on what we're doing now compared to obviously before. And our S&Ds, just, you know, our situational plays in Search are as good as they've ever been. So I'm really confident going to the major. We just got to, over the next week, I guess, sort out control.
Cammy, I got to ask you, like, when you guys are finding the most success when we're watching you, it just seems like you guys are, like, challenging everything, playing at an extremely fast pace. And in your last couple of matches, you guys have looked way faster. Was that a discussion you guys had, like, you'll speed it up, start to push, like, in communication, in-game, in, you know, situations, trying to play a little bit quicker?
I mean, yeah, I think so. But honestly, I think before, we were just lost straight up, like, in terms of what we need to prioritize and push in and stuff like that. I feel like now that we've actually got, like, a better idea, I'd say it's just our good old pace variation, just a bit better. Like, when to play fast, when to play slow is getting a lot better with us.
A follow-up question. I mean, in the listens we've heard in a couple of your matches too, they've been a little bit more fiery, like a little bit more energy. So that's what I was asking, like, has that sort of been an adjustment from last year where it was just always super calm and early in this season as well?
I mean, yeah, last year we were just big chilling most of the time. I think the games are way different, a lot more chaotic and head bashy. So you got to get the comms up. So, you know, it just gets the intensity going a bit more. For some reason, it just helps you shoot straight. But like last year, we could just stay calm, but it's not the same this year.
Cammy, my man, congrats on the big win. Congrats on going 4-1 this stage as well. My question to you, I'm going to get kind of personal, right? Heading into Major 3, I hope you guys tear it up, man. What is your own personal goal when it comes to your gameplay, something that you want to elevate heading into this event? And the last part of it is show some love to the fans, man. They're going to be hype over there.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm gassed out of the Toronto fans there. Apparently the Canadians are loyal, so I'm hoping to see some loyalty, and hopefully they'll be rooting for us instead of, you know, the good old green wall or something like that. So I'm really excited to have the fans on our side. And yeah, no, I think going into the major, I think I just want to like maintain consistency in my respawns. I feel like S&D I'm really good at the moment. It's just maintain the consistency and like pacing and control, I'd say, for me.
All right, Cammy, I do got to say this. When you're on point, man, you're very fun to watch. Keep up with the dubs, man. Well, I'll see you in Toronto.
Yeah, see you too, my man.
All right, there we go. All right, so Toronto Ultra 4-1 to close out the stage for them. One of the many teams that have really surged this stage. And Ali, overall, when it comes to London, I'm kind of concerned, middle of the pack team. They still got things to work on, but Toronto look like they can cause some big upsets and have some big wins next
On the side of London, I am definitely concerned in the sense of, like, it's not even like anybody's really getting put into a blender. It's just the teamwork doesn't feel like it's there. And that Search and Destroy, it was literally like, all right, well, I'm going to hold this and you're going to hold that. Like, there was no playmaking. There was no calls being made on the map where they were going and making the decision together. It was just somebody's holding something where, on the side of Toronto Ultra, their respawns is what they needed to work on since the beginning of the season. It was the whole 2-3-5 feet where it was they're going to get the Search and Destroys. They have to steal one of the respawns. Well, now they are looking incredible in hardpoint. So to head into their own major, feeling that confident, I definitely think Toronto, I don't even know if it would be called an upset at that point.
It won't be an upset. Toronto, we know what they're capable of. We just need to see them just solidified on land, right? But check this out, ladies and gentlemen. It's about that time once again for you to pick up your phone. So get on your computer. You're on your computer watching this probably. Go to gamefield.com/CDL. Just to let you know, I've been addicted to learning all the names of these things. So the green, I always call the flavors by the color, right? You guys already know the deal. You know, this is Charged Original Dew. I love Mountain Dew. So if that's the case, I'm gonna try this one definitely. But there's a treat. If you check out your favorite cart of game fuel in the cart, then you're able to select your team pack of any order. Nameless, I don't know about you, man, but that's a crazy good deal. It's like a 2-for-1.
That's a great deal. Like when you're loading up for ranked, you want to have some energy so you can be turnt and fry the competition. But you also got to have some drip, right? So you got to have your team skin on there as well. And if you get a few packs of game fuel, you can have all the skins. So go check it out. Gamefuel.com/CDL. Get your free team pack and get yourself some game.
If I see you in the lobby with a busted skin, I'm coming for your head, all right? But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for that series right there. Once again, shout out to the Toronto Ultra for the big win. That was their last game of the stage before we see them at the major. But coming up next, check this out. We have the Boston Breach facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves. When it comes to Boston, we know exactly what to expect, but this LA team can be a definite surprise. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break for the third match of the day.
GameLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. Go tone out. They can't afford to give this away. They continue to fight. But it's Methodz.
Capsidal. Cap says, you know what? I would like to continue.
For a 1v1.
TJ now looks to find 4 of his own. And Nero will find insight. These Røkkr are hungry.
Hey girl, from the bay. You look good, shawty, if I must say. Got a man, don't play. Said she always wanted me, well, okay.
Okay. Usually I'll give you guys an intro, but yo, how fire was that new ball?
That was fire.
That
New
was
video.
fire.
That's right. Come on, these other teams got to step it up, man.
They gotta go. Yo, for the Mutineers, update your video, okay? But shout out to you guys once again. Welcome to the Call of Duty League. I was just looking through my DMs and shout out to D-Marky from Denmark. He was saying, Valley, what type of coat you got on? Man, you don't recognize the pattern. It's that Burberry, man. That's
fire, bro.
Fire, bro.
Speaking of fire, though, I got to introduce my new favorite redhead on the desk. This is Ali, and also Nameless. Shout out to the champ. But what's going to be hotter than that fire is going to be the takes that we're about to get right now. Ali, Los Angeles Thieves just walked off of a 3-0, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at my stat sheet right here. Kenny's rocking a .74 in the SMG role. And looking at Los Angeles Thieves and who they're going against today, I feel like this is going to be a very hard day for them.
This is going to be a tough matchup for both these teams, I feel like. But LA Thieves, I mean, on the likes of Kenny having that .74 in S&D, he has a .77 overall this stage. And it's all been after that role change, right? Unfortunately, I just don't think it's been working out for them. He's been a demon on Berlin when he does get comfortable on the map, but the consistency for me just isn't there. And they are coming off of 2 hot 3-0 losses, one to the Minnesota Røkkr, who has been unstoppable as of late, and one to the Seattle Surge, where it wasn't even close. So this is a huge bounce back for the LA Thieves.
And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, Ali said it well. Kenny needs to have a bounce back series. Like, he's been playing terrible in the SMG role throughout this qualifying stage, but also Envoy as well. He's sitting right above him, like at a .87, so both of them need to step it up. And you can see that's your first game field key to victory. Then when you're opening breaks in Hardpoint, they're winning 94% of HPs this season after outscoring the opponent on the first hill. So clearly that gives them the confidence going forward on the map, and then shows some improvement on Berlin Search and Destroy. Boston 9-2, Thieves 1-5 this season on that map. Boston is the best Berlin Search team in the game, and that is map 2 of this series.
And shout out to the Boston Breach as well when it comes to Zinni, and especially Nero, who's been on fire lately. We know exactly what we're going to get with this team, but when it comes to the LA Thieves, it's almost as if an unfortunate tornado ran through this roster and created a mess. They're too good to be at this level right now. I really want to see some improvements starting with this matchup right here. Listen this over to my boys Bryson 10. Fellas, you should have a fun game right now. You should.
We certainly should. Obviously, as we go into this one, the Thieves, so much conversation around them at the moment. People asking for a roster change, a role change, a management change, everything going on with them, and they are looking to get better going forward into Major number 3. It's a big game against Boston Breach, who basically have set the tempo at the moment for being a team to beat. And I don't mean as in an elite level team. I mean as like in terms of benchmarking. If you're above Boston Breach, you're having a good time. If you're below Boston Breach, you're not having a good time. But it's a big win game for Thieves. They need the points desperately and probably a little confidence in the bag, Ton.
Absolutely. Absolutely, they do need the confidence. My head is still bewildered at that stat. They won 94% of their hard points if they outscore them on the first hill. That's pretty crazy though, right? I mean, when you think about it, 94%. That's what. Right, okay, I mean, so basically, we could just essentially chalk up the rest of the map if they lose this opening break. Are we for it? Anybody? No? Okay.
I mean, it's kind of a weird one, right? Like
an anomaly. Strange one.
Yeah. I wonder how that kind of correlates across the rest of the league.
Yeah, I'd be very curious. I'd imagine it's probably nowhere near as like that bad. I mean, it's kind of coincidental, surely. But I mean, let's see how they do on this opening break. It is going to be the Boston Breach, the first one's in. Let's see who outscores each other on this first hill. We might get a good indication of how this map's going to go. Of course, Gavutu Hardpoint was notoriously so good for Thieves until they started calling people out on it, and then it turned to, well, not great. Thieves so far, though. 15 points, they're good. They're inside the point. Methodz and co trying to find a break back.
And again, I've said this about a million times here, it always pops into the memory how good Methodz can be on this map, and they're going to need every bit of that firepower today against Thieves. Envoy finds 2. And right now, they're looking for the rotation at the moment. Thieves are in a good position for it. Drazah trying to take down Nero, but it's not going to work.
Really good spot coming into P2, and there is your outscore on P1. So, it's a job done for Thieves, or is they going to go against the rhetoric that we've completely forcefully set up here? Octane and co trying to get control of both, but Envoy now on a 3 spree, Mack at a 4. Had a really bad time, if I remember rightly, last time we seen him on this map. Not a good showing from him whatsoever. Himself and Kenny have really been, I would say, 2 of the biggest bugbears for the side of Thieves fans, I would say. Things have not been going fantastic for them, but it's a really, really good start. At P2 control for the majority of time. Nero will find a kill and eventually start getting heated up for the side of Boston, but Thieves are having their way with the Breach side at the moment.
They're doing very well about it, and they've actually played both quite interestingly. Obviously, been jumping on and off this point many, many times to hold control rather than just sit in and soak. And it's worked out. They've got all the scrap time going forward, but this is telling. Nero trying to punch through ring here and get control of these spawns for the next one. Hasn't managed to work so far. Capsidal will find Kenny eventually, but it's LA Thieves who make this first rotation work.
They're going to make the third one work here as well. Fantastic stuff over one from P1 to P2 to P3. They've been the one in control from the get-go. This is a solid lead for the side of the LA Thieves, and can they keep it up? Octane going to die over towards P1. Methodz and TJ going to find that push on through. Envoy and Drazah have done good work here to try and keep them off it. It's only going to be TJ in a position to do much about it. Octane there for the cover, and it's a hold from Thieves when it wasn't looking likely. It was a momentary 2v4. Boston Breach will have the luxury of that rotation over towards P4 in just a second, but I mean, they're about 90 points behind already, Brycey, so not the start that the Breach would have wanted at all.
No scrap, though, for Boston if they can jump into it now. Keep an eye on Envoy. He has managed to slip the net just a little bit. He's going to fight Capsidal here as well, and Capsidal wins a very, very important gunfight. Boston have been known for starting a little bit slow in the CDL at times. Let's see if that's the same old story with them, because they have an opportunity to bring these points right back. Nero trying to hold control of boat, not going to work, Ton.
Things can change very, very quickly. When you're talking about Gav P4, Envoy and Kenny, though, starting to find some kills. That puts Boston under a little bit of pressure. TJ is went aggressive there as well as Octane finds another 5 and 6 in a row for Sam. They're going to find the glide bomb as Thieves break on through. They are handling Boston Breach at the moment.
Yeah, he's now playing his life, waiting for this one. He's going to want this glide bomb in his back pocket, but he's outnumbered and somebody jumps for him, and that's an easy kill for Octane in the end. Making another easy kill. Octane going berserk on Gavutu. And the points will still stack for Boston. With the glide bomb in the pocket, LaRue's feeling comfortable.
So Thieves, for all that they lose all their points there, getting a hold of that glide bomb on Gavutu. Very, very powerful. Keep an eye on that as we go into the rest of the game, but I don't think Thieves would have been minded too much if you were heading in towards P5 with a 60-point lead. Just snatch your hand up for it. We're here now, and of course, Kenny holding down P1 as best as he possibly can, and that's going to shut off a lot of this pressure that was coming in here from the Boston Breach. TJ is the only one who can answer back. Drazah, oh, he's not going to deal with him either, so TJ going to put himself in a good position to try and help his team break this.
A little bit of pressure coming in from both, though. TJHaly with a huge win as well. And Envoy and Kenny eventually team up, and that relieves some of the pressure Envoy was probably feeling. Gets himself into a much safer position on this rotation. Methodz trying to find a couple of kills, allowing his teammates to push forward on it, but it's not really coming in for them. They cannot get the string of kills coming forward, especially with the slaying from LA Thieves.
Thieves have been absolutely lights out. Thieves have only been breaking 35% of hills on Gavutu, which is first. But the thing is, Thieves haven't really had to break it because they've been there first every single time. Boston Breach struggling to find those breaks. It's a telling scoreline. 100 point is the difference. The side of Thieves, of course, Boston Breach, so you can get some decent time over towards P1 here. Maybe you can find a way back into the game, but you're already considerably behind here, Brycey, but a couple of kills go their way.
Good opportunity for points, and they need it. You can already see LA Thieves are going for the stack, though. That's a huge push. Straight up the stairs. They're going to go for it. Somehow Octane gets the breach kill. Looking for it as well. Nero desperate to hold on. He knows he's outnumbered here in the hill as well. And somehow Thieves, with a clean break from one direction, have broken the breach. And now they're on the back foot.
Octane is frying. Make that another 6 kills in a row. 24 and 7. It's eventually going to fall. Was already weak, and well, I mean, you would have doubled up on the glide bomb, so it would have been a waste. But anyway, this is looking like a good rotation from the Boston Breach. Over towards P2 we go. They've got complete control. Keep an eye on Capsidal. Come around from behind as well. May cause some problems with players in and around green. There's one, there's two. They line up nice and easily. There's number 3 as well for Capsidal. Phenomenal work. Really smart push from him, but Envoy just going to completely slow that down with 2 of his own. Looked like Capsidal and Boston Breach had a good spot to be in there. Bryce has been broken.
TJ jumping off, and somehow Octane has won that gunfight. Don't even know. Shooting behind his back as well. Methodz trying to hold on to the boat for his team. Finds 2. And it's just a slugfest as both teams go at it, but it's LA Thieves who walk away holding control again. And some of that has to be attributed to Octane. He's 28-9. He's on a streak again. Somebody has given this man his Wheaties because he has turned the flip up today.
He's shooting suns out of that automaton right now. My goodness. 29 and 9 from Octane. And you can hear kind of the surprise in our voice because he has not been at this kind of level all year long. But if he could pull out this sort of performance, I mean, it just puts Boston in a terrible, terrible position. I mean, it's a questionable call for the glide bomb. Maybe onward. Okay, never mind. He's just going to thread it through the eye of a needle. And 2 more to his name. Make it 8 in a row for Octane at 32 and 9. The LA Thieves are 20 points away from smoking Boston Breach on map number 1.
And unfortunately, he won't get his glide bomb there. 2 of those kills did end up coming through from the glide bomb himself. But hey, on that scoreline, I don't think he's too worried about it. He is frying. Somewhere, Lando screaming human turret over and over again as Octane cannot be beaten today. And that's the final tick. Welcome to the 100-point club, Boston Breach. What is going on with Octane?
I mean, that is as impressive as you were likely to see from an AR. Full stop. I mean, we think about some of the best performances that we've seen from ARs, and there's somebody on the opposite side in Methodz that has been phenomenal all year long. A little bit slow on Major 3, and well, I mean, how can you match that? Octane comes sprinting out of the blocks. Look at that! My
28
goodness.
non-traded kills, 34 and 11. It was a show the entire way through. Kills per hill, average damage per hill, everything was going to Octane. His teammates, only one of them actually ended up going positive. He just completely shut down the map, and he was feeling himself. I'm not even particularly happy with his reaction after the game. He sort of just laid back like it was just a walk out into the park. I'm fairly certain he doesn't have a chair. He's just sitting there levitating at the moment. Probably one of the most dominant one-map performances from a single player on a team that we have seen. And this is the issue with Thieves. Sometimes everybody thinks they're not very good, and other times performances like that.
I mean, we can't gas out him enough. He was getting the cuts. He was helping on the rotations. Up close and personal, he was doing the business there. The glide bomb to secure the game. I mean, literally, nearly a picture perfect AR performance. And you know what's more impressive about it? He's done it against Methodz as well, who has, okay, I said it's not been great during stage 3, but over the season, he's been phenomenal and one of the best ARs in the game. And Octane, I mean, he's just schooled him. He's just completely schooled him over the whole game. I mean, you can't just put it all down to Methodz, of course, but if you compare the two ARs against each other, Octane...
I think you have to look on the positive side of this one. Like, how do you deal with an AR that's hitting like that? He almost got 4 glide bombs that game, by the way. Like, I know, obviously, he had a couple of chances of doubling up, but I think it's 7 streak, then he had a 6, then obviously the 8, but he had 2 from the glide bomb. I think there was another 5 I saw somewhere else. There's just no stopping him. Hitting clean over and over again.
I mean, there was nobody safe. It did kind of feel like Boston were kind of one by one at certain stages, but I think if you're so far behind, then it kind of does come into that fact of, right, okay, well, we need to get in quick. There's no necessarily see pushes having to go in here. We need to move fast, and that might have just played into Octane's hands, but you've got to give him every single credit for that one. You said it might be
that game?
It might be one of the most impressive single performances we've seen from a player, and it's somebody on Thieves who have been kind of meh. Also, I would even argue worse than meh for most of the season. Incredible, incredible.
Flex those biceps, Octane. You deserve it. I don't understand. All right, I've watched an awful lot of Call of Duty in my time, and the smart money was probably on Boston. But that kind of performance came out of nowhere. I don't even think this season Octane has given us even a real shining of that potential.
I actually just can't believe that how well he's played that. Like a solid game on Kavutu for him. Like, look, there's been a lot of questions around it. Look, there's been questions over every single member of this LA Thieves roster.
You're right.
Rightfully so, and rightfully so. But he's been under fire just as much as anybody else. I mean, we've heard rumors here and there, but I mean, that might stifle them away a little bit, because that was phenomenal. Let's see if he can keep it up through the rest of the series here. But the Boston Breach, you want the 0 behind. When we were looking at the map still, Brycey, which we just had a slight glimpse at there as well, we said that that first map was essential for Thieves because we actually do not mind the rest of them for the side of the Boston Breach. And for this squad, let's have a look at their game fuel keys to victory and see the route in for them here, because, well, I mean, we wouldn't have wanted to start like that. Put it that way.
Yeah, kind of crazy. What could Boston Breach do to get back into this one? People are asking about Methodz. Obviously, during Major II Qualifiers, a 1.33 KD has since cooled off significantly. A 0.93. I don't know what's going on in the Methodz camp, but clearly has been struggling a little bit going forward, and they need him back on form, especially against Octane, apparently. Not something I thought before this, but advantage in maps 2 and 5. Thieves have not had a good S&D. That has obviously been written in the stars. Good chance for this S&D for them to come back. And I was going to say hill setup critical, but on Gavudu, it doesn't really matter because Octane's just carving everyone to bits.
He didn't get a chance to set up on a hill because they lost pretty much every single rotation. So, I mean, yeah, that keys to victory would have been absolutely fantastic for them had they managed to get there, but never mind. I mean, yeah, for the side of Boston Breach, you need to choke that one up. That is a dominant Gavudu performance from the side of Thieves. And just to reiterate back to that point that we were talking about, that 94% of hard points this season after outscoring an opponent on the first hill, the rest of the league setting at 67%. So just make sure you win the first opener break, Thieves, and you're Gucci. That's fine. That has to be your tactic going forward. But Search and Destroy, not so Gucci, Pricey. It honestly has not been a good time of things in Search and Destroy for the side of Thieves. Specifically on this map, it is not looking spectacular at all. A 9-2 record for the side of Boston, and of course for Thieves, 1-5. Be something if they won this one.
I'm still having a little trouble. That's a 3.09 dropped on map number 1. All the statistics are for Boston Breach on the S&D though. Let's find out if that holds some weight. Octane looking for a bit of information, not taking the shots quite yet. And it's looking like a potential B push coming in for LA Thieves. Nero making moves.
Nero going to find the push forward. Octane not just doing it with the auto, the grenades are hitting Diffy today as well. Nero not in a bad spot here though, but it is going to be a 3 versus 3. Envoy will break these doors down and well say, well, Sam, if you're doing that on the first map, just keep it up here. Himself and Kenny providing Overwatch, but Methodz falling, as does Nero, and this push has been shut down completely.
Well, Capsidal last alive. Not a lot of time to do this. Would have to find some picks to even make it a possibility. But it does look like a potential push coming in. Capsidal looking forward, and Kenny hit him. Easy cut down in the end. LA Thieves keep on rolling.
And you would just presume that Thieves have done a good amount of work on this map, sitting at 1-5 in their record, of course, heading into it and allowing it to slip by, considering Boston's record. The presumption is that you've done a decent bit of work, but that's a good start. Good attack. Maybe it was Kenny's haircut. Maybe that's what's changed things.
Yes, it's inspired Octane. That's what it's done. Octane's like,
bro, you look good.
I like that. I like your cut, G.
I like your cut, G. Is that something that we ever expected to come out of your mouth? Absolutely not. Nobody said that to you, let's be honest.
All right. Back into the game. Boston Breach. Looking for this push here. They've actually got some timing onto this one. They've managed to get into B pretty successfully. Envoy going to find them, though. Instantly finds Nero. Slips the net. A 3 versus 4 for Boston.
Still a good spot for Boston here. Capsidal, though. He's about to get rushed, and he's about to be in trouble. They're trying to watch the push that's going to come in through Office, and look at those nades that have headed on their way in. Capsidal surviving. Not too sure how much health he's got left, but not much now. Octane finds his second of the game. The break is in. The kills are there, and all of a sudden TJ left in a 1 versus 3, and LA Thieves are flying at him. And that is another round over towards Thieves. This is just could not be far further away of what we've seen from Thieves so far this season. A brilliant performance so far. Following it up, the search and destroy. So at the moment here, 2 rounds in a row.
I had a point I was going to make about, obviously, some of the news about Thieves this week, because they brought in a new coach, but I don't really want to give a coach that much credit for the turnaround we've seen, but it is early days. It is early days for LA Thieves against Boston in this game. Still an awful lot could go right for Boston, especially considering this map heavily favors them. They just need to get their feet under them and get back into this game. At the moment, you can see a 2-2 split coming in. Boston looking towards B and A, but Envoy already taking down Nero. TJ in a little bit of trouble as well.
Envoy having a good map here as well, getting aggressive. That's 5 in a row for him. TJ, if you could have found that one, it could be the bomb planter alongside of it. Capsidal with the flank, though. Is going to find one. Sorry, it's not Capsidal on the flank. It's actually Methodz, who is now all alone and nearly dead. 2 HP. Can answer back, though. 1v2.
Still a little bit of time remaining. It would be very difficult to make this work, though. He has to find these players from Thieves. And Boston could do with it. A 1v3. Lift their spirits. And he's found Kenny. And Kenny's just going to play his life. A little bit of shouldering. A little bit of patience. And Methodz is running out of time.
Yeah, you're never challenging that if you're Kenny. Methodz now knows that this one not going to happen. The jig is up, and Envoy may well just be looking for this kill to secure another one for himself and get that a little bit closer to the glide bomb. But perfect search and destroy from the side of Thieves so far.
I'll have to say, Boston looked like they had it kind of locked in, but the nades, the practice nades from Thieves, have automatically got a couple of their first bloods so far into this one. And Boston just need to figure things out. I still don't think this is over. Statistically, the better team, LA Thieves, may be today the better team, and Envoy changes tactics, and eventually Octane will be taken down. And it's Boston with the numbers. Drazah actually goes for a huge chow there. 2 versus 2. Methodz finds it. And Envoy 1 versus 2 stays alive. He's on a 6 streak as well. Oh, he's seen Methodz. He has seen him.
And it's 6-0. You best believe he's challenging it. Chasing him down. There he is. Methodz being chased. Methodz being hunted. 7 in a row for Envoy. Drazah's just like, my team is so disgusting. Look at them.
What is going on? This is the kind of performance that we expect out of a team like Thieves, though. You look at that roster, and this is what you expect. Storied players, fantastic players on their day, but we just haven't seen it come together. And is this maybe the culmination of some hard work that they've been putting in? Because I tell you what, the other day, in their previous series last weekend, I believe we commentated that one, Pricey, and they looked terrible. This is very, very different. I want to say Boston Breach, just do not look at the races here either, but LA Thieves are bodying them.
It's good to see smiles on players' faces, but Boston Breach desperately looking for it, but it's first blood again for Thieves. Can Boston Breach find this? Capsidal might find Kenny. He's checking every angle for it, and he does eventually find Kenny, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Thieves do not have control they would like at this point. TJ going to go down, though, back to a 3 versus 2. And that bomb's going down again, Ton.
Octane finds another. Capsidal left. And a 1 versus 3. Oh, if you can get rid of Octane, then maybe would have been a chance, but now 3 arrows all staring exactly where the rookie is sitting. He's very dead as well, and LA Thieves are pretty much in the driving seat now to get that 2-0 lead.
Well,
is Octane looking at a play call book there? Did I just see a little notebook come out?
I don't know, but look at how high their spirits are soaring. And I will at this point reiterate something here that we did talk about that may have been lost in the noise. This is actually a pretty important game for Thieves. Bearing in mind, in the bubble at the moment, the 1-2 are sitting on potential of top 8 for champs. Thieves are one of them, and the rest of the people in that bubble are having a very good time as well. They are earning points left, right, and center. Thieves have to keep up.
Capsidal very quickly getting this bomb down. Octane now in a tough spot. Envoy, though, has he slipped the net? Oh, Nero would have seen him. We would have called that out to Capsidal, or not. Steps into the site. Nero mustn't have seen him, but Envoy just continues this streak. The Dark Prince just causing issue for absolutely everybody. Oh my goodness.
From one of the most dominant hardpoint performances from Octane to Envoy. I don't know what's going on. If you're listening to this, if you are watching this, it's a bit of a madness today. I can't break this down, okay?
There's nothing to break down. Boston Breach are getting smoked. Look, I want to absolutely, you know me, I do like to go on the teams who are not playing well, but Thieves are playing sensational here, and Boston Breach do not have an answer. Not a single one. Every first blood over towards Breach.
What is it with today and fast S&Ds, by the way?
9-0.
Everybody's going for the speedrun S&D method, and yeah. Well,
unbelievable. But it's also super frustrating because it's just, where is this all of the time? Where is this all the time? That is 2 is as convincing maps as you could possibly want. Against, by the way, it's not a bad team in Boston Breach as well. Absolutely, they're not playing the greatest whatsoever. I can't even break down what they're doing wrong because nothing is going right. You can't say anything in particular. I mean, they just get ran over consistently.
I can't stop laughing.
Literally like a knife through butter. This is absolutely ridiculous.
It's actually an absurd game. That's the crazy thing about it. It's just absurd. Coming into this one, Boston Breach were the favourites. Going into the S&D, they were the favourites. And now, LA Thieves are speedrunning it. Let's find out, though. Is it a way back for Boston Breach? Do we have a bigger series on our hands, or are Thieves different gravy? All that and more coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blox gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. If you are just joining us, you've missed a bit of a madness, and it would have been easy to miss because it was fast. LA Thieves have come out the gates in a form we may have never seen them in. Octane, the 3.09 on the first hard point, and Envoy, flawless, 9-0 on the S&D with a 6-0 total score for them. Boston Breach are shook, but can they recover as we go into Berlin Control?
And Berlin Control not necessarily looking the most fantastic of maps for the side of Boston Breach, but I mean, with the way that the first two have went, we could play any map here, and I don't think Boston Breach will be able to deal with what Thieves are doing this match for Methodz, though. I mean, that is not just the difference, I would say. 0.79 absolutely, yeah, is not looking fantastic for him. Octane, 2.92. That is absurd.
I love the fact that his KD's only slightly dipped through the S&D. It's still a 2.92. I don't know if we're going to get that same performance out of him, but we need to see a bigger performance out of the Breach. Already pretty stereotypical B push coming in as well. The kill's already flying towards them here. Envoy's got another one. One player left. Capsidal has to hold down the fort.
Not the worst here for the Breach. They have been infiltrated over towards the B side, but 4 members can make this push here. Haven't been able to quite find the brick. And they watch the side door, Thieves, now, because, I mean, Boston Breach just cannot find a way through. Already Kenny in an advanced position. They will find the kills, though. But is the damage already potentially done? Drazah will get dealt with, but that is a hell of a start by Thieves. 2 ticks over towards B. Now all concentration will go over towards the A side.
It was a good start from LA Thieves, but they had the stack on it, and Kenny kind of pushed out, and that probably would have gone if they'd all stayed alive.
It's one of those, though, isn't it? It's you can cover up from so many different angles. Do you sit inside the point, soak up the time? Kenny was trying to get an advanced position on it. If he could have found a couple of kills, it would have been fantastic, but as it goes, he didn't. Drazah and co, though, looking to make a dent in over towards A. Takes one semi-decent push from the Thieves over towards B, and this round might be done, but TJ yet to get on the board. And continue that way. The A progress is slowly being made here by the side of Thieves.
That's all they need is slow. 2 ticks onto B. That is the difference, though. And LA Thieves, if they find another wave of kills, there's no time for Boston Breach to really react to it. So they've got to be careful. Their setup now has to be perfect. They need to keep LA Thieves staggered off that respawn and not allow them to hit in numbers. Already you can see the defenses are updone.
This is doable for the Boston Breach still. Keep them up as long as you can. Envoy just continuing where he left off. The Reaper of Berlin at the moment. Inside the point now, that will slow the time down. Stop it infinitely. As TJ and co have to find some kills around the outside. This might just be the semi-decent break that Thieves need to get a hold of here. Octane inside the point doesn't really need to do much more than just lay down.
It's done.
Nobody from the Boston Breach is nearby. Just get inside the point of the other side of Thieves. Methodz will come back, though. But is that going to be enough? TJ, you have to get inside the point. You have to go now. Envoy's alone.
Somehow, Boston Breach have still held on to this.
The Thieves pushed too hard there. They just need to stack the point.
Yeah, a little bit of stacking might have worked for them just to get that tick over the line. And now all that progress has gone away. And again, they have to make this push, but Kenny finds the first towards the back. Octane finds Capsidal as well. It's not looking good for Boston. Kenny's going to find Methodz out here at the same time, and kills are flying in for the Thieves. 3 of their players able to get into this one very, very quickly if they want to. Drazah makes another important kill. Capsidal not actually able to get there in time, and LA Thieves walk away with their attack. And the thing you need to keep an eye out for is that LA Thieves were successful attacking like 4 times. They were never really held out of it.
They weren't. And I think that just kind of comes down to Breach not being able to get any ticket control throughout that whole entire round. They're kind of getting pulled across the map by Thieves. It's okay, well, we had a good start over towards B, so now we're going to go over towards A, and we have to slow them down over towards A. If we don't, they've got too much of an easy time at B. And if you're Boston, you never got a chance to even set up. I mean, you didn't give yourselves a chance to set up. Thieves breeze past them as they have done throughout the last 2 maps. How can Thieves hold the defensive side of things here? Boston Breach, we need to see just something very, very quickly.
We certainly do. Boston Breach down, but maybe not out. Let's find out how the comms are feeling with the Boston Breach. Listen in.
One shot Ellie.
Actually,
He pushed out.
Here too.
Nice, it was Drazah. Okay.
Nice. Envoy could be here too. Yep.
Envoy
Envoy street. He's going back our closet.
Our back left.
He's our steps. He's our steps. Envoy.
He dead. Nice.
Okay, I'm checking what you got. Okay, Envoy was our steps.
Wait, he's back train, right? Yeah, he was.
Yo, our steps.
Our steps on kill. Stay down.
I don't see him. I'm back alley, guys. I'm alone. I went
I
dumb.
don't see anything on our steps.
I don't have shit. I don't have shit.
Wait, where the fuck did he go?
I'm pitching back alley.
Nice. No, street. He went their closet.
Teach could be anywhere on you. I'm slaying fire here. Look at my alley door.
Nice.
I
I'm checking
have
my
fire
PB.
cut.
I'm checking my PB.
Alley door. Okay. Drazah alley door. He came in. Okay. They're going A.
Yeah, he's on B.
Backfire going.
Yeah, they're gonna be keep fighting A.
You're not responsive. Dub.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I'm dead here. Dub.
Okay.
Dub and fire. And 1B.
Okay.
Back left. Back.
We got it.
Nice. Got.
It's on P5.
Top P1 one shot. P1 railing one shot. And point.
Take a steps.
Yo, little dock. Slow dock.
Okay.
I'm fucking secret.
I'm going top tower.
He knows I'm secret.
Remember guys, work front and go up steps here.
Yep.
Back alley. I don't see him. One shot back alley. Back alley. Don't fly him.
Ali, he ran back in your back garage. He's dead.
Okay, nice. I'm watching secret for a second.
What's
I have secret picture. He's long.
Nate, their side.
2v5 on me.
Okay, stay down. I got your push.
I'm warning Ali.
Back
Nice.
left. Let's go.
Okay.
We're missing
He's on me.
too.
He knows I'm back alley.
Okay. I'm stunned here.
Back alley.
Signs of life from Boston Breach. They're opening up here as well, managing to get the kills down. Capsidal doing everything he can, but it's Envoy who slows their progression for just a few seconds. That first tick is still coming through, and Methodz holding down the fort. It's been contested. He's still alive somehow. Reinforcements desperately flooding through to help Methodz.
Fantastic work here from the side of Boston Breach. Is not done yet, though. Thieves will clear them out, if only momentarily. Nero's still lingering around the point. Thieves need a nice break if they can get a hold of control here again. This is still doable for them. TJ's the only one who can find a kill. He will be dealt with as well, so still for Thieves, not too terrible of a position. But what Breach did really well there was just have Capsidal survive over towards back ticket. And then from there, they start to push from different directions. Very, very well played. Kenny now just trying to put himself in that nuisance position. From here, he can watch certain things and flank around the team if they do try and make a push through tickets. Octane and Koda trying to lock it down from inside the site. 3 kills go their way, and momentarily it's only TJL.
You gotta be careful. That's actually a big win from TJ. It alleviates a little bit of the pressure. You can see Thieves slowly but surely trying to get into ticket and push them all the way back. But Boston haven't lost that quite yet. They can find some trades. The option is still open for them.
Envoy just trying to stay alive. You can see they're already trying to find him. It will be Capsidal with the shots from behind. Kenny will find one from up top 3. He gets taken down as well. Is Nero in prime position, gets a bit of bad timing. So everything has to be from the front for the Boston Breach. Only 20 seconds to go, Bryce. They've got to go now.
Drazah, very important kill if he makes it, but no, he does actually somehow. I thought Methodz had that one locked in. They're trying to jump in. TJHaly is in at the same time. Nero to find a kill on the outside. It's the last hurrah here for Boston. And they just only have Nero left, but he has to dive. He has to go in to stop the clock, and he does, and he's cut down. Boston on the cusp of finding something, but weren't able to win the gunfights they needed. 2-0 to LA Thieves. The over-silver lining for Boston is they should be able to hold a defense this time around. They can just tighten those bolts a little bit.
Close but no cigars. Kind of the theme around that round there. A couple of occasions that they found a little bit of purchase, but it's just those final kills that just went Thieves' way. Thieves actually out of lives completely. That was a 3v4 at one stage. Well, actually just been a 3v5, but either way. It was tight. So Boston, let's see what you can do here. Last time round is a really good start to the round from the side of Thieves, and Envoy's cut them wide open through the middle. And now they can make this push over towards B. Does he help from his team as well, as Capsidal's the only one who can answer back? But Thieves have some purchase inside of B.
Well, they're feeling good. Let's see if they're sounding good. LA Thieves, time for listening.
I spawn trains.
It could be secret.
I'm on it. He's close to me.
I went secret. Nice. Give me a second. Can you get Thomas him or no?
Yeah, go for it.
I can play your P3.
Once weak. There's two, three at A. I mean 3B.
You might deb on spawn. I got stone. Half full.
Really?
You just stone.
I have your
Really?
double.
Stone, TJ?
Actually, I'm gonna pick a top mid.
You're good. Play top there. I'm living. They give me the door.
I'm trying to have door only, bro.
I'm top mid.
Hey, I have shots already.
I got nade.
One
So I got nade from BS3 or something.
One's glass steps.
That's dead.
I'll see a BS3. Door. Open one shot. Both one shot. I got one. Other one shot near.
Hey, chow.
Good job.
I have point.
Yeah, play your kills. I'm gonna wrap. Okay, I'm gonna wrap.
Missing cap.
He might have played. Door.
I see him.
Nice.
He's there. He's
Close.
Nice, guys.
I'm gonna play there right there.
I got one.
Hey,
Another one.
Okay. I'm going through with Ken.
Okay, secret stairs. Secret stairs.
Either. I'm going down.
Spawn. Back there.
I'm
wrapping Godby.
He's hitting their side on me close. Right door. Yeah. I don't think he's lit. Oh, you're good. One shot on me, bro.
Hey, long.
Hey,
I hit him twice, Ken. He's absolute, bro. I got fucking stunned. One shot on the stone pillar. Yeah, just live front.
Yeah, no good. Okay, yeah.
Close dead.
Nice. Good job. Nothing's in there.
Point.
I'm hitting
We're coming.
Yo, P3 back left and he's an office.
That's fine. They could be pinch. Out of door didn't push you. They get him in
Yeah.
on point. I'm in there, fire, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
trying to get
fire.
fire.
Yeah, here. I'm waiting. Go another one out of door.
He's on point, by the way.
Back left point, cap, dead. Probably office.
I got
Office, desk.
Absolute.
Absolute.
Gotta get that one guy, bro. They can punch that, bro.
LA Thieves hitting him with the heat once again, and it's a little bit bad for Boston. The Thieves are in. They are winning in the kill feed in quite dominant fashion. Envoy is having a ridiculous game. We talked about Octane map number 1, but the S&D and the control are all Envoy as he keeps on cooking. But it might not be enough. You can see there's so much time remaining, and now Boston Breach basically have to be flawless.
I was just watching, just stunned at Envoy walking around and people are just evaporating before his eyes. It's a substantially better showing out of every single member of this team. Unless Boston can pull off what would be a small miracle, this has been one of the most convincing performances we've seen in a long time from the side of Thieves. Nero will find 2. It will matter very, very little as Methodz now left all alone. Blow it up. That's come around a lot here recently, Brycey, but I think Thieves just blew Boston Breach off the map. That was absolutely ridiculous. And that is so much more like it from the LA Thieves. Where has that been? Because that was sublime.
That was a very one-sided series. 100-point club and a hard point. Flawless S&D, flawless control. 9-0 in rounds. Octane map number 1. Envoy map number 2 and 3. But dominant. Doesn't really even begin to talk it down. Drazah went 23 and 15. We didn't even get a chance to talk about him. They won both the tags. Thieves,
I barely spoke a sentence, Brycey. The series is taking about 5 minutes. Like, okay, we'll give Thieves that plaudits, but it takes 2 to tango in this one. Brycey and Boston Breach just absolutely capitulated at times. I mean, so many moments where they're just getting. It's hard to break down, isn't it? Because it's like, well, what are they doing? What are they doing? Nothing is the answer to the question. Every important gunfight that had to go their way did not. Every single moment where they have somebody clutch up, it didn't happen. To get to those moments where those clutches had to happen, things are falling apart left, right, and center. Boston Breach after that map number 1, clearly just not in the game. And then to get 6-0, to 2-0 down in the control, yeah, good luck coming back from that one.
Blowout. That's it. It's
as one-sided of a
Boston
series
Breach
we've
maybe
seen
not
all
being
yet.
up to par today, and LA Thieves being another level. No, I don't think anybody predicted coming in and seeing this result or seeing any of this coming through.
I picked Breach.
I think I picked Breach.
I picked Breach. Because
I was convinced Breach were going to come back at most of the points through this series, but LA Thieves were different today. They were different.
But Thieves was so bad in the last series. They got smoked off CL. Like, fully smoked. Not as bad as that, but smoked. And it was just not a good performance whatsoever to then come out and do that against a team like Boston, who, yes, okay, maybe they're not a top 4 team, but they are very much in and amongst that pack. They're on that bubble that we've been talking about so often. And to do that to them, it's going to give them so much confidence. And if they can continue to play like that, they are a serious threat for a lot of teams But that's where the issue lies, Bryce, is we know that they, well, maybe we haven't known they've been capable of that, but they've been capable of being a lot better than what they've been showing, and clearly that is the case. That is as one-sided as you're likely to see. That was boys against men there. That was convincing. Very convincing.
I still don't really understand what has happened. I don't understand what's happened. There is no way to dictate a series like that, realistically. Like, we had a 100-point club, a 6-0 and a 3-0. Kind of unbelievable in the end, and I am looking forward to finding out what our desk make of it. So,
bro,
you guys,
I am mind blown,
boy.
Dude, they got cooked.
Kentucky Fried.
That's the worst loss I've seen this whole year.
You know what it's like? It's almost as if taking a look at the map bans anyways. Like, Boston came into this game looking to lose. I don't know about you guys. I still would not take a team like LA Thieves with Octane's current form to a place like Gavutu.
I mean, it wasn't like just like one of their best maps in the series of hard points. It was both of their best maps. 8-4 in Gavutu, 9-4 on Tuscan. That was your game 4. Should we have even gotten that far? Obviously, we didn't. But like, the fact that they played Gavutu map 1 on a team that had a recent role change, putting Kenny in a sub, means that there are basically 3 ARs on this team, and you're going to open up the series with that? Do you guys remember that crazy stat line in the beginning of the season when LA Thieves, it was like, do not chow them on Gavutu? Do not chow them on Gavutu. Like, it's just literally not that hard.
I agree with what you guys are saying, but honestly, I don't think a map mattered. Like, Thieves were moving different today. Like, the way Octane was playing on that first map was just beautiful. He was challenging everything, winning every single gunfight. It was a collapse on the side of the Boston Breach. And let's talk about that search and destroy. Some of the offensive moves that we saw LA Thieves making, clearing, pushing through P2, getting the first blood, and then going over towards B, the double coordinated nade over the B bomb site to get the first blood on the ramp. I mean, that's next
double
level.
Perfects in that series, by the way. Envoy and the score.
I want to know what was in that folder that we saw Octane look at. Like, mid-round, at the end, he's like, oh, look at this folder. And then he hands it off to Drazah, and Drazah's like, oh, yeah, that's a good folder. He shots it, and then just 6-0 across the board. Envoy was just pushing lanes for free. Like, he just ran up mid-map. He got into P2 and was just like, oh, I'm just going to shoot a couple players in the back. I'm here. I'm going to fry you. Like, 9-0. 9-0.
Heading into the series, LA Thieves actually picked up an assistant coach. Can we give a round of applause for Shane, by the way? Making a difference for the Los Angeles Thieves. By the way, we have a Scump play of the game, and it is the sweep insertion.
Oh, can we do the whole map?
Yeah.
We get the
highlight reel?
This map was as long as the whole series.
Dude, you know, like, I'm happy watching this, like, when I see LA Thieves playing well, but then I just feel so bad for Breach. Like, this series was an absolute breakdown across every single map, all 3 game modes. Like, these guys really got run over, and it makes it hard to like sit here and be like, okay, so what do they have to fix? Well, quite literally everything for this Boston Breach team. You know, you look at Nero and Capsidal in this series, you're expecting them to have a big one, right? Being 2 strong SMGs. Nope, that's not the case. They still remain a little bit inconsistent, and in this series it was no different. So they really need to go review this VOD, man, and change some stuff.
It's a hard VOD to review too, though, right? Because a lot of situations it was just like you just needed to win that one. Like, you made the right play, but you didn't win like the most important gunfight that you needed to win on the search and destroy. It just felt like the players that we are used to see getting in control on Berlin, like Nero, like Cap, they were getting blooded. They were just getting put in these unfortunate situations where LA Thieves clearly did review on all the Berlin S&D that Boston had played and just countered them every single time.
Every time. And by the way, we actually have a video put up from Lando, one of our casters. He wasn't commentating, but he was definitely in the action. Let's actually hear what he had to say about the human turd himself.
The human turret. He is the human turret.
This guy's vibing, dude.
Oh my goodness. He can't be stopped. The human turret.
He loves that, dude. That video's that's the best tweet I've seen.
It's such a dad thing. Oh my goodness.
Right, and by the way, we have a Game Fuel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with the one and only Octane. Let's get him on screen. Octane, I gotta say it, man. When, by the way, great win. That was so fast. But when you were struggling in the season, I was questioning, like, what is wrong with Octane? He needs to pick it up. Map 1, you fried. The whole series, you fried him. You cooked him. Now, you're heading into Major 3. The LA Thieves are looking as good, if not even better than the way you guys looked in Stage 1. What are your personal expectations and goals for Major 3? Obviously, other than just winning first place, right?
I don't really think there's another goal that needs to be a thing. We got back-to-back 3-0'd the last couple of matches before this one, so it's good to be on the other side of that. This is probably the best win we've had this year. Granted, it's against a struggling Breach, but I think that we all just absolutely fried as best we could. I just want to give a quick shout out to Shane too. That guy is next level coach.
Yeah, no, we could obviously see it in this 3-0. I mean, you look like a completely different team. Sam, what's in the folder? What's in the folder, Sam?
Don't worry about the folder.
What is in
Shane,
the folder,
Shane has us on a regiment. You know, it's the philosophy is if you write something down, you remember it a little bit easier. So that is that's what we're doing over here at the LA Thieves camp. We're trying it everything. You know? We get back-to-back 3-0'd. We got to shift the way we practice and stuff like that a little bit. So we're working on it.
Octane, for you had a crazy performance in this series. Like, what did you change headed into today? Because I haven't seen you play like that in a couple years, my brother.
Yeah, I saw your tweet. It was like 2018 Octane. I don't know, man. The map, you just get into those cycles, and I'm sure you're familiar. It's just where you feel like you don't lose a gunfight, and you get every god timing possible, and that's kind of how it felt. I didn't know how many times I died after the map was over, but I knew it was single digits. It was just one of those blunders for him. There's not really much to explain about it.
Hey, yo, Octane, show some love for the fans that are heading out to Toronto for Major III coming up very soon, and give them a reason to cheer as loud as they can for y'all.
Dude, I know, guys, we've been struggling a little bit. I do apologize. I promise, wholeheartedly promise we're working our ass off. I know that we have some up and downs lately, but I can assure you the amount of hours that our team's putting in lately, hopefully we'll see some success, because I really do think that the effort is tripled, quadrupled, whatever number you want to use over the last couple of weeks. So once again, shout out to Shane. That guy is, sorry if you can find me, fucking crazy at his job.
Yeah, hey, Octane, get with the dust. Hey, don't hopefully do well, man. Just do well. You guys got this,
hey, man.
Right?
You know, it's Call of Duty's a day-to-day game. Our team's been a little inconsistent, but I think if we stick where we're at right now with our mindset and practice regimen and how we're approaching the game, I think we're going to show out.
That mental fortitude is legit, man. I'll see you in Toronto. You take it easy.
Take it easy, brothers.
All right, so once again, okay, it's one thing when the devs, give the due diligence, say, hey, shout out to the coach. We see it different from the gameplay, but we don't know behind the scenes. He gave Shane a shout out like 3 times.
Instantly was like, Shane has completely changed the way we approach things, and to have instant results as well, like to a coach's standpoint, to automatically get signed in your first series as a coach on that team, and they 3-0 in that fashion with how much they were struggling in all game modes across the board, that is so typical, and your stock has just, I mean, it's gone through the roof. I tell you what, I'm a believer completely in LA Thieves now. It's been really back and forth, but off of that series, off of their vouching their coach that much, off of the performance and the speech that we just got, I'm okay, LA Thieves, okay.
If Shane has 1 million fans, one of them nameless, anything you want to say to wrap up that series right there?
That was incredible. I can't believe how they were able to close that out in 3-0 fashion. I'm just hoping that they can continue it.
Yes,
when we see the Thieves like happy like that in the player cams, not being down, right? That is when they have success. So keeping they started off hot in that series. When they start off and they're down in some of these maps and they lose that first map, they tend to keep on going downwards. So it'll be when they face adversity, if they're able to stay consistent and win, we'll learn that at the major.
And they're facing adversity head on. But check this out, ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 more series left to go. Hey, but credit is due where it's deserved, right? Shout out to the team that you guys called a hoodie or what? Los Angeles Thieves are absolutely killing it right now. And with the big win like that over the Boston Breach, the consistency seems like it's there. But coming up next, we have NYSL versus OpTic Texas, and I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
One we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done after
Still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore. Just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little. My God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we made it all the way to the end of the day. We have one last series to go, and I'm hoping that this one is a banger, and rightfully so, right? We have OpTic Texas facing off against the New York Subliners, and both teams have having a really good time so far, especially NYSL after that Pro-Am Classic. And by the way, shameless plug, the esportsawards.com. Make sure you go in there and vote for your favorite analysts. I voted for Ali and Nameless. I had my mom do it for me as well. You could do it the same way and choose your favorite casters. But let's jump into the matchup. NYSL facing off against OpTic Texas, and the only thing I could think about right now, Ali, is the opportunity that the Minnesota Røkkr had against the Atlanta FaZe yesterday, okay? They went against one of the best teams in the game, and they said, you know what? We're not going to fall flat. We're not just going to get 3-0'd. We're going to take the game into our own hands and win and show the world that we're the best out there. It's time for NYSL to try to do the same.
No, I'm right there with you. And what's interesting across the board about this matchup, when it comes to New York Subliners, they actually have very similar game mode stats across the board when it comes to OpTic, specifically in control. OpTic is 7-3 in the last 10 control. New York Subliners is 8-2 as well. When it comes to the hard points, OpTic is 6-4, whereas on the flip side, New York Subliners is 7-3. So these are two big dogs going head to head. But again, my biggest question mark is going to be on the slaying on the side of New York. Kills are not everything, but when it is two talented teams like these two going up head to head, it's going to play a big part.
When it comes to the Game Fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what you got?
You got to prove the hard point improvements are real versus best team in the game. NYSL since starter prime 13-3 in hard point, OpTic 5-0 this stage. We've seen how good New York is at hard point. Everybody plays the role perfect, and most of the time, everybody's above 1.0, so the slaying is there, right? But this is OpTic. It's a different beast. Then keep up the elite teamwork versus OpTic. Sort of what I just said. NYSL #1 in non-traded death percentage during Major III qualifiers at 67%, which is just phenomenal. Then you need a little bit more slaying from your main AR versus OpTic. Crimsix 0.88 KD during Major III qualifiers. And honestly, in a series like this, stats kind of get thrown out the window because
I was gonna say that.
Like, this team has sort of been on a momentum and a run in Crim versus Scump storyline. You know how much Crim is prepared for this series. He's gonna come with that fire.
I will say this, you know, Crim's stats right there, I mean, yeah, people can talk about it and criticize it, but it's the leadership that he brings to this team. He brings it all together, and that's why they were able to win an event this year. But the thing is he going to be able to keep up with the speed and the likes of a Dashy on the board? That's going to be an issue. And speaking of Dashy, Nameless, when it comes to OpTic Texas, this is a team, the only team in the CDL, by the way, where when it comes to interview time, we look at each other and say, we've asked so many questions, we don't even know what to say. This team is perfect, and it doesn't even matter who the fourth is.
Absolutely. I mean, they pick up Prolute, and I really think the biggest difference is like Prolute coming in with some of the search and destroy calls. Their searches look even better, right? Like so coordinated, and then the improvements that they make time and time again. Like I talked about it in top of show when we talked about OpTic, but I'll talk about it again. The improvements that they made going into that Berlin control, they look so much better in that map mode combination. Now that just adds all three controls they're just going to be dominant on, right? So you're going to have to really be on your money game when you're playing this team. So for OpTic, they have an edge versus everybody. Prolute popping off once again. He's going to need to do it versus New York.
And when it comes to the game fuel kicks to victory, I mean, it's just Prolute, right? He's been playing out of his mind. He just has to keep the ball rolling and lock down the Berlin S&D. OpTic is aiming for this season on Berlin and winning 56% of the rounds. That is second overall. And stay informed with Tuscan Control. You know what? Chop this. Just keep doing what you've been doing, OpTic Texas. That is your keys to victory because you have been dominant this entire stage 3.
All right, and when it comes to the Mountain Dew Game Fuel feature player of the game, you guys already know the deal. It's going to be Shotzzy, one of the guys that I think is 1A to Cellium's 1B at being the best player in the game.
Shotzzy is just absurd. I saw a clip he tweeted out, like where he's just hitting this crazy movement on bow cage. Like the guy's movement is unreal. He has a knack for getting behind enemy lines, getting first bloods in search and destroy. He is the most influential player in the game. Like he's just a weapon, man. And having this guy on your team makes the game easier.
I think it's easy to say and it's simple. Everybody has to be in agreement to this. Shotzzy has the highest functioning motor out of any sub player in the game. Whenever you see him with the movement, you just know magic's gonna happen, right? But I'm ready to see magic happen right now. Nameless, what you got to say?
I will say, on the opposite side of that, you have Hydra, who's hungry and is trying to be that guy. And like, Hydra is a beast. So this is going to be an interesting one. He's going to try to match up with a player like Shotzzy.
I hope it happens. All right, let's send this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, Hydra versus Shotzzy. This should be beautiful, right?
This is going to be a banger. There's no other way to put it. I mean, Chance, it's such an exciting moment. Chance had to change his shirt. Had to.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculously hot. I'm not going to lie. The light's a little bit brighter. So, hey, we're trying to, you know, keep it cool before this match starts. Because honestly, the one we just had was scorching hot. Like, Miles, we casted the Tuscan Control earlier. That was 16 minutes long. The last series in total was 21 minutes. So it is very quick just to get to this series. But I think the fans will be happy for it.
Very exciting indeed. We have got a wonderful matchup for you, ladies and gentlemen. Our Mountain Dew marquee match is about to begin. OpTic Texas and the York Subliners. There's a lot of history behind these teams. There's a lot of stories here, but we'll look at the maps and modes first. And hey, it's a bit of a run back of the Toronto versus London Ravens series from earlier today. Double Berlin, double Tuscan, and Bocage to close out the series. Should we have to go the full distance? And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, I want to go the full distance in this one. Let's see how we go though. Chance into Berlin. Let's touch upon, I mean, look, Crim up against his old teammates, his old org, you name it, man. It's all happening in this matchup.
I mean, he has won a world championship for the combination of orgs that he is playing against. He has won those world championships with players he is playing against. Make no mistake, there is a bevy of storylines just with Crim /C6 /Crimsix / whatever else you want to talk about alone. And you know, this is the team he wants to beat the most, especially when you're going against the #1 team in the game.
Straight into the hard point we go. Hydra, the man first in, meets an angry Scump who puts him in bed. Kismet is going to get the time for now and again. Berlin, hard point #1 here. It's not an easy one to hold time on. Typically, what? When the team with the favorable side just edges out the other. But for now, bit of a back and forth we go as the opening time's gone down. The kills are all going through here. And Kismet, big win on a Prolute. That's going to be a solid amount of time now going the way of NYSL.
Hey, and speaking of Kismet, by the way, I mean, I know the desk already touched on it a little bit, but this is the true test for your SMG duo to figure out exactly how good you are, because Scump and Shotzzy, they have to be the best in the game. So this is a pure square-up sort of match, and I'd say Berlin Hardpoint, one of the best maps New York could possibly get through. They are 4-1 on it since they've gotten this roster together. And hey, this is not a bad start at all. Hydra getting a couple pieces, and well, New York trying to win that rotation.
Yeah, not at all. New York Subliners coming out hot here in Berlin. Prolute on the outside of the map is going to get cut down. Hardpoint #2 now up. Mailroom. Hardpoint in the hands of the New York Subliners. Scump now on the entry. Good shots through the front. His teammates making his way through as well. A nice bit of work from Dashy. He's going to be brought down on the outside. Prolute now to the hill. Again, nothing but kills. Back and forth, either side. Hydra wins a big one. Nameless, touched upon in the desk. He's an absolute beast. Now, though, to our Mountain Dew featured player, a beast in his own right, it's Shotzzy.
He's just waiting for his moment to strike as well. You see Dashy getting a pick. Won't make it 2 in the feed, so move towards the hill, and poor Hydra is tagged up as one shot could be, and the teamwork is there from OpTic. But while all of this has been transpiring, New York actually get the spawns over towards New. Shotzzy looking for the opening. There's potential one-on-one gunfight to find the break, and Shotzzy gets the first. His teammates pick up a couple. Shotzzy might get shot in the back, or maybe the trades are in. The teamwork again, perfect. OpTic flipped those spawns to P3, and that is the moment that they needed as they are down by about 25.
And the do a good job of getting some old time over towards the old point, but now the new one is up and they've got the first dibs on the seconds now coming through. Dashy cut down through mid-map. A team kill there from Hydra will slow the push of the New York Subliners, but it's Kismet. New kid on the block, new kid in the team, but he ain't no kid. He's most players' daddies, but Scump puts him down. Guns a third. That's massive stuff out of the King. Hard point still in the hands of Texas, and now though, spawns in the bag for New York.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Scump's got the cross with the MP40 of all weapons, but if you got the beamer, you can take him down, and even while he is getting back down, still making plays. His team though trying to fight inside the point. They've actually lost it. It was Scump by himself, but he couldn't get number 6, and Subliners, well, they get those close spawns and eventually use that to build that pressure and break through. Final 10 seconds, actually, maybe not going to go their way. Number 6, Prolute's fighting for it. He wins the fight inside the hill as OpTic winning rotation, so maybe just a cheeky little play to strip away an extra few seconds.
Yeah, great job there. Subliners, though, still maintain the lead for a moment, though. Big wins now. Got to come through from Crim. Hydra's already in from behind. Sneaky, as you like. Manages to catch one out. Prolute's up next. Will he spot him from up top? I think Hydra looked too fast. He didn't see him. And this is going to be an awkward fight, but a good one. Nice teamwork there from the Subliners. Hardpoint now going to be in their hands. They've got to get the time. Not an easy one to hold. Crim, the old goat, stays alive. Forward you go now into the point. This has got to be a solid hold from the Subliners.
Paco and Paul just making moves right there. Again, he called it out. Just Hydra playing with his life and gets the support from the team, and that is a rotation win. Keep in mind, OpTic, they had the fullest of setups on this P4 hill. It does not last them long at all, and now you had Scump go on a 6. Well, here's Paul on a 5. In the power position of all power positions, 1 kill away from the glide, cannot deliver. Well, he catches hands though. Keep in mind, Subliners caught all that hill time. They have built themselves a sizable lead.
Good hands from the Subliners now. Time's going their way still. P5's up. Hard point to get time on, and I mean that very sincerely. Hydra now on a 5 spree himself. Will he be able to acquire streaks? Not an easy thing to do against players of this caliber. But for now, looking across the stats, a 4 spree for Crim there. He's managed to turn his game around wonderfully. Over to the old goat. Makes it a 5. Beautiful shots again. Time now ticking. Can Hydra get his 6th kill? No, Scump's going to be out like a ghost. Gone. Hydra may be able to get it. We'll see how it goes though, but for now the hardpoint time's gone the way of the New York Subliners, and it has been a lovely look from them. Crim spree comes to a close over towards, you know, back to P5. Final 30 seconds remaining here.
I mean, look, those are important wins for OpTic just to sort of get those spawns for new, but even on P5 they just lost a pretty decent chunk of time, and I suppose they are fighting back. They're inside the point trying to keep control of these spawns, and those are a couple of big wins over towards the train side of the map, so you'll be able to get set up for new. Working at what, a 60-point deficit. I mean, quite frankly, one good money hill on this new hill and they could be right back in this game.
That's the beauty of the hard point. Scump's getting things going. 4 spree now for the King. That was 3 dead momentarily for the New York Subliners. Back over to Shotzzy, Mountain Dew featured player. Brought down for a moment. We'll see how he goes in the next life. But for now, Scump is absolutely ripping heads. That's his 5th kill in a row, and he's hungry for blood. Looking to get those spawners now for the New York Subliners. Crim reads him like a book, puts him down. Over to Dashy, trying to lock side the outer side of the hard point now. This is the train side. 2nd set is up, and so far, so good, OpTic Texas.
Hey, you see though, the pressure's coming on. Outer in. Oh my God, pressure, thy name is Kismet. Flies on through, and now Prolute, last man standing. He gets a kill, but he was surrounded. And again, a full 60 gets you right back in the game. And admittedly, they chopped the lead down to 40, but Subliners right back inside the point. Scrap time appearing like it's gonna go their way. And frankly, they're getting all the kills, so the lead is gonna be right back to 60. Shotzzy gets hunted down, and you have all of the pressure in the world. Yes, Kismet falls, but right now, OpTic, they do not have much space to breathe.
50-point game right now. Subliners still with the lead in the lungs. We need to get some air in them right now for OpTic Texas. Crim on a 4 brings down his old teammate. Over to Prolute now. Finally finds the gunny there to take care of Crim. With that now, you still have Subliners in control of the hard point. 3-man hit now through the front side. Hydra's on the flank though. Hydra's on the flank. Here comes the first. Lining them up. Here's the second. Hydra keeps the kills going. The pinch is all good. Subliners will retain control.
I mean, good Lord. I mean, we're talking about like some of the best players in the game right now. Dashy barely past double negative. Shotzzy -5 as well.
Woo!
I mean, 2 of your star players struggling, and Hydra and Paul not so much, and even Kismet has been frying across the board for Subliners. Straight up outslaying their opponent. Scrap time potentially going to go their way, but more importantly, those spawns. I mean, Subliners, maybe not a stranglehold on the left side of the map, but I think Hydra just got blessed with some timing. So while OpTic are going to collect the scrap on P2, I mean, Subliners have this new hill swarm.
They do, and they sniff out Shotzzy in the backline as well, so the shenanigans will come to a close. It's shots range from Prolute to keep the hard point that little bit safer now for OpTic Texas. Final few moments go down at P2. Now the approach towards the next. It's office time, and Crimsix taking care of business, gets the two of them. And Scump's down low, Dashy by the docks. All angles covered right now. It's got to be pure gunny from OpTic from here on out.
I mean, look, at least the good news for OpTic is they have the close spawn, so you can be quick to get back inside of the hill. And Hydra, funnily enough, this is normally where he's in prime territory, but now it's him and Paul again trying to work together, but OpTic again, sort of deja vu, but on the flip sides, they get the close spawns and allow them to bully themselves inside the hill. By the way, second 5 spree of the game for Scump.
And damn, well, New York Subliners, decent lead, decent hold here, 22 seconds left. Let's hear how they hold it. Quick listen in, New York Subliners.
I'm going one mid-Seth, you Seth. He's going secret. I'm all the way back trains, okay?
Yeah, heard. I'm gonna go to the left. I'm not bumping you out of time, okay?
Yep, you're good.
One left. Don't block trains whenever you come off a boat. Go P5, okay?
Yeah,
they're gonna spawn third if we block both.
Yo, back there, Dashy.
Sit back up.
I should have stayed alive, bro. He's back there.
All good. I'm in the back.
Try to stay alive, Paco.
Yeah. Stop P2.
You know what you want to know?
Stop P2, mid P5.
I don't see him here.
Mid P5.
I'll play for him.
No, Shotzzy.
You want top P2 now?
He's in P2.
Yeah, you ignore that guy. Ignore that guy. Spawn back bricks.
Yo, from bricks.
He's top 3, I think.
He's right under you, from bricks.
Top 3. From bricks then.
Nice job. One top 3.
Top 3.
Sometimes when we win.
I don't know we win. Top 3. Dirt. Yo, he's back up. That's good fucking play,
Nice, good job. Yo, looking for Prolute.
Play time. I'm gonna get top red.
Oh, Bacardi weak.
Yeah, I'm getting top red.
Bacardi weak. He's just holding. I'm getting it. Wasn't P5, okay?
No. I know. Yeah, he's there. I'm getting wallbang. Hold on, I gotta back up. I'm pulling.
Top P2. He's in P5.
Challenge sidewalk, Scump, weak on the crane.
Yeah, crane.
Tommy, two there.
Yo, we're gonna flip, okay?
Alright.
Prolute one shot, no.
There's 3 there.
That's good. Yeah, one in
one's P5.
Good job.
Shotzzy's close up, train on me.
He's on the
Dashy that alley.
Prolute on the heady.
Yo, clutch that's weak. Shotzzy.
Yeah, Prolute on the heady.
A lot of love there for the New York Subliners and the listen in, and they are looking absolutely brilliant so far in Berlin, Chance.
And Krim can be aggressive, but he is not wrong about the plays that Kismet was making. And frankly, the plays that are going to win them this game. 15 points, and they're going to be able to do this on P5. OpTic, I mean, I know they fought back a little bit last go around on this hill. Maybe a little bit of fight in them once again, but it seems like this is almost victory lap time as, again, just the slaying numbers for the Subliners have been absurd.
Still, it's not quite over just yet. 10 seconds now for the win. Subliners swarming the point. It all comes down to Dashy. He's got to go big on point. No, he can't. It's Hydra with a rat in the back. That could be it now. The final few seconds. No one's close enough. No nades, no nothing. And Paul, the dagger in the back of Shotzzy. Map number 1 goes to New York.
I do. They came to play as well. I mean, make no mistake. Berlin hardpoint is best case scenario for New York Subliners to like get through in this series. It has certainly not been OpTic's finest, but either way, I mean, that's fairly dominant. Crim's over there lighting it up in the kill feed. We see Hydra picking up pieces time and time again. Him and Paulehx had quite a few good moments. And I mean, I think the big question for me was like the sub duo. Granted, it's Berlin. There was a ton of automatons out for both these players, but I mean, Kismet also performed just top notch. That is across the board. Impressive stuff for the Subliners and a pretty comfortable Berlin win.
A banger, an absolute banger. Not if you're an OpTic Texas fan, obviously, but the starting things off with a bang certainly is indeed the New York Subliners. Stats across the board, pretty good. Look at the highlights now, and it was a lot of love for Kismet. His opening break here, this 3 was an absolute sweet one. I think he does manage to get one more out of this before being brought down. So again, all things considered, beautiful stuff. Scump sprees as well, everything looked good. No one truly able to acquire those streaks though, but man, big rotation fights, massive work at range. But in the end, New York Subliners, they were the ones in the kills department really putting in the work.
And I think if you were to do a hill-by-hill breakdown of the game, fairly comparable on most of the hills, a little bit back and forth. Obviously, Subliners are going to have the edge on a few of them. But P4, they set themselves apart. Like the first go around, they broke OpTic's like setup down and basically turned P4 into a money hill. And almost the exact same thing happened the next go around when we heard the comms. And I mean, Krim was again, he was on point. Kismet's just making plays, picks up the big 2-piece, clears out what they call back dirt, or like the back train section. And again, P4, they truly just ran the show.
Yeah, it was a lot of really important kills. And again, Kismet, a true playmaker for the squad here. Krim sprees as well, pretty spicy. I mean, OpTic was going wrong, Chance. We saw Dashy really struggling in the kills department. He was not able to compete in those long-range fights. Obviously, if you can't compete the long-range fights, your subs have to take different routes. They can't make their way through the more open, safer parts of the map. Changes the way you play the game. That scoreline, though, that's a big one, man. That's a statement from the Subliners to get things going. But relax, friends. Don't quite put your shoes on yet. We're staying on Berlin. Search and Destroy coming up just after this one. And then we head to our double dose of Tuscan. Chance, Search and Destroy. The York Subliners, OpTic Texas. What does the crystal ball say?
Well, I would just say for the map one, right, it is the only map where there was a clear-cut edge when it comes to like the map record. Like, keep in mind, you had OpTic that were what, 5-6, now 5-7 on Berlin Hardpoint. New York Subliners on the year, we saw that the record was 7-4. That's including the time where they were literally not capable as a team of winning a hardpoint, because with this roster, 4-1, now 5-1 on that map. So they've been dominant on Berlin. That is where OpTic has struggled the most. And I mean, I think the scoreline just reflects that to a T. After this point, though, incredibly comparable across the board. I would say the next, like, strongest advantage would just be OpTic generically in the control, especially so on Tuscan. But outside of that, like, it is anyone's game.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. A little tense there for the boys in the OpTic camp. We'll see now how they deal with adversity, because I feel like, I mean, this is the most difficult matchup they've had so far with Prolute on the roster, right? It's been smooth sailing for the team. You finally get a little bit of an undulation in the road, and how bad does that bump hit the squad? We'll find out for the Subliners. Man, these boys have been through hell. They've been eating the bad stuff all year long, and finally have managed to find their success. So we'll see, though. This turnaround for them will be so fantastic. Subliners versus OpTic Texas now going into the Search and Destroy. Let's take a look at their top performers on either side of the board. Who are the champions, Chance, for their respective teams?
Oh, that's just comedy. The fact that Prolute's on there, I mean, his KD is completely absurd. So obviously Paulehx has many more maps under his belt to sort of even out the stats just a little bit. But I think even on like Berlin S&D specifically, Paulehx also has a disturbingly good KD, and I think Berlin is why Prolute's stats are so inflated, because he had like the 10 or 11-1 performance, whatever it was. So certainly players to pay a great deal of attention to, certainly a place where Prolute is going to be happy. And I know, Miles, last time we casted a series for this OpTic team, we talked about how Prolute, in his interview, when he was talking about Search, he's like, some of these pros are just scared to play the game mode. I'm just going to run at them. Well, I think New York is a team that will not have fear in their hearts.
Well, we said the same thing about Atlanta FaZe, bro. What happened there?
Absolutely true.
And what happened there? They got absolutely dinged 3-0, bro. Anyway, whatever. It was the 3-0? No, it was 3-1, 3. I forget. Whatever. Either way, they lost. It was
and I think, what was the game mode that OpTic lost in that one?
It wasn't Berlin Control. It was Berlin
Bocage S&D, wasn't it?
Bocage S&D. Damn it.
It was the S&D.
That's all right.
And FaZe did run at them.
They did run straight at him. You're not wrong, fam. You're not wrong. But here on Berlin, things are a little diffy. This should be a very, very interesting matchup now. An opportunity for OpTic Texas to bounce back and level the series so far. But for the time being, I think we're all going to A for OpTic Texas.
And this is Paulehx by his lonesome trying to fend off all three of these players. And so far, so good. The trade hasn't come through yet. Well, there it goes, and that'll be the clearance. But Kismet has actually found himself in a very interesting spot. Interest I name is Gunny. Takes him down, man advantage New York.
Kismet goes by many names. Right now, he is, what, aggression, he's gunny, he's got it all, man. The man's got quite the monikers there. 3v2 now, Dashy and Scump, backed up. Working together, though, so the time being, that bomb is going to make its way over towards B slowly. Kismet's got a corner. Hydra has the top side of the map covered. Hydra should spot him. Hydra's got eyes in. There's the bullets, and he's going to be able to send Kismet forward. Nades are there. The Subliners have shown up, and they have got Scumpy pinned. We're going after the ankles. He somehow got... Whoa, my God. Wait a minute.
Bro,
he somehow got two.
You are 2 bullets away from being on an all-time highlight reel Scumpy's montage that he's building. But hey, they take care of business. They get it done. You know, that's a round win. Laugh a little bit, shake it off. You know, no big deal.
And yeah, don't get me wrong, the kill on the Prolute was insane, but Scump nearly took on all 3 of those players and killed them all. I mean, if we have a POV of that, it'd be great to see it later, but sweet Christmas. That could have been something special either way. The round goes to the York Subliners, and now the bomb goes to B.
And this is honestly like 2 kind of comedic like counter strats, right? Team stacks A on defense, and the team is simply not there. And well, you at least get to trade out the first couple kills, and that is bomb down. You have every single player on OpTic basically watching this cross, by the way. Kismet spots every single one of them, though, and gets the next kill, and should be able to collect that bomb as well. The Mad Dog wants to get out, because look at where Hydra's already at. He is through A. But this is so, yeah, Shotzzy's in the back. He gets caught. All of a sudden, Dashy's in between them. Spot down Hydra, but can't take him down in the gunfight. The gunny there in full force for the Subliners.
The Phenom, we've expected it of him for so long, and he is delivering 3-0 thus far in the Search and Destroy. Hydra on a run. The Subliners looking confident and comfortable, as Paul almost got a kiss on the camera there. That'd have been something special as well. But here we go. Slow things down right now. That's the game plan for OpTic. Things are getting a little bit out of control for our Major 1 champions. Crim's on a donut, as is Prolute and Shotzzy.
Well, I mean, even for Dashy, he doesn't miss shots very often, but he misses there. And I mean, I was looking at the KDs, you know, Crim dropped a 1.56, and these are certainly two players that only have nice things to say about each other. By the way, Scump is effectively behind every single Subliner player, but he's also very much out of the action.
Yeah, he'd be out of the action for a moment, but as soon as he gets going, he's going to be a dangerous thing to look at in just a moment. Here we go, though. Subliners lining up for the hit. Straight in the sight. Prolute doesn't get anything in there. Kismet's already on the bomb. You've still got the man at the back. Shotzzy watching that bomb from this back window position. He's in trouble. Tagged up. This is not working out. Scump, though, he's still the one player of the insurance policy. A big win from Kismet on the front line. Here comes Scumpy. Late to the party, but he's here just when he needs to be, Chance.
He's just playing sneaky, just trying to get the timing right, and he gets the timing perfect for one, but that's 8.5, yes! And they're not there in time. Scump made the play.
Saves the day in the last possible seconds. That is unbelievable timing, wicked timing indeed. Outstanding composure, and Scump was out of the play for so long, but you best believe he's still involved. A tremendous round for OpTic Texas.
I mean, 10% luck, 20% skill, 70% timing on that final gunfight, right? Because New York actually make the perfect play just to swarm in, to like put themselves in this situation where they can hop on the defuse, but it was the late flank the entire time that bails them out. So shout outs to the king, is Prolute and Shotzzy still sitting on a donut.
Again, it's not necessarily, the gunny is not working out right now. New York Subliners have got Texas number in the fights, but the big brain plays from Scump get them on the board. Biggest problem, though, is you can't do that every round. We've got to see those donuts change. Because OpTic Texas only down a round for now, but that could get ugly real quick. We've seen some ish today, friends.
And I think right now the game plan probably just to try to catch a player off rotation, because Crim is certainly looking towards the middle of the map, and the bomb hasn't wrapped back to A, even though Subliners are putting the pressure over there. Now you see actually Kismet making a move, and keep in mind, Kismet is going to be on a 5 spree. Scump has a little bit of help, but Shotzzy is fallen. Scump now by himself and 3 players nearby.
Oh, he lives for this, though, man. He's playing real sneaky. Heard a lot. Did he get checked? He did. Just the other side. If he... Oh, man. Don't make a sound. Don't even breathe. Doesn't matter. Prolute, though, still alive now. 2v3. Dashy trying to find something. Bomb planted. If he can catch these players on the runaway, that'd be very impressive. He does. Good kill. It's a 2v2.
Still, though, it's the clutch spots that they haven't cleared out, and I think right now, if they're grouped up together, they're just going to have to gun these players, and, well, they're getting flanked as it's happening. Kismet on a 5. This might be the 2 to get the glide.
This could be the 2 to get the glide. This is the 2 to get the round as well. Eyes on the first at least. That's the second. He doesn't check it. He does. Dashy. Whoa, wins the fight. 20 seconds now. 1v1. Paul has to keep the bomb safe. Can Dashy win the fight? The answer is no. Subliners once again. Right place, right time.
Just always there. I mean, making the good plays, have done their homework. You got the reads on the Scump spot laying down inside of office. They're doubled up when they're taking chows on Shotzzy, and even the play call for Kismet. He's playing for streaks, and there was no fear in his heart. Makes the perfect flank. He might not get the glide, but definitely puts Paul in a pretty easy spot to secure the round. And I mean, this is kind of dominant right now for the Subliners.
Kinda. Crim ain't got a kill.
He doesn't need one.
Give me something, Crim. Come on. Shotzzy still on the donut as well, so it's a weird one for sure. Heavy hit towards B. OpTic are in the prime position to get this one done on the defense, but here we go. There's the defense from Hydra. First blood, in and out, no questions asked, bomb down.
I would never understand not checking that corner, even if the stuns don't connect, but maybe you get Dashy as the bailout, and, well, he'll need to bail out once again, because you still have the man disadvantage, and the bomb down in the toughest possible spot, and someone's got to go collect it. I think Scump is going to have to be that guy. Decent amount of time to work with, but plenty of corners to check. Right now, Paulehx might be the guy that breaks this down. Scump ever pushes out to make a play.
Oh my God. Not Crim once again. The gunny, the subliners just on point. Dashy now on the 1v3. Technical ace if he wins the whole thing. Wow, God damn. All right. There it goes. Yeah, Crim, you tell him. You tell him, Crim.
Like I said, him and Dashy only have nice things to say about each other.
Well, look, I mean, there's two dudes who are cosplaying as Bruce Wayne, and there can only be one right now, man. Let me tell you, Fat Man, he saw the signal in the sky, and he took a mad on Bruce there. Let's get it. Right, next round. This is hot. Crim's fight. There's no way they lose this map now. No way, man. After Crim gets the gunny on both Scump and Dashy like that, come on. 4-1 subliners.
And you asked him to get a kill, by the way. He didn't need one for the first couple rounds, but delivers with 3 in the last one. Can't close doors, though. It can only do one at a time. Maybe a nice thing, finally a first blood and a bit of fresh air for OpTic now with the man advantage, and the bomb has not yet crossed that B site. Paulehx just looking for something.
He saw something. He saw Scum. Guns 1. Oh, my word. Shots are in. No more to be had there, though. On the outside of the site, though, Kismet now trying to keep the bomb safe. Oh, he saw Shotzzy's ankles, but they're fast ankles. He's long gone. Crim now gets to the fight from behind. A little late. Timing could be great. Finds himself 1. Shotzzy last up in the 1v2. He's our Mountain Dew featured player. He's an insanely talented individual. He's having a bit of an off day today. This could be the turnaround moment for him.
And this is, well, no, it's just going to end. Kismet with the reads and subliners. Even in the 3v4, get it done. Catch OpTic getting over aggressive, making the plays, and Crim again shooting Dashy in the back. But I mean, maybe we talk about the Fat Man too much. Kismet right now, double digits early on this Berlin.
And honestly, like in every map so far, I mean, there's only 2, but Kismet has been the playmaker. And we talked about that in a big way when we joined the roster in the Pro-Am again. They did win the Pro-Am. They didn't receive any CL points for the Pro-Am, which is honestly a tragedy for a team that's looking so good right now. But 5-1 here on Berlin. Kismet, 10-3. Falls onto the bomb site immediately. The guns are up, but Dashy draws first blood. 2 as
gets
well.
the second. Yeah, big kills over on that fire tank. Takes down Crim with the chow, and, well, that leaves the kid in a tough spot and small window of opportunity, but everyone's going to get shut down. Scump there towards the end to make that a very quick round for OpTic. 5-1 is the deficit they're working from. A quick round to get on board. And, hey, back-to-back rounds where at least they get the first blood, so they're at least starting to find a couple more of these kills, but still a very deep hole they're digging themselves out of.
Yeah, that was a very confident round. That's what you want to see out of OpTic Texas. That's the way they've played for so long. That's the style. It's in your face. It's very confident. No hesitation, and that was a perfect example of it. You're still on map point now for the subliners. Dashy and Scump, 6-6 each. We clear out of A. Let's see what shots he can find here.
I mean, he's responsible for this entire site by himself. Dashy finds another first blood, and they've cleared out so much of the B site that I was going to say, they have to know almost for a fact that the bomb is over towards A, but you see Shotzzy's still a little bit concerned about his own flank. The nade's coming through, though. That has to give up the name of the game, and you see OpTic right now working on the swarm.
Oh, Shotzzy takes the shots onto the first player, and then Hydra is already immediately wrapped back, able to maybe get a few more here. This is unreal, man. 2v3, Hydra. Fast transition indeed, Scump, though. He's got his scent, and he knows he's in the building with him. Will he check this? Will Hydra spot the top side? Or will Scump get the easy kill? It's an easy kill, and unfortunately, the banister just obscures his vision now. Paulehx in the 1v3.
That's just incredibly patient from Scump. Just big chilling, like, you know, part of the way up to top third. And now Paulehx trying to get the bomb down, but is getting hunted. As is tradition, wins gunfights that he shouldn't, but eventually gets taken down. And you got to sweat forward just a little bit, but pretty solid round coming out of OpTic. Again, they've been pretty heavy on their stacks on defense to whatever site they're going, and even there, it pays off pretty well. Again, Dashy, another first blood goes his way. Shotzzy playing around that A site to perfection, making sure he doesn't get caught out, and, well, there you go. 5-1 deficit. Now chopped down to 2.
Yeah, subliners, we test the metal now. Round by round, that confidence starts to dwindle. 5-3. One more and things are starting to get real nervous. Passed it over towards the B-bomb site right now for the members of OpTic. Subliners line up on the defense. Nade's going out. Crim with the top side. He just saw that little shadow. Dashy's 4 spree could become a 5 now.
Well, it definitely gets shots in as that bomb is moved, but look where the bomb moves to. Hydra, again, in the exact same corner, gets first blood and actually does get traded out. I don't know what kind of angle Prolute just had, but that's a nice catch, and Kismet in between the door, gets shot, tagged up, and traded, but not before Paul makes this a 2v2.
That's a really hard gunfight to win, and he's not going to get the job done here. Prolute, once again, saves the day for his team. Picking up them trades every time. Backs up with a bomb now as well, so Subliners have fast read this. Crim's already on the play. And this could go really well if he checks the timing here. If he goes inside the back of this warehouse, that's one thing, but OpTic may have just slipped it. They've gone. They're out. Crim's not checked it. OpTic might be able to plant A unless Paul has an eye on this.
Well, no, Paul got spotted.
Oh, he's dead, bro.
Waiting for the time and couldn't quite get it. Not an easy gunfight to win, and now Crim trying to avoid getting turned on. Dashy playing with some food. 4 spree for him. The bomb is playing in Paulehx here. Quick, though, for the challenge, leaving Dashy 1v2 for the game life.
Here comes Dashy. Big shots at close range now. It's a 1-on-1, and this is it. It's Batman. It's Fat Man. It's a 1-on-1 for the round, for the Subliners, for the map, for Dashy to keep his team in it. 30 seconds on the bomb.
One will be Adam West. One will be George Clooney.
Oh, my God. The stakes have never been higher. Here goes Crim. His shoulders. Oh my God! Dashy wins it. And man, it was close. It was close, but that's a massive win. And this is the momentum shift. It's 1 round at a time. Crim's controller hit the lap. He's already cracking fingers. That was a big round, and everyone knows it.
And I'm not a lip reader, but I'm going to go ahead and take a small guess that it was Dashy that Crimsix was talking a little bit of smack to, i.e. through his camera. No more trash talk now. That is an intense look of focus as that 5-1 lead has faded. You still have the advantage. But you got Dashy on a 6. 1 more kill, you get the glide. It's not incredibly impactful on Berlin, except for the fact that you can see everybody on the map. No first blood there. Subliners taking their time to play for a pick.
And they should take their time. They've had the advantage in nearly every single round possible, and they've done the best they possibly can to run it. Crim v Dashy once again. Crim wins the fight from that angle. The tags are in, and Dashy's spree remains alive. 1 more kills, a glide bomb. We might run it back in a moment, but for now, Subline is still holding strong. No one hit the bomb just yet.
I mean, they are really trying to play for this pick, and Crim, same angle looking for it, but Dashy just quick with the movement. He's playing for the intel, and there you go. You get the glide. You have the man advantage, but the A site has been somewhat left open. OpTic might be playing to nade these guys off site once you make the noise. If those doors are open, maybe you start the cook, but Kismet not on bomb yet.
Dashy's back in, man. He is laser focused right now. Paulehx levels it up. 3v3. Here comes the plant. Oh, massive nades. Big kills once again. Paul lost man, and it's over. 1 round at a time. True ice in the veins. OpTic Texas are back in this. What are we watching?
Look, real quick, I think it was the Ravens that I think had the perfect strat to play around the glide bomb where they sent 2 players with cold-blooded into sight. I don't know who has offense, who has defense, but if Subliners are keeping track, they should be able to know that Dashy has the glide, should be able to play around cold-blooded, and there's some weird potential to try to make a play to avoid getting spotted. And they are going to be on defense. Only 1 player going towards B, so it's not going to be the complete rip, but you know what the play call has to be. And funnily enough, they're leaning towards A, even with the glide. But 100% they're waiting to call this in.
Still information gained from this one. And again, the final round now. Glides come through. Kismet on the bomb site. That's at least 1 player on B, so you know that's up. Here comes Shotzzy into the site. Yeah. Kismet, he takes care of him. Shotzzy is done. Still trying to keep the play alive, though. Kismet checking the corners. He saw the tip of the head of Dashy. Oh, my God. Kismet finds all 3. That's it. It's done. It's done. New York Subliners stay alive. What a search it was. And Kismet, yeah, man, take a bow. What a final play. Shotzzy doesn't check nothing. He gets checked. That's a stinger. OpTic Texas go down 0-2.
Yeah, and look, you call him the glide. No one has cold-blooded, so you can call them all out. But how do you call out that there's someone in sight like that detailed? Like if they're not in office, like it's, oh, he's in the middle section behind the desk, like in this thing. And it's just, it's so tricky. And I don't know, man, having the glide and going that direction does not seem the easier way to go. And Shotzzy felt the pain No comeback there. 1 in 10 performance out of the Wizard. I think Subliners, hey, a dub's a dub. You're 2-0 up right now. Round 11 or a 6-1 makes no difference. They're happy for the W on top of a performance like that from Kismet, who back-to-back games has been lights out.
Unreal, man. Unreal. It got shaky. It got shaky. 6-5. The final score, it was a tight one, but hey, what can we say, friends? Mountain Dew marquee match does not disappoint so far. We're 2 maps down. We've got 1 more potentially if we can see a New York Subliners win, but no way, man. It's the Mountain Dew marquee match. We're going to see OpTic Texas pull this one back. We'll see if the games can continue to bring the electricity and the intensity that we've already seen so far. Quick commercial break, friends. When we come back, more Call of Duty action here in the CDL.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Blox gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
In that electrifying round 11, your boy picks up 3 and basically wins the round.
Yeah, no, I mean, literally single-handedly wins the round, right? Has a perfect read towards the end, catches Dashy, and just transfers into a free, in effect, 3-piece. And, I mean, plays like that got to feel good, especially against a team like this, in a moment where we've mentioned a few times, Subliners are 11th in the CDL standings when it comes to pro points. They are still in a pretty big hole, like 30 points down on 8th place right now. I think it might actually be 40 because of the Toronto series earlier. And this is qualification for these guys. If they beat OpTic here, they go to 3-2 and get winners bracket. Now, admittedly, you can go 2-3, and depending on tie breaks, still get to winners. But it's messy. It's easier. If you win, you're in.
If you win, you're in for the New York Subliners, and now is the time to win it. Tusk in control. Game 3 here in the series, and again, mate, a 3-0 today from New York. I mean, look, my picks would be on point at that stage, but to tell you about it, that is not what we thought would happen today at all.
No, that is a savage graphic, by the way. That's that's almost out of pocket. Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
That's cold-blooded.
For what it's worth, by the way, speaking of cold-blooded stats, so Tusk in control, everybody already knows it's defensive sided, but that has been getting worse. In stage 1, offense is only won 28% of the time. In stage 2, offense only won 24% of the time.
Okay.
So far in stage 3, offense has only won 16% of the time. So teams have been getting better at the map, and by getting better, it means getting stronger at defense. Now, that being said, OpTic has been the #1 team in the game by a wide margin when it comes to attacking rounds on this map. 43% win record. I want to see if they can deliver in stage 3 as well.
After a good start, they're about to get the second segment if the time permits, and it should. Shotzzy on point there. Our Mountain Dew feature player, once again, has had a bad series so far. But there is a definite opportunity to turn it around. And look at the moves. As soon as he got that second segment, he's gone. Him and the boys over by B. It's a 2-man stack right now. Prolute and Scump, they're hitting the time. Shotzzy trying to find the kills. Paul somehow gets 2. Oh my God, what kills now coming through from the Subliners. The B zone has been cleaned up and they couldn't get a segment.
Yeah, didn't get that extra tick, right? They are the only team in the game that actually averages more than 4 ticks in a round, which means they average getting a single tick over towards B and just capping A. And this is where they're still putting the pressure on. They are flooding towards this point. Shotzzy's been able to pick up 2. The flank from the top rope, though, well, might be enough to be the dagger. As Hydra opens his eyes, and there you go. Gets the freebies, and that tick still has not come through.
New York Subliners hold the line against OpTic Texas over by B. So now we divert our attention back over towards the A side of the map, and it's all good now. For Paul, finding these kills. Prolute's in. That's going to be enough to get the time. But here comes Hydra. The late main reinforcement. Their gun is up, and the kill is good. 30-ish seconds remaining. Subliners looking great.
And now you're actually pretty much forced to go over towards A, where, I mean, Subliners kind of have the setup right now, but the nades are there to break it down, and Prolute finds a kill towards the middle of the map. So this most likely should be enough to at least open up the pressure towards A as Shotzzy actually wraps back, but not because he hopped off for a second. There you go. Paulehx is finding a way in. New York, they're putting the pressure on. Only 15 seconds left in this round. Potential.
So, I mean, look, it should be done. There it is. That's going to be the capture. That's the capture. We've got an extra minute to work with. 1:15 on the clock. 10 lives for the Subliners on defense. 8 for OpTic Texas now to attack with. Breathe the fire out your lungs. Chill out a little. Try and make that play happen.
Well, that is definitely not a good start. Again, any player that falls just sets you back an extra 10 to 15 seconds. And, well, if another player falls, it sets you back even further. Scump tries to open the door just a little bit, but it is solo plays from him, and he can't make the magic happen. Now down to 5 lives, and Dashy trying to wait for a couple of his teammates, but that is not a close spawn for Scump at all.
Now, Hydra familiar port shuts the door in his face. Nice shots out of Dashy up close and personal. Green not safe to be. 2 lives now remaining for OpTic Texas here in the opening round. Scump can stay alive, that's one thing. His teammate on the other side of the map, Shotzzy, is now having to make the play alone. Less than 20 seconds to work with. How many kills can he get? There's 1. 5v1 right now for Shotzzy. A beamer on a Paul. And now, will he check every possible angle? Oh my god, 15 seconds still to work with. Shotzzy. No dead silence activated, but your boy's on a bit of a run now. How many more kills? He's doing this, somehow finding the kills. Less than 10. Can he contest? No. The beamer was on as Shotzzy finally found some form towards the end, but too little, too late. Subliners take the round.
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, a fun little moment from Shotzzy towards the end, but ultimately just sort of a standard round. And OpTic, again, actually below average because they didn't get that extra tick. Now, they certainly showed a couple pushes why they are so good, right? 2 different moments where they get, like, you know, maybe 3 or 4 players out towards the point. But even if you get there, does not make it easy to actually capture. And, well, Subliners hold strong as Paulehx and Hydra. I mean, pretty sizable kill advantage that they built up, both already double digits.
Feels all good. First segment gone. A fast cap already now from the New York Subliners. Looking to see the A side slowly but surely close out. Scump getting aggressive. Cleans up both on the point. Beautiful work there from the King. That's going to be the first segment A done. They're going to be able to get back on this one quickly because, again, Spawn's a little squirrely right now. Shotzzy now the insides of the New York Subliner spawn. Will they be able to catch a couple of kills here and keep them off balance? No, they're still on point. Scump alive in their spawn. Still chance, and it's a little messy here, but the second segment's done.
It should look like they might actually capture A. I mean, right now, just trying to chop away at the lives is Shotzzy just being a nuisance towards the back line. But whatever the case may be, you clear out your spawn and capture that A zone. Plenty of time to work with. 2 minutes and 8 seconds to be put on the clock, and that'd be good for maybe 4 solid pushes to try to capture B.
Anytime. Subliners now just slowing things down. Find the opening. Ball's all good. Single tag in there from Hydra as they make their way forward. Top side of church, not a safe place to be right now for anyone from OpTic. Here comes Scump. Oh, what timing! Unfortunately, though, the kill lands. Shotzzy manages to land a stun or 2. This might have activated the pinch. Will they be able to hit the play here? Over the top he goes. Shotzzy with a smooth moves. There's the cleanup from Scumpy. It's nice teamwork from OpTic Texas. Makes the top side of church all safe and sound. Over to the P5 side of the map, though. That's not going to be as safe. The Scump now on a 2.
I bet it's just brutal too, because I think Subliners had half an idea to try to get Kismet some streaks because he was on a 4, but Shotzzy goes on the flank and then it's just such a distraction that Scump is able to swoop in and pick up a pair of extra kills. Now the pressure's on B just a little bit, but I mean, just look at the setup from OpTic. Literally everybody here ready for these gunfights to clear them off the point. Subliners, any bit of pressure they had immediately gets alleviated, and well, you go right back to sort of the standard setup. Where does New York want to try to attack from? Well, they're leaving one guy in P5 for the late hit, everybody else going around. Takes a long time to set up, and I said maybe 4 good pushes. They've had 1 try, and already a minute has been burned off the clock.
Yeah, taking their sweet time getting involved in the fight. 15 lives now remaining as Hydra gets absolutely lit up by that lantern. That's it, done. Kismet trying to make his way forward now. The superstar of the first 2 maps has been somewhat stunned here on Tuscan, not able to get any shots in. Scump's going to win the fight. Crim, though, he might be able to pick up 2 here. Comes Dashy around the corner, another one from Crim. 3 in a row. Buying some space, buying some time, but Shotzzy has just slipped in through the bottom side of P5. He may be able to get 2 out of this fight. Here he goes. Gets 1, not able to get the second. The defense will still hold. Less than 25 on the clock now, and OpTic hold the line.
I mean, Subliners right now praying for a big 2-piece, and maybe Hydra can be that guy. But again, super tight setup from OpTic. They are just living on like the bottom quarter of that map. That means you should be here for the trades. The nades coming through, Hydra tagged up, and well, the trades are there. While Paulehx gets a kill over towards outer, traded. Kismet the next one in the hill, the double chow, no trades needed. It looks like OpTic set themselves up for, again, standard, but also fairly dominant round on defense.
Defense. Get it done. In the kills department as well, we've already seen a match come down to the final moment. The final round being decided by kills, not by segments. So, swap sides again. OpTic Texas still fighting for their life here in this series. They're certainly feeling the pressure now.
They might have an interesting moment. I think it literally might have been like their first round of Tuscan control this year where they like 4-hit mid and instantly cap B. So I know they certainly have a couple tricks up their sleeve, and it won't be the case this time. Fairly standard, try to get some mid-map control, send Shotzzy on the flank, and for the moment, Subliners, you can see Paulehx, he's making the read, but no, it goes his way. Paulehx always wins those, somehow, someway.
Kismet as well, cuts him down from behind. Scump now managing to slow down the hit. Takes care of those defending players. We're going to be able to dive straight onto the point right now. So OpTic Texas slowly but surely capturing A. Let's hear all the masterminds get to work with a quick listen in.
Can you be my mid or no?
One guy, stop church, stop church.
I got needed. I'm holding the side right now.
One can pinch us. I can pinch the guy, top church. Give me time.
I have their side right now.
Stop church, yeah.
Yo, be main on me, Hydra. Be main Hydra one shot.
Pitch me dead.
Hydra one shot, be main. Come
Yo,
back to back.
1-3, boys.
Yeah, I'm trying to pinch response.
Yo, we need to work for A. We need to work for A. Yeah, he was out there.
I'm a hold mid. In you, Crim. Crim dead.
I'm talking to them guys. Yo, bump forward, Steph. I'll pick the point.
Got one mid.
Can be my...
Watch out the back tank,
Missing kids.
Back pinching.
He's a back tank. He's a...
I'm mid.
I'm mid.
You
have their side or no?
I just got double hit.
I'm trying to help you, Steph.
I'm mid.
I need their deep spawn. Let me rebel. He's gonna chase me. No, Chris me to the pin.
He's on fire. That's him. Yo, push her.
Yeah, we just keep up with you.
I got to.
I think P1 door.
Yeah. We playing for the backer.
I don't see they come church.
You mean the close right
corner? I'm about to nade back.
In the back tree dead.
That guy's gonna spawn. Church pots.
Yeah, I'm on the take now.
I got one.
Another one, two spawning pots.
Nothing close.
It's a church. Watch out. He's gonna go bump church or ramp. We're dead.
Yo, top point. Watch out.
One more shot.
Last guy, jump that point. He's gonna be short.
I'm holding church.
Two short me. Paul and Hydra.
Nothing church so far.
Pitch me in the back.
One is push on roof.
You already
You like committed to it. I'm pretty sure you like fully pushed.
Me and Spawn top
We'll
fire.
play from. If you don't see him. I'll just get B-main, bro.
Change your close right, Ant.
No. Plot 1 HP, plot 1 HP, Paul.
Down to this.
I'm nading cloud.
No, don't need it.
During the listening, we capture A. We get ourselves in a bit of trouble, but now OpTic over towards the B zone they go. Kismet on the late flank. Should be able to go huge here. Catches one. Dips on out. Teammates are going to make the reads here. He has pulled the attacking team now away from the B zone. Their eyes are up. They've had to shift play chance. Less than a minute to work with.
Well, eventually he does get taken care of, but even still, you're just back to square one. And again, any player that gets caught makes it just that much more difficult. Again, I said the numbers like earlier, but it is now just in stage 3, only 16% of the offensive rounds have been won. And obviously, so far in this game, 2 for 2 for defensive rounds. And certainly Subliners trying to shape up for 3 for 3. You do actually have pressure on point, and this is a couple kills going towards OpTic.
Big kills out of Hydra. Once again, that's going to be 4 now in a row for him. The kills are there. One more on the top plat side. It's going to be Scump. Dashy wins a big one at range. You've got an opening in now. Get back on this. Can the reinforcements, though, get there in time? There are 10 members of OpTic now to attack this point with 7 defenders in the form of the New York Subliners. And Dashy now on a 5 spree, starting to get things going. Scump, Prolute, lives are going for the Subliners. You've got players on it. 3-man stack. This should be the round. The last few kills coming through. OpTic Texas lighting things up. Here come the attackers. One last shot at this one. The kills have got to be great. Scump from the back line. The capture, though. Oh, it's on. Shotzzy's got to go wild, and he does indeed. Yeah. OpTic Texas. Narrow margins, but they get it done. Matt point.
Yeah, that is not easy in the slightest. Dashy making plays. Shotzzy with the follow-up, and that is a massive round for them to be able to win, because we mentioned best team in the game on offense. Also OpTic, best team in the game on defense on this map. So what do you know? Strong on Tuscan control, where they have an 11-2 map record, but that is actually, I mean, just absurdly difficult to make it happen. It takes a 6 spree from Dashy just to set it up, but hey, they had it on lives, they had it on ticks, and what a big round for them to get. Now pressure for the Subliners absolutely on. Gotta win a round on offense. That is not easy.
Nope, not an easy thing whatsoever. Dashy gets caught out on the wide. Doesn't expect 2 players towards the back there, and oh dear, Hydra's alive in the back line, now starting to run amok. What was that gunfight? Thank God someone stopped him.
That is why we hail Hydra.
Second segment at A's gone.
In a moment.
It'd be like that sometimes. Here comes Hydra once again to back off spawn. Dash, you gonna check this corner? That's Hydra. That's what he does best, baby. There we go, though. That's the segments at A closed out. An additional minute to work with. It's 2:22 in total. Here we go, New York. You have what it takes to capture that B zone.
And you do have Crim sort of, well, I want to say in like prime spawn killing territory, but not really. I mean, if players get in the back, you can more or less ignore them. And again, just play a tight setup around B. And OpTic are ready for the flank. They're paying a great deal of attention to it. And whether it's offense or defensive, Dashy is top green. That is his happy place on Tuscan control.
Paulehx working the back line, and he's still alive, still keeping him up on toes. And this is great work from Crim. Shots on a Prolute. Reach out. Big win. We still have players out in the spawn in the backside because he did open up that spot for just a second. His teammates have been ripped up on the front line. Crim is now behind enemy lines, and he is trying to get himself home. And finally, they do take care of him. Subliners now trying to make their way forward once again.
Yeah, Kismet trying to just take as many players to the grave as possible, and well, can't even get one, but he was completely by himself as his teammates are now getting flanked in towards P5. Hydra actually reads it, didn't have the high ground, and now Shotzzy gets to try to do the little dance, but gets taken down tonight, and now you go back to the same sort of standard defense, 17v17, and that is a nice start.
A lot of damage from Prolute, not enough to get the kill. It's going to slow down the attackers just that much. Dashy now on the repeat. Here goes the fight against Crim, an easy win for him. The pinch is there. Dashy, Shotzzy in the kill feed. All good now as OpTic hold the line. They keep that B side of the map totally safe and sound. And this is again to force the hard point on Tuscan in the next map.
And well, you clear him out quickly, actually. Should be able to get shot in the back, and well, maybe Hydra just shoots him in the front. Good timing for number 4. Kismet actually finds a way through, but just because he got through doesn't make it any easier. And I think Prolute actually feels the pressure, so maybe he did spot Kiz, or maybe not. A couple players from OpTic actually turned, but hey, Kismet wins the gunfight. But again, he is the lone man right now behind enemy lines.
Kismet fired his gun. Might have been intentional just to draw some of the aggression, but he's on the hunt now. Prolute's right behind him. Weird timing. He's somehow going. He's still going. Scump wins the fight. That's good for now. Paul will lose his sole teammate in that same position with less than 25 seconds remaining and only 6 lives to get the job done. New York, this has got to be special.
One moment of perfection. Shotzzy going to be the late flanker you have to deal with, and they win the first gunfight. How quick are their reads and Shotzzy? And there you go. Paulehx wins that kill. A nade to take down one, though, but this is it.
This is it. They're on the point right now. Here comes the stack. The kill's there from Dashy. He somehow stays alive. Crim's going to get weird timing with the player coming through church as well. Prolute wins 2 on the back. That's unreal. That's it. Prolute's 2-piece on the back side of the B zone helps seal the deal. As OpTic stay alive here in the series, we go to another hard point.
Death taxes and OpTic winning a Tuscan control, right? 12-2 record overall, still the best team in the game on both offense and defense, and they show off a little bit of the reason why. Again, it takes heroics and a Herculean effort to make things happen on offense, but Dashy delivers. Again, top green is his happy place, or top radio, whatever you want to call it, but they had the comms to avoid getting 3-0'd. Still not a fun place to be in the series, but honestly, you could say the same thing for both teams. The pressure's still absolutely on.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Dashy again, 33-20 with a 3.8k damage. Great work out of him. The first time I think we saw Dashy really light things up here in Vanguard was in fact on Tuscan. So if you needed the bounce back in the series, there it was, OpTic fans. You're still alive for now. A Tuscan hardpoint will come up next. But first, let's look at these highlights.
I think one thing that stood out, by the way, just on the stats is just the number of offensive kills like OpTic had compared to New York. Like, New York were certainly putting in the work and keeping up like on their defenses, but on their offenses, they just not could contribute in the slightest. And again, that is just the way Tuscan goes from time to time, but whatever the case may be, OpTic do take care of business. And I mean, looking forward, we stay on Tuscan, where good maps for both teams. And this is kind of a fun one too, because like right now, Subliners are without question in conversation for best hardpoint team in the game. Obviously, they win the Berlin in pretty convincing fashion for map number 1, but I think this is really where you sort of test your mettle, because this is definitely one of OpTic's better maps.
Not to mention the fact that, you know, they may be one of the best hardpoint teams in the game right now, but this season has been so bad in general for the Subliners. A quick recap, they're sitting at 60 CDL points overall. They're in 11th place out of 12. This is a bad situation to be in. Regardless of how well the team's playing right now, you need a win. You need a win bad, New York. Like, you got to start climbing. The next team above them is only, what, 80 points, and after that, it's tight. It's real tight. You need to have a sort of a similar performance we had, of course, at the Pro-Am. Current form is a great indicator of how good the team is. But you're playing that long game. You're playing that journey towards champs. You have to turn things around now, and a series like this against OpTic that maybe, I mean, unlikely to close out 3-0, they've got to keep the pedal to the metal for sure.
And, you know, an 8-3 record overall in the Tuscan hardpoint, but a 3-1 record for the Subliners, at least with this roster on this map. So I think this might be a battle of maybe 2 titans in the league as it stands. But yes, as you said, much more pressure on the Subliners for this moment. I mean, right now, I'd say for OpTic, like, you know, they already have their 3 wins that they needed. They will be in winner's bracket. Obviously, they still want the seeding. They still want the extra points as well because they still don't have the #1 seed in the league. But right now, New York, again, just that intense look of focus on most of their faces. Crim stoic as always.
Always stoic indeed. Now, again, that was the most needed comeback in this series. A very slow start from most of them. Scump's been beamed from start to finish. Dashy's now got on board. Shotzzy, some questionable plays when it came to the search and destroy, of course. But hey, man, it's all good for now. Synchronized swigs from their game fuel bottles. The boys are looking strong and ready to rock and roll. Focused up indeed. Tuscan hardpoint coming up now. Map number 4 in the series is it's all smiles, Chance. It's all fun and games. And all right, well, Scumpy's off, so clearly we're not diving straight into the matchup. But either way, it's a good spot to be in right now for OpTic again. As you said, solid game, solid map and mode for both teams. This should be a real banger. Again, as every map in the series basically has been so far. Any sort of more high-level predictions of how this one go down? Again, New York, one of the best hardpoint teams in the game as of right now.
I mean, I think it really depends on Shotzzy, right? I mean, just from map number 1, obviously every single player on Subliners was popping off from time to time, but like Crim had a 1.56, but we saw Kismet making just massive plays. Even Kismet in game number 2 had Shotzzy's numbers where Kismet dropped 13 kills. Shotzzy goes 1-10. Obviously, Shotzzy bounced back and I don't think went like crazy positive in the control, but enough to get them to dub. If Shotzzy's not dropping a 0.46, you know, OpTic in a little bit better of a spot. So I think he's the player I'm probably going to pay the most attention to on Tuscan because, I mean, Scump is literally Mr. Consistent. I certainly trust him at this point. But if you're regarded as the most impactful player in the game, which that is certainly a title in a game like Vanguard and obviously where he was an MVP in a game like NW, the similarities are certainly there. I mean, he's the guy you're looking for to really go big for the team. And it seems weird to say, but we got to see if he could, you know, stop Hydra and Kismet.
Hey man, they've been absolutely frying recently. Hydra's had a lovely series so far. Kismet with the map-winning moments when it comes to both search and destroy and that first hard point as well, has to be said. Berlin, that was all them. Now Tuscan. Will this be OpTic's playground to bounce things around and get themselves back into this one? There we go. Shotzzy, what a comeback indeed. 0.46 in the first 2 maps. In that last one alone, a 1.04. So we talk about one of the most impactful and brilliant players in the world right now in the game. He certainly is it. Can he keep this one going? All eyes will be on our Mountain Dew featured player Shotzzy here on Tuscan Hardpoint.
And we'll see how the opening break goes as well. Obviously, New York are spawning on the advantageous side and maybe showing off how they get the advantage. Shotzzy, the slippery snake, though, able to at least get 1 kill, but still, it'll be New York posted inside of the hill. And, well, just making good use of that. Can't believe it wasn't a headshot, but whatever the case may be, good chunk of time right now going to New York.
Yeah, Scump finding kills on the flank, though, having to make Paul swivel around. Is he a human turret? We'll find out as the time's still going the way of his teammates. Shotzzy managed to make the opener. Dashy with the kills there as well. Subliners caught looking away. Kills now going their way. OpTic back into the hard point we go. And they've flipped it. Well, they're in the good side of the map, so they've got themselves in a sweet spot. Time ticking away here. Chance. First hard point's going to come to a close. And good work, Subliners. Over the second we go.
Yeah, and sort of the give and take, right? New York Subliners spawn on the, quote, good side of the map, but that's just for P1. Obviously, OpTic set themselves up from the rotation over towards P2, so the push and pull of Tuscan, and that just means we get to see New York out, try to break through this hill. Great Stump coming through just to let Scump actually go and pick up that freebie of a kill. Paul tries to come through the alley. Free kill there for Shotzzy in the hold right now. So strong, so good.
So nice and so clean nades there from Kismet, getting himself on point. Crim now trying to find things. Kismet pushing them out alley side. This could be massive. Good timing shots. Not enough though. The kills are there. Crim, quick swivel. Nice shots once again. As there you go. Subliners naded out, but you've still got a player on point. It's Hydra the Phenom. This is the kill number 5 in a row and against Shotzzy. No less. Shotzzy, top of the podium. Oh, lordy. I almost laid an egg. Shotzzy had got that 3rd, but the kills were there. Time going the way of the Subliners. OpTic not out this yet.
Yeah, some people celebrate a late Easter, but whatever the case may be, in spite of that, Shotzzy 2-piece, it's still a pretty sizable lead for New York, and maybe still in a situation where they have to break. I know we saw the stats earlier where on this map, it's not like the breaks have been particularly great for the Subliners. That's over the course of the year. They are 3-1 on this map since the Pro-Am, and the break right now looking kind of strong. Dashy gets dropped as well. You get the pressure inside the point, and Scump, maybe the next man in line for OpTic, at least takes care of Crim to get him outside of the hill. They haven't quite stabilized. Hydra's in the back.
He slips in the back fast, gets himself in a wine. Tags are up. He's still alive. Oh, brought down finally. Scump now through Fireside. They managed to get themselves in there. Kismet fight the gunfight. Wow, he takes care of Scump and Shotzzy. Brings them both down. Prolute pinched. Hard point Subliners. Fighting tooth and nail to keep this one going. Paul naded out, and it is an absolute war over by the fountain. OpTic with a 4-man stack. Here they go. Their kills are all there, and they should win this battle, and they should be able to get the next few 15.
And obviously, this isn't shocking in the slightest to talk about two of the best hardpoint teams in the game, but the nades and tacks have been on point from both of these squads, using them on the breaks. The stun's annoying even in this moment, but not enough to take care of Crim there. Gonna be set up on the rotation. Shotzzy, though, pretty beautiful gunfight. He's able to win towards the middle of the map, trying to open things up for OpTic just a little bit. And Paulehx does get dropped in the back. The teamwork always there, but look at the teamwork for the Subliners. Crim on the flank, able to pick up 2. He dropped a 1.56 on Berlin. Well, 12 and 7 for the moment on Tuscan.
Lordy. 102 now on climbing for the New York Subliners. Match point for them again. Prolute win another. Towards the side of the church we go. A bit of a race now on, and Paulehx manages to get there first, gets the gunny up and gets the kill. Can Dashy come around this corner and take care of business? He does. Any more to be had there would be something special. We're now over to Crim as back and forth we go. OpTic been pushed out for a moment. This gives Subliners a couple of seconds to get some time and maybe set up for the next man alive chance. This is a blistering tussle on Tuscan indeed.
Well, and right now, Subliners actually have pretty much no pressure over towards P5. Paulehx, though, this is the one gunfight that could really open things up. And fun enough, Shotzzy just completely dips out. And yeah, the toughest player in the league to call out. It is just confusing as to where he goes. And by the time he reappears with the whole team. And this is a very strong start to the P5, but honestly, a necessary one. Crim through a wall, able to pick up 2. And if you open things up on this hill, it is already a 60-point lead for New York. If they were able to get this break on P5, I mean, this could be the moment of the game, but it looks like OpTic holds strong.
There's about 30 seconds remaining here on the point. Shotzzy in from behind. Shotzzy can't get the second. Hydra smooth moves. Oh, Hydra, what in the name of all things sacre bleu, Scumpy? Can't get any more at that one. 20 seconds remaining on this point. It is getting fiery indeed here on Tuscan. Hydra's up. They run it back. Shotzzy wins that fight this time round. Less than 15 to go with. And there it is. Crim from behind. The dagger. Slow and steady up the stairs he goes. Gets the kill. Now, back over to the first hard point we go. Next set is up. Scump's in position.
Dude, I gotta say, Hydra's adding to like his hoop mixtape, right? He had a nice gunfight win against Dashy in the Search and Destroy. Literally just 180 Shotzzy in that moment. And granted, Shotzzy's going for the 2-piece, but nonetheless, gunny on point for the Frenchman. And right now, Subliners, I mean, this is just dominant. You get the breaks on P5, you get Crim picking up pieces through walls, Shotzzy's getting taken down by Paul. And you just get the clearance. The nades on point. The swarm is in. Prolute trying to keep things open for his team, but Subliners always have the extra man and a 70-point lead on Tuscan.
Strong hardpoint teams really going at it. Scumpy brought down at range there. On Crim, there's the shots, the coverage there, and Paulehx, the menace, gets another set of kills. Hydra's already on the rotation. Times this right, could catch one. I think he saw Scump there. Scump didn't see him. Oh my word, he's in from behind. 10 seconds up. P2 abound. You do have Shotzzy in the very back end. That's going to give his teammate spawns. And now Hydra looking to make the break. And oh my word, they go at it again. It is a joy to watch those two fight each other.
I mean, it's just fighting on ice skates. It's just the most fluid movement on a combination of players. But
wow,
as it stands, whatever might be fluid, you need the dynamic to go your way, because again, you are down by 100 points. I mean, this might honestly, if like New York get this break, this might be shaping up to be one of the most devastating hardpoint losses OpTic have really had this year. Now, granted, OpTic able to pick up quite a few big kills. Prolute, especially so. Trying to open things up for the squad. Nice couple go your way. Really solid time coming through. OpTic not out of this game yet.
Yeah, it's far from over. Prolute's got to watch this one from Hydra. Man, hold that L. That is brutal. Shotzzy there on close point. Mountain Dew featured player. Coverage from his teammates all good. Kismet with a big slide. Hydra finds another one. Trey's now abound on point. Prolute though from TJHaly. A Father, Son of the Holy. 2-piece. All good though. So we're going to find the kills. Rotations down. Subliners though, they're in there first.
Subliners also have just a ridiculous amount of map pressure. Paulehx is posted up in the back, so everyone else has the clearance to just run around for free. And they're making life hell right now for OpTic. It is taking the swarm through you just to get that clearance, but 10 seconds have gone by before you can even get near this point. And granted, they are inside, but obviously Subliners quick off spawn to try to keep this mixy.
trying to keep the spawns up. Where they're going to spawn roof side, surely. There we go. So 3 members now making their way to the roof side. Guns should be up and changing position. Shotzzy, they'll want a 4 spree now. Comes to an end. An absolute peach there thrown from Paulehx off spawn. Scump cannot stem the tide. The Subliners have swarmed, and Prolute catches one on the cross. Here we go, though. You've got an open hard point for now. Prolute absolutely gunning him. Finds another kill. Reinforcements getting involved. Shotzzy, no. 22 and 18 put down. No more close enough, and that's going to be another big win. Scumpy, though, in off spawn. No, it's non-stop. The kills are done. Subliners for the next 10 seconds, and that's massive.
I mean, dude, just a juggernaut bloodbath on the previous hill. A moment to breathe. The Subliners are setting up to make this break, but they're doing this a man down. But maybe they could just make it happen, or maybe not. They do get wiped out. Paulehx, the last man to fall, and 3v4, they weren't able to make it happen. But whatever the case may be, it is a 70-point lead. They're going to have to play pretty damn well from here on out to try to make this comeback. And, well, Crim right now leading the charge. The teamwork from Subliners always on point.
Here comes Paul. Good timing. Smooth moves. What was this? Little 360 pirouette. Your boy is dancing right now on the inside of church. Teammates have got him covered. Dashy, though, wins fights. Wow, wins 2 fights on the backside. Shotzzy slides right through. Can't get any more, but the trade should be abound right now. Kismet's a dead man. We'll say a hope and a prayer for him. Subliners spawning out. Have to make the run across mid, and Hydra has made it through front.
Trying to get inside, and keep in mind, the only team right now that's rotating is OpTic. So New York really want to fight for these final 10 seconds, and they are still trying to force this in this old hill. They get a couple kills, another team kill comes through, but that just means they're going to be a little late off spawn. And you do have OpTic to the new hill first, but good luck. It is P5. The nades are going to be raining hell upon you, and 1 break and the Subliners get the win.
1 break's all they need. OpTic buckling up. Hydra plays it very sneaky from the inside. Prolute now has got to hold the line indeed. Prolute finds a nice 2 of those nades. Great awareness, though, of the spawns. You know that the Subliners could be coming from the other side now. The flip is on. Hydra, oh my word. Timing from Kismet. This could be it. Contest is there. They've got the hard point. New York are in. Subliners now trying to fight their way forward. Smooth moves from Shotzzy. Not enough, though, as Hydra's now there on top. And it is absolute chaos. Once again, chance for a brief moment. OpTic Texas hold it down.
Well, you can breathe. I mean, maybe just for a little bit. A couple players from New York trying to rotate that.
Oh my
it's
God.
a team kill that comes through, but you still got the 4-man stack, so doesn't make a single bit of difference. Subliners can no, actually, maybe they can. Kismet maybe with the late play, you really never know. And OpTic are forced to put bodies over towards P5, which means Scump is by himself on rotation. Hydra here to take him down, but the King drops him. Now OpTic cutting in through you, but 247 can't get to 248. OpTic are still here, and they win the gunfights.
Old school versus new school, and the King wins it. Now Kismet trying to watch the flank. Hydra's about to hit U side as well. Scumpy watches it and wins the fight. Oh my God, mid-map now from Paul. Has to go forward. You've still got the hard point for OpTic Texas. They have never said die. Paul with a big nade over the top. Knows exactly where these players are going to be. And here comes the hit. Scumpy gets brought down again. And there we go. Shotzzy's got to fly. Got to go. New York. The Subliners stun the CDL with a big win over OpTic Texas. And Crim's letting you know.
Ooh, it is that new New York, and who knows who that bat signal is calling. But Miles, all I know is that one, New York solidified themselves a spot in the winner's bracket for Major 3, and that Major 3 might be one of the most difficult tournaments to predict. So many teams have been heating up. Minnesota Røkkr look incredible. Subliners getting big wins. FaZe are randomly falling 3-0, and now even OpTic take this L as well. I mean, they came into the day with a 9-1 map count through these qualifiers, but Subliners truly showed up on the day and took it to them. And admittedly, it definitely got dicey towards the end, but I mean, they held strong. And I mean, this is just a setup for what might just be one of the most wild tournaments in Call of Duty history.
Peep the highlights, friends. This one was one to remember. New York fans the world over. Fist pump in the air right now, feeling fine. That is the end of their run to the major, and they're going to be happy with that. Winner's bracket, I believe, secured. We'll get the true confirmation on that momentarily, but that is that, friends. Massive stuff out of NYSL. OpTic still have another matchup again tomorrow. They're playing the LA Thieves at 3 p.m. Pacific, I believe. So that's going to be spicy as hell, you know, either way. Like, that's another opportunity for them to bounce back. LA Thieves in a strong spot. But this is massive now for OpTic, Chance. I mean, this wasn't a like catastrophic loss, I don't think, against a team that's in very, very good form right now. But when you look at like most people's top 3, you're looking at OpTic Texas, you're looking at Atlanta FaZe, you're looking at Subliners right now. I mean, I think that's a very, very fair statement. So God only knows what's going to happen in Toronto.
Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, Toronto,
Røkkr,
New York. Toronto's another team that's in the mix. I mean, when I say it's like unpredictable, like even just from the winners round 1 matchups, I mean, there might be some absolutely wild things that happen. For all I know, this could actually end up being a winners 1 matchup as well, because like OpTic, this doesn't change the opinion. It's still the best team in the game and whatnot. Still a strong map count, or map record, I should say. I'm a little curious as to why the Berlin hardpoint came through and maybe just trying to, you know, expand it just a little bit, but whatever the case may be, clearly some of the teams that were faltering early on in the league have cranked things up.
Indeed. Well, there we go. The final map finishes up. Tuscan Hardpoint, a victory for the New York Subliners. The Mountain Dew marquee match has come to a close, and we do have confirmation. Yeah, New York Subliners. That's winners bracket starting in the Toronto Major next week, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be a lot of fun, a huge result for NYSL, and some much-needed CDL points. I mean, Jesus, give them the points. They need it so bad. Wow, what a series that was. A very, very exciting one indeed. Again, whew, I don't know where to go. Desk, save me.
Yo, this is beautiful. Save us all, man, because New York Subliners are coming for us. And the way this team has been eaten up, I mean, Crimsix ain't never got to worry about being hungry again. But yo, Nameless, the fact that they're going to wind up in the winner side of the bracket, that is absolutely nuts. This team struggled all year long.
They've been on a run. They win the Pro-Am. They have a great group stage here, and now they're secured winners bracket, and their hardpoint looks ridiculous. This is the best win that you could ask for if you're the New York Subliners. And let's talk about it, man. What beautiful hardpoints. Like, remember what I said, like, in the pre-segment to this? We were like, yeah, stats kind of go out of the window when you go into a series like this, because there's that history between Crim and, you know, some of his older teammates. And Crim put on a show for us across both hardpoints in the series. The man was just absolutely popping off. And to Ali's point, like, that is the player alongside Kismet who we needed to see step up in slaying performance in this one, because OpTic is a different type of beast. Like, the rotation that they had from P3 to P4 on that map number 1, where they locked down trains, they broke OpTic instantly. We don't see many teams doing that. To go up about 80, 90 points in that map, they had OpTic on the back foot throughout it to start the series off. That's going to give New York that confidence, like, hey, we know exactly what we're doing. We're doing it correctly. We saw Hydra and Kismet both playing aggressive. The pressure was there. That was beautiful to see. Shutting down Shotzzy and searching.
That's insane.
That's insane.
My boy had a .1.
It has to be said. So 2 days in a row now against the top 2 teams in the CDL, okay? We saw the Minnesota Røkkr take on the Atlanta FaZe, and Cellium was kind of shut down, right? Then today we see New York Subliners face off against OpTic Texas, and it's not easy. Shotzzy had an amazing stat line in that search.
The competition this year is literally insane. One day you could just have all your best teams just getting absolutely world starred. And the fact that they walked into that Tuscan hardpoint, that is New York's arguably worst hardpoint map. They are 3-8, and that's arguably OpTic's top 2. They're 8-3 on Tuscan hardpoint heading into that. 100 times out of 100, I would have put my bet on OpTic heading into that game 4. And for New York to come as hot as they did right off the bat and get that huge lead in the beginning, sure, OpTic started to come back in the game. They almost changed that P5 to a P1 perfectly to make them come back. But New York, they're managed to break in. They've set themselves up early for success later. And I mean, New York, they look unstoppable.
You're right. And for all the fans out there, they're going to say, oh, it's over for OpTic. Oh, it's over. Okay, they're still using a sub. Illy is still out of it. But either way, this team is still stronger than ever, right? But New York Subliners definitely deserve their praise. I would love to take a look at the standings to see where things stand right now, because when it comes to this Major III qualifier, New York has been impressing us day in and day out since the Pro-Am Classic, right? But also when it comes to points, they're also in the mix. Taking a look at the standings right now, that is beautiful. 3-2, that's exactly where Envoy needed to be, because they need all the points in the world.
Yeah, it's a great position for them to be in. Now they're in winners bracket, right? They just won the Pro-Am. They're confident. Their hardpoint looks great. Like, they probably have the best hardpoint showing throughout all the teams that we have here. You know, them and the Minnesota Røkkr. So I'm expecting New York to make a pretty big run, man. We have a lot of teams that are in the mix. Like, literally all those teams 1 through 6, I could see them winning the event with how they've been playing. So it's going to be extremely exciting. We have just one more day of matches to see if there's any more crazy upsets or teams looking a lot better.
Nameless, you know me from my takes, man. Would I be bugging if I said NY is the best hardpoint team in the game?
No.
I don't think you'd be bugging.
I don't think you'd be bugging.
They're now 15-3, I think, in hardpoint since the start of the Pro-Am. Like, that's ridiculous.
Right, Ali, you have something you wanted to say?
No, I was just agreeing with you. I mean, OpTic was 6-4 in the last 10 hardpoints heading into this. Their respawns has been what was dominant. Yeah, they still take the control in a 3-1 fashion, but they head into one of their best respawn maps and they lost by 30 points. So I'd have to agree.
All right, so we actually have a Mountain Dew Game Fuel victory spotlight with the one and only Crimsix. Hell, let's get him on the screen. Crim, before you bombard the interview, I have to ask you straight up, how much do you like beating Seth?
Beating Seth? Listen, how many words is this? I don't know right now. I'm just pretty happy. So, but the king is dead. The king is dead. And my goodness, it sounds so corny to say, but it is true. The king is in fact dead. You know, Ender, what are you doing? Get your thumb out of your...
No,
I was about to swear.
Right.
Get your thumb out of your noose and get back on the roster. What are you doing? You know? Not like that.
Not like that.
I have a follow-up to Belly's question, Crim. All right, so I've seen you say it before in past interviews,
shut up, guys.
past statements on Twitter, where you're like, put some respect on our name as a team. Do you feel like the community and players, other teams, don't respect you guys enough or underrate you guys?
Honestly, I don't care. I don't care. It's us versus the world. That's what I always tell my team. And you know, sometimes getting roasted is good. You know, what did I go last week? Negative 18 and 42. You know, while a coward would you know cry about it. Oh, I'm horrible. All that crap, right? I was sitting there like, I am dog shit. I need to get better. I'm letting the team down right now, right? And you know, improved the hard points. S&D still non-existent. I got to find that somewhere. But you know, the S&D pretty much do absolutely nothing.
Love it.
And yeah, definitely got to work on that though.
If the king is supposedly dead, Crimsix, what does that make you?
Yes.
What does that make you?
I think Kanye West said it the best, right? Oh, you already know what I'm gonna say. Ann already knows.
No, I just.
What is?
I don't know what you're gonna say. I just know it's gonna be ridiculous.
What is a king to a god?
Oh, no.
Hey, Crim, we got.
What's a god? Yeah, I'm not gonna say the last line. Go ahead.
Don't do it at all. Hey, Crim. Okay, the Toronto Major is coming out really fast. You're going to be leaving for your flight probably in the next few days or so, right?
Yeah.
What do you want to tell the NYSL fans what to expect when the Major comes around?
That's an I don't know how to answer that question.
I'm not. Like, we're gonna be good, you know. Cheer for us. Yeah.
I don't know. One of them was roasting the hell out of me last night. Hey, what was that guy's name? That one guy that I played in rank play. He said he's gonna see me stage 4. I'll see you too. All right, and then I'll get security to get your ass out of the venue. All right.
You get bullied in rank.
But honestly, what? Yeah. No. Oh, every single game. People love to hate me. You know. They loved it, but it's acceptable. You know, Patrick Price, my dad, he taught me everything I know in terms of being a villain. So
great to know, man. You're the best villain known to man. Crimsix, hey, honestly, though, all jokes aside, this one was huge. All the question in the world was how good are NYSL. You guys proved it. You're a top team to me. All right, so congrats on the big win.
Hey, thank you.
I'll see you in Toronto. All right, baby.
Hey, you guys all look fresh. You know, usually. Yeah, usually it's just 2 of you and then Ant, but you know today Ant looks somewhat good.
Thank you, man. Compliment. You look good too, Crim. Yeah. I think you after this go grab some chapstick and you'll be looking even better. But take it easy,
Listen,
man. Good luck with you, man.
Yeah. No problem, man. I got my Aqua 4 right here, bro.
Hey, there we go. Crim, you take it easy, man. Yo, you made me
desert over there.
Mad insecure. I looked at my lips, man. I was like, dang, what do I look like?
Listen, he always has to throw a jab. I have him locked and loaded every time. I gotta be ready.
You know what? He got a big one over OpTic. He gave you a compliment. Today is a beautiful day for Call of Duty, and most importantly, NY and the fans out there.
Yeah, and he personally played amazing
29
in that series. That has to feel so good. I mean, he's been under fire by the community for a long time now, especially when New York was struggling. There were a lot of people coming at Crim saying, like, his time is done. Well, he proves it time and time again it isn't. And then when they win the Pro-Am, people are coming at them, calling it the Mickey Mouse event and things like that, and that they needed points, they weren't going to make chaps. So what happens? They come in here, they get 3 wins, get winner's bracket, and they got a decent amount of points, right? So now it'll be about doing what they just did, applying that hard point to the Major in a LAN format where they just look great at.
So
once again, and getting those points. So
those points are coming. They're coming. They just need to come faster, and they need to do even better at Major 3 to make sure they just capitalize on all the points out there, right? But check this out. We have a Game Fuel Tactical Player play of the day, and it had to do with Scump and this 2v4 alley. Scump is just ridiculous.
It was just the timing, right? He played his life so perfectly here, checking the bomb. The clock is ticking down, right? So he goes to check the defuse here in just a moment, and even though he gets traded out, it just the timing works in their favor, right? Nobody can get close enough to start that defuse. You can see they attempt to do it, but Kismet realizes it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, this is a wonderful play out of OpTic Texas, man. Throughout this map, though, they were just behind. Kismet was making moves. They were, like, getting behind them, and they shut Shotzzy down. Like, the first couple of rounds, he was getting blooded, trying to go mid. We saw him try to go lay down outside of the B-bomb site, just watch right side trains. He got blooded there as well. Like, New York just had their number, man. And despite that, them knowing what OpTic was going to do, OpTic still managed to bring that to around 11. So still an extremely dangerous team by all means.
Super talented roster. By the way, I was laughing just now. I don't know how CDL got an interview with Crim, and it was as stable as that right there. It's like they had someone behind them, right? Let's talk about the matches we had today, though, where we saw, okay, the Atlanta FaZe take on the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and Atlanta got a much-needed win.
And it was scary for a second there, right? Like, right off of that bow cage, we were all a little bit nervous in the way that LAG was shooting, but then Atlanta FaZe made a quick turnaround when it came to that search and destroy. They looked masterclass. They looked comfortable on the map. There was a lot of first bloods going into the likes of Arcitys. aBeZy looked comfortable. He was constantly pushing up mid-map and getting free kills on the likes of his side in Desert Siege. And then the rest of the series, it was just more comfortable, right? As it went on, Atlanta FaZe looked more like the team that we're used to seeing.
Right, and also Toronto faced off against London, and heading into this series right there, we really didn't know what to expect from London Royal Ravens, but they tried to put up a fight. Toronto Ultra, which is way more primed for that victory than they were.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of a close map one. I mean, this Toronto team's just...
that, though.
Yeah, they're just on another level than London Royal Ravens. They have to figure some things out. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Toronto Ultra here. I love what we've been seeing out of Toby, man. Kleenex has just been lighting it up. The pressure is there. They seem so comfortable as a team, and, you know, whenever we talk to them in an interview, we've had the pleasure to interview Cammy back-to-back in their last 2 victories, and he said, you know, they've really just been working on their system, and they feel more confident, and that is what has allowed them to play so much better, is really just confidence. And the hard point, you could see that confidence. They're challenging everything. They have the gunny, right? And they're applying it, and it's working, and this series was no different.
I'm going to give a big shout-out to the whole team and Marky for just making things work for that turnaround this stage, but also one of the craziest and weirdest series of the day, all right? Boston Breach versus the Los Angeles Thieves.
Whoa.
I woke up today and said, damn, Boston's gonna beat the brakes off of LA.
So did I picked Boston.
Yeah, right there with you. I mean, we have to give LA Thieves credit, though. Like, where credit is due. They went in, and they talked about they've been hitting the lab nonstop, and the effort and the amount of work that they have put into this team to make this huge turnaround. Now it's just the hope of heading into Major 3 that this momentum continues, right? That we continue to see this LA Thieves roster in.
Yeah, we got to give Thieves credit, but we also got to give Boston credit. To get smoked that is not easy to do.
You're an A-ho.
I mean,
what happened to Boston? Like you got all the excuses in the world, but you just can't be. That's 2 games in a row now. They got destroyed.
Yeah, it was just a collapse. There must have been like a catastrophic play map one or something that just broke them down mentally.
Yes.
You just got to be stronger than that.
You know what made it even worse? Is the simple fact that Boston was being solidified as a top 4 team, right? And we were saying, okay, Boston's right there. They're trying to get over the hump. They're just missing something. As they're trying to find out the recipe they're missing for, you know, success, you have other teams rising up. You got Minnesota now.
It's going to build a good storyline for Boston.
So many teams can win now, and Boston have to stay in the mix if they want to go ahead and make noise. But also, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to make noise, check this out. Major 3, we've been talking about it all month long. It is right around the corner, and it's coming up fast, okay? Make sure you get your tickets, and also the schedule for tomorrow, the last day that we have before we head out for the event. Oh, Seattle versus London, Florida versus Boston.
Rematch action?
The marquee matchup, Texas versus LA. Imagine if LA came tomorrow shooting like they did today.
Hey, man, it's possible, right?
But you know what? If I'm any other team out there, I'm betting my money on LA beating OpTic. You know why? You do not want OpTic to head into Toronto with smiles on their face.
It's true. LA could definitely beat the man. They're going to be extremely confident, so I can't wait for that one.
They can kill momentum. So, ladies and gentlemen, before the stream ends, I'm going to give you guys a little prize, okay? Head on over to gamefuel.com/CDL. You can do it right now. I know you're on your phone. I know you're on your computer, your laptop, whatever it might be, because check out this deal. If you order your favorite case of whatever your favorite flavor is of Mountain Dew Game Fuel, you're able to check out with your favorite team pack it doesn't matter which one you want. Just close your eyes and pick it, or you can pick your favorite color. Shoot, if you got a favorite player, support his team.
Yo, I'm going in a ring play tonight. If I don't see you guys with the skin locked and loaded, I'm roasting you. I'm going in the game chat and I'm shooting your body. I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm really happy that Vanguard is shaping up this way with this chaos of competition, right? As we close for the show, I just want to say, you know, hey, this has been fun because we have so many teams trying to hold that trophy at the end of Major 3. Think about it. We have OpTic Texas, Atlanta FaZe. You can throw Minnesota Røkkr in the mix along with NYSL. You got Seattle Surge with their crazy upset potential. We might not ever know, but we're going to close this down. My name is Velli. I'm the desk host. This is Ali. This is Nameless. And this has been a crazy day. For all of you beautiful people at home, thank you so much for tuning in. I said it before, and I'll say it again until the day I die. We're nothing without you. Thank you for tuning in. And for the competitors out there, hey, keep gunning. Bring your best because we have one more day for all of you to just get your things in order, improve yourselves before we head out to Toronto for Major 3. It's going to be a blast, and I love what this year is turning into. For all of you at home, once again, we love you. Take care of yourselves. Spread love. And most importantly, I hope you all have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for some more Call of Duty action. You take it easy.